Hey everybody, happy CIMFest 2025! We're live from Columbus State University. We're sorry you're not here. We're happy that you are here. Yeah. And looking forward to an excellent day of sessions. If you're watching the stream, the schedule is in there. If you're not watching the stream, you're just going to sit here and have a great time. So before we get started, a couple GGA announcements. We are very happy to announce that our Best in Georgia Awards will be at SCAD Atlanta April 15th. Do your taxes, come to SCAD Atlanta, and we're going to have a GDC report back panel. So a bunch of GGA members who are going to the Game Developers Conference will come to that event and tell you what they saw at Game Developers Conference. So make sure to join us in person to play all the Best in Georgia games, learn who wins, and we'll be streaming the panel itself, but you'll get a chance to play the games. So come on out for that one. On April 19th, we have the Siege Indie Game Festival at the Normal Digital Studios. A lot of good games already in that lineup, and it looks like we'll have a whole bunch of Cookout and more. So April 19th at the Siege Indie Game Fest, and that's being done in conjunction with MomoCon. So, the Columbus Interactive Media Festival is about all aspects of games and game development. If you're here, you get to play in the gaming tournaments as well. If you're online, you get to watch incredible panels. We'll have interviews during the lunch break. But right now, I'm going to turn it over to our first panelists for the Games as Art panel to introduce themselves. So, thank you all for being here.
I'm Marjorie Bordner, and I'm actually just moderating today, so I'm going to continue on.
I teach animation here at Columbus State as of last summer, so if any of you are interested in taking animation classes. All right, and I'll pass it on.
Yes, hi, Eric Lorenz. I run a experimental video game exhibition gallery out in Atlanta, and also do video game sound design with a little company called Team Audio, and yeah, I've been doing it for about 10 years. Oh no, time has gone by. That's it.
I remember those moments. I am fossilizing from the feet up. I've been in this for like 15. My name is James Portnow. I have worked on games ranging from the Call of Duty series to Farmville to League of Legends. I'm a game designer by trade. I also write a YouTube show called Extra Credits and Extra History. So if any of you guys have any questions about that, we have a couple million followers. Feel free to ask about that in the Q&A time too, because I know a lot of people have been very interested in YouTube when I've talked to them. But games are what brought us all here, right? They've definitely had a profound impact in my life. So do we want to talk about them as more than a way to pass the time?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Andrew wanted me to just kind of set up the scene, I guess, for Games as Art. Yeah, it's early in the morning. Look, we're all here. So yeah, what I do with Avant Beetle, which is the experimental video game exhibition, is essentially bring together games from developers from all over the world who are trying to at least subvert certain expectations of video games, or like ask what can a game be, and like kind of deconstruct the ideas around it. Kind of similar to like how like modern art kind of took where, like the technical pinnacle of what we would say in like Western art, and then start to like deconstruct it and say like, what are the new things that we can do since we've already gone like here? And not to say that all video games are like, have reached their pinnacle. There's always ways to go in terms of like canon for the art form, but there's always underlyings of like people who are trying out new things, just kind of like experimenting on their own time and then seeing what like really resonates with people. So those are the kind of games that like I bring into the gallery, and all usually within some kind of like theme that ties everything together. And so it's kind of a way to get video games not just like in your living room, but like on gallery walls where everyone can come in, interact with them, chat with other people who are like at the gallery, and just kind of like be inspired and think of new ways. And it's also not like fully geared towards the game community, but it's also the bridge to like the arts community. So what I like to do with it is inspire game development students to try new things and also inspire local artists to utilize interactivity in a way that can be a different medium or form for their own self-expression. And yeah, that's the gist, I think, of what I do at Avant Beetle. Oh, we have a question already.
Do you have different galleries in terms of like one is for sound, one is for visuals, one is for like kinetic movement, one is for, I mean, how does that work?
I would absolutely love that, but unfortunately, I'm very DIY with everything. So I don't really. I do this as kind of just like a labor of love because there are certain cities out there that do things that are like this. Like New York has a bunch of them. Seattle probably has one or two.
We only have one now.
Oh, only one.
And Baby Castles got shut down in New York.
Yeah. There's more that are popping out, but yeah, like a lot of the big hub cities have these spaces for these kind of more alternative video games, and Atlanta didn't really have one, so basically it's just me kind of being like, I have friends in like the art community, and they have a space for me, and all of the like funding or like the donations that I collect at the show, because it's a free show. Like I always want it to be free, open to the public, and just donation based, and all the donations go to the developers themselves. So I don't get anything, and it's a terrible business model. But
But like for instance, I mean, in terms of your themes, do you change it every month or is it every season?
oh yeah. So yeah, with the themes, it's just based on each show. So I just kind of get like a curation, like usually a couple games that like have something in similarity, and then I solidify that that theme for the show, and then I go out and find some more ones that like help support it, and then curate the experiences based around like maybe one game's like a really heavy narrative, another one's a little bit more fun and playful, but yeah, it's all enwrapped in some kind of theme. And I have a show upcoming in April 11th, I believe, and that theme is the show's called Lyric, but it's the use of like expressive language within like narrative storytelling or gameplay, or basically just kind of using poetry as a central form. But I've done a bunch of different other ones, like one of the last show I did, which was called like Beautiful Boundaries, and it explored the idea of like making a game in a three-dimensional space and like being able to break that, and like what does the boundary mean to games. And then other like queer games. I think I had some like exploration ones, some puzzles. Runs the gambit, but it basically is just whichever.
And I mean, to get to your question, initially you had asked about separating games by element, right? Like by audio versus visually beautiful. And I think we have to think of these as holistic works, right? Like, if I play a game on mute, it ain't the same game. But what I think is really interesting is, and I forgive me, you're going to hear me say a bunch of this in the keynote later today, but we have the world's first mass medium where, as a creator, when I finish the design, the game isn't done, right? You as a player are an integral part of the art. The art isn't finished until we see how you play it through, right? Which creates not only a different set of things that we can express, but also a totally new way we can express them. We can put you in someone else's shoes rather than make you watch what someone else is doing, which is a powerful thing.
Yeah, and if I might also add to that a little more, like this is kind of one of the first art mediums that is mainly around like built around interactivity. And so like in the past there are always been like interactive installations, things you can touch and you can play, but it is really just like the most mass media art form that whenever you do put something out there, like it is just like it's up to the player to experience it themselves. You can put however many like parameters you want to do with it. You can put like the best audio. You can like put these like great visuals, but the art form of it really comes together when everything's kind of playing off of each other. And I think that's one thing, especially like as you're developing, to kind of keep in mind with your like the cohesion of everything and how it just like plays with itself. Yes.
So are all games for art just passion projects where they're all self-funded? And I guess the follow-up question is, if they do want to sell them, are they just stuck with the traditional sales channels that are out there? Or is there a gallery for games of art where art collectors might be able to purchase these games?
Do you want to start with that second one, and I'll hit the first one?
Sure, that sounds good. Yeah, so, sorry, just to reiterate it, it's the second part of the question is, sorry, say that again.
What options do people have for, selling their game of art?
Okay, so the question is, what options do people have for selling their art game or something of the like? So, I mean, the most selling it on some kind of storefront, so like itch.io is kind of like the main almost decentralized space for things. But like as like a curator for a gallery, there is a lot of there's a lot of like museums that will host certain events like that, and I don't know how much they might get like paid for something like that, so that's kind of a TBD thing. That's not really my knowledge. So yeah, it's kind of self putting it out there for themselves to get donations or like put on like a very specific like price point. One other thing that I've seen, it's not really common too much in the U.S., but is like project funding for these games. So there's a couple developers that I've met who like apply to art shows, and then like they get the grants for those shows, similar to how someone might be a patron of the arts, that they will make a game. That'll be funded through something else that like a museum's doing or like a big art festival is doing. So that's one option that's out there.
I just want to follow up on that real quick. It sounds like, because you're talking about it as art, and we're thinking of like traditionally art has been in a gallery, and then patrons can come and not just patrons, but everybody can come and paintings can be sold or sculptures can be sold. But I suppose there's a difference in the fact that it's a game that isn't like, you don't just produce one and one person buys it and plays it, right? But it's like for a lot of people, so you're selling copies, so it's a little bit of a different model for that reason, maybe?
So William Gibson, years and years ago, built a game that destroyed itself after one play, which I thought was a fabulous piece. But you're absolutely right, and this is where I'm going to get on my soapbox, right? Pop art matters, right? Nirvana matters. Star Wars matters. These things influence who we become. And so you don't have to think of your indie game as selling, 5,000 copies or whatever. You can get on Steam. You can get on the app stores. And, I have a buddy who made a game called The Stanley Parable, right? It sold millions of copies. There is no reason that we can't express these things, and that we can't express more in the pieces of art that are major AAA works, right? We've all seen movies that move our soul. How many people here have played BioShock at some point? All right, so a fair number of you, right? It's hard to argue that game is not art, even though, it was made by a major AAA studio. Art is in what we express and art is a lens, right? It lets us look at ourselves and understand ourselves and the world around us better. That's what art does. And so we can do that in any way. It doesn't have to just be, an indie game that nobody sees. And the great thing is, in today's modern world, you're right, with digital copies, your little indie game that 3 of you make can sell to people around the world and can sell millions of copies. So I think it's really about finding that soul, finding what it is that you're trying to express, and understanding that you're not trying to tell someone with this medium. You're trying to allow them to explore an idea, which is different than a lot of other past media. If you're trying to write a novel or whatever, you're trying to say something to someone. In this, you're trying to let someone explore something. But I want to make sure that we're talking about, it's really important, it's vital that we have places like your place to grow an indie scene. But I've also seen game developers become limited, and I grew up in a punk rock scene where a lot of the bands became limited because they thought of it as, oh, we're just doing this small piece of art. The art that you guys do impacts the world, and everybody is sitting in this room because at some point a game has impacted you.
Yeah, and also to kind of like go on that, I like how you integrate like, pop art matters. Like, for instance, Star Wars. Like, I think what the basis or like the initial idea of Star Wars came from a Kurosawa film that he saw, and then like liked these two characters that were like you watch throughout the whole movie, and he was just like, I want to make a movie like around those two characters, and then those two characters then became R2D2 and C3PO, and then so like whatever you're making, like whenever you're making a game, it's kind of hard to like stay away from tropes. And what I mean by tropes are kind of like things that have been done, things that like work, and there's a lot of like good knowing what works, knowing what doesn't work, but by like finding your own path and like figuring out what the game you're making means to yourself, it's gonna find its own pathway, so that way other people can then look at it and kind of be like, oh, well, that one game, they had this really cool idea that I liked, and maybe you're inspiring someone else, and then either like they go off and make a game that sells millions of copies, and that would be unfortunate, unfortunately, but at least it's the inspiration of your art inspiring others to then build more out of it.
We've got a question over there.
We see, a little bit art, but one of the things that we do also in games, concentrate on the visuals and the sound, right?
Absolutely. 60%.
But there are certain aspects that actually, to me, sometimes play an important role, but I don't know whether it's as much seen and as a way of expressing or that will actually convey that, or if you ever had one, that would be haptics, which is just feeling, that if you're exploring the world, that you are feeling the world, and to me it's understated.
So, by the way, I think for Twitch chat, we should probably repeat the questions since they're only hearing through these mics. So, yes, apologies, chat. What was that? No, it's true, we're not. In fact, we're going to make this as unpleasant as, I'm just going to scream into this mic for a while.
I put a compressor on them. So.
Oh, well, there goes my brilliant idea. So the question was about haptics, right? And the question was about feeling a game. And I have a totally different and wild tangent on this. So if either of you guys want to talk about haptics first. Haptics, by the way, are the physical devices. So when your controller rumbles or your phone buzzes while you're playing, that's haptics. It is your sensory inputs that go beyond just your visual and your audio, which is what we've traditionally worked with. And I think there's some really interesting things in that area, but there's another piece I want to talk about. So I'm going to hand haptics over to you guys.
Yeah, I guess I'm excited for whatever's coming up. But I do think that, haptics is a great addition to the sum of all of the, the art forms that comprise a video game. So, famously video games are, visual art, sound art, interactive art, it's everything. And so as the haptic technology is getting better, we're only opening up more and more doors for just the different ways that we can incorporate everything. And
I was just going to say, I imagine that part of the reason, one of the things you said is that it's not utilized as much as, sound and visual art. And probably some of the reason is technology would be my guess, because haptics have only more recently become possible. Like I was trying to think of the earliest haptic I experienced. All I could think was the rumbling on the controller. But before that, we did have Nintendo used to have the pad that you could run on, and for back in the day, the Power Glove. So there was a little bit, but I imagine sound and visuals were the easiest thing to do early on, and then Yeah.
So the haptic challenge for us is actually getting people to buy the equipment and actually use it, right? In the same way that we have the VR challenge, right? VR is a dead-end technology because, one, it's not actually VR, it's just TV you wear on your face, but also because you're not having that sensory experience. When we talk about VR, we think about the holodeck, right? We think about feeling these things, smelling these things. We're not having that experience. And it's very difficult to get people to buy and wear haptics because when you play a game, very often you just want to sit down and turn it on, right? You know, patching annoys us before a game. Imagine having to like put on a full rubber suit. So this is difficult. But what I wanted to say, which I think is an incredible thing, is in games, we don't need it to the degree you'd think we would, because when you're playing a game, if I've done my job as a designer correctly, you are directly physically responding to the stimuli on the screen, or not screen. We can talk about games that don't involve a screen too. But how many of you guys have ever like leaned out of the way when someone shot at you in a game? Right. How about this one? Exactly. How many of you guys running around in a game think, I'm going to move my thumb left to walk to the left? Right, none of us, right? Nobody thinks, I'm going to walk to the left. I don't even think that, right? My body and that screen are directly connected. It's like when you're driving a car. You don't think, I'm going to turn this wheel now. You don't think about the device you're operating. In games, if you have done your job well, you are feeling a lot of those experiences in a psychosomatic sort of way, right? And that's a powerful thing that we can deliver on. And so when we're thinking about haptics, it's important to think about haptics, but it's also important to me to think about the psychological makeup of a human being and how we get you to experience some of that stuff without wearing the suit. Also, just as a side note, best haptic I ever saw, I was at GDC one year and there was someone in a Red Cross van and they were doing blood donations, and you play a video game and every time you got shot, it would draw some blood from you. Pretty good haptic.
It's amazing. I was going to say, I remember playing Breath of the Wild recently, and when you go somewhere and it's cold, your little meter goes down, and I could feel that, like that panic of like, I can't freeze to death, I have to hurry, that kind of thing. I think we have a question over here as well.
I just was going to add to that topic. You mentioned the barrier for haptics adoption is really hardware and probably the cost around that. But the reason why people started going to movie theaters is because they didn't have movie theaters at home.
Right.
And now that we have big screens at home, there's less and less people going to the movies. And there are places that do location-based entertainment. When I was at FASA Virtual World, we had those pods that you can play, BattleTech in. And, you had rumble seats. And so I know like Disney and Disney Quest, they have these seats that rumble. They have devices that produce scents and, address all the different senses. So, I mean, I think that's a great place to really explore all the senses. If you go to some place a venue that can afford to develop that hardware, and you can just pay a fee to experience it.
I believe the question was, to this day, the FASA Battletech pods are awesome. I used to spend a lot of time in Wizards of the Coast in the tournament center where they had the full pod set, and at Launchpad with those things. They were these, I don't know how many of you guys know BattleTech, game about running around in a giant mech, right? And so they had huge egg-shaped pods, and they just really it was a PC game, so they had a PC running it, but you'd get in, and there was this bank of controls on each side. You'd sit down on this massive seat. There was like a throttle thing you could pull, and it was a totally different experience because of not only that rumble, but here I am, instead of like pressing 1, 2, 3, 4 on my keyboard to, shunt ammo and change how Coolant is running around with my giant battle mech, I'm like pressing buttons over here and over here. It was a very different experience. And like it was shaped so that way this view screen was on all sides of you, so it was like a window of a cockpit. But I think that when we talk about these sort of location-based experiences, it's important to realize that, one, there are a lot that are proximal. I used to, when I would teach design, take my students to haunted houses every year. Haunted houses are an excellent, excellent way to think about design. It's a lot easier in a space like that to think about like sight lines and all these sort of things than it is in a virtual space. And so there's a lot of those sort of things. And then Escape rooms are another one that you guys will probably do very, very close to home. And then I'm a big fan of immersive theater. Sleep No More is one of my favorite designed experiences of all time. New York, they took this whole hotel and they transformed it into, it was Macbeth. They were doing Macbeth in it, but instead of having Macbeth run on a stage, they had this whole old New York hotel, and the play would run concurrently. So on every different level of the hotel, you had actors doing stuff, but you could also explore the hotel, and there was stuff about all the different characters and all this embedded into the rooms. You could go into these rooms and dig through drawers and look at all these things. And it was this incredible experience. And you could spend the whole time following one actor. You could try and see what everybody was doing by hopping from floor to floor, or you could just explore. And it was a very powerful and immersive experience. So I think just thinking beyond what we traditionally think of games is very useful when we're talking about these sort of location-based immersive experiences, whether it is a BattleTech pod or some of the old arcade games, or some of these more modern things like escape rooms.
Yeah, and I also, I'll get to you real quick, but to touch on kind of the idea that you said about back in the day, people would go to the movie theaters because they didn't have a big TV that we all have right now, and so theaters have gone down a little bit less. But with the experiential aspect of location-based games or experiences, basically the idea that I have it in my living room, why would I go out there? The out there has so many other different possibilities. So I could be watching a movie on my big screen. I've got pretty good speakers, but to see the same movie in a movie theater is completely different. It's way more immersive. So I think with the idea of haptics or even with VR, it's whoever is trying to get that experience themselves, and the barrier is money, of course, for something like that if you want to have it in your own home. But if you're the kind of sensory seeker that's oh yeah, I want to be hooked up to my VR, I want to have those haptic body things where it shocks you or does something, or maybe they come out with the smell-o-vision thing. If you go and buy that, fantastic, great on you, because you're going to be the one to have that specific experience. You just have to pay for it.
So one of the things that's really interesting to me about VR specifically, and why VR failed, is because, again, this human psychology thing, it's a state of immersion that I'm trying to create for my players whenever I'm building anything. But here I am, I'm looking around in VR, maybe I'm even moving my hands in a way that is very similar to what I would do in real life. But what about my feet, right? If I can't actually walk around, my brain has an immediate disjunct. Oh, I'm actually reaching for things with my hand, but then I'm moving my thumb left when I want to move around my feet in this game. And that break right there is what snaps us out of VR. It's why, if you've ever played a game that you're in the cockpit of a starship or on a roller coaster or something like that in VR, they feel much better because you don't have that moment of immersion break where I am operating in a way that my body understands it does not operate. So I will rant about VR as much as we want.
Sorry, I do appreciate the haptic question, and I agree. It's not for home use for the most case. We taught electric vehicles to Kia, and gamification is happening. Well, not just gamification, meaning how to Amazon built-in scoreboards as they're picking products, but we're trying to train a new generation of folks that don't necessarily learn the same way my generation and older generations have learned. Usually requires some kind of, we're developing AR, VR, XR, MR, just ways to speak the language and basically train. And so with electrical vehicle training, Kia had never understood electric vehicles. They only had produced ICE. And so we have an electric vehicle so you have to pull them out with a rescue load, but, maybe we throw a 12-volt battery in it and throw a shock in it as if like a game of operation. Like if you pull that rescue hook out and you hit or you hit the body, then you're automatically, tagged, right? Like, we discovered that we probably didn't want to do that because we didn't want to have a heart attack issue right next to the EV safety. But just to let everyone in the room know that gaming is going outside the console at home. It is being used pretty much at every major company there is. And so there's a demand for all types of games and experiences.
Can you share the gist of that comment? Via the microphone to the live stream?
Yeah, so the gist of the comment was basically games being used in all sorts of various, industries, whereas this one is like with electric vehicle maintenance to have simulations and like doing the simulation of changing certain things. If you get hit, like operation, you get a shock for it. And so it just like, because like I do agree, I think like the interactivity aspect of it is so much better than reading a manual or like hearing about it from someone. Like you're going in and doing it.
And I think
yourself.
he was saying that they ended up not doing that because of the legal issues around it. But
Oh, yeah, the heart
but
attack.
also that's something that I hadn't even thought about. That games not just as entertainment, but as part of training and implementation and things like that at companies. So yeah, I think yeah. And then we'll get you.
So we run the second mic over, Caleb.
Here, since we're doing this, yeah.
Yeah. I'll share this with you.
I just had a question about, so video games is art. Other art forms like painting, sculptures, movies, music, we all see a value in preserving those. Like we have museums, we have art installations, that sort of thing. So, but with video games, I wanted to get your thoughts on video game preservation because like there's so much with that because there are games you want to have the experience. Like, do you want to have it preserved in the original intent? Is it going to be on the original hardware? Or are you going to emulate it? And like, what's the legal ramifications for that? Like, I mean, these studios, some of them don't exist anymore. So I don't know. I just wanted to get y'all's opinion on that.
Yeah, no,
So.
I mean, grab the mic because I just feel very passionately about the preservation of games because, like, I've worked on, I think, like, 3 games that at this point now, like, you can't play anymore because they were online, kind of live service-esque things. And so when the business kind of falls, the thing that you were working on for 3 years is just gone. Like I never got captures of it for my like portfolio, and I'm like, wait, no, it's gone. It's its state, it will never be in the same state as it is. So I mean, I'm a big proponent for preserving things, even some of the weirder stuff that you don't normally see, but like just the fact that like generations farther down can get to experience it in some form or fashion is something that we should be doing in the industry. And I think what is it, Good Old Games does the preservation side of things.
I mean, and one of our hosts has some games on Good Old Games. If anybody wants to go pick up Emperor of the Fading Suns, you should do it because it's awesome.
It's a great plug.
So, and Strong Museum in New York does a lot of good game preservation. I think there are intriguing questions around game preservation also because it's more than just hardware, right? Let's say I want to preserve World of Warcraft. Do I preserve it on launch day? Do I preserve it 3 years later? Do I preserve every single patch? What do I say is the definitive edition of World of Warcraft, right? So that game is radically different than it was 15 years ago. And as a designer, though, it's really important because a lot of design communication happens by saying, it's like this, but with this, right? I mean, even you guys probably see in the popular games press all the times where we say, oh, it's like Mario, but with a reverse time mechanic or whatever, right? And our ability to share that language is really important. I've been working on some tabletop games recently, and I have been picking up a lot of the last extant versions of old collectible card games, because those two, it's not only video games, right? Our tabletop games, there's so much stuff that's disappeared. And so I think it is important. I think it's something that we should really work towards. There has been a big legal fight around this, because for a lot of these things, we are gonna have to emulate them. And big publishers, big developers don't like the idea of emulation. And if we allow museums to do it, the argument is that you've opened up the legal door to other people doing it. And so they fight and fight and fight this. But we have to figure out some way to do it, because otherwise we're just losing this history, which is a shame.
I also wanted to give a sort of art perspective on this, because you mentioned installations, and there's actually a great installation. I just went and saw it at the Ilgis Gallery here on campus, down at the River Park campus. That's all about like element stuff, and there's some cool light, like flame replicating type things. It's really cool. I definitely recommend checking it out. But I bring that up because I remember walking through there and just going, you know, somebody put all the work to set this up and put it here, but it is meant to be. Know that they're taking that art that they put there because they created it for this show and then preserving it somewhere. You know, it's probably some of it they may be preserving, but some of it may be meant to be temporary. You know, they put all this work into it, they create it, they put it in the space you experience, and then it's over. And then you can't possibly store it because maybe next month you're doing something else, and maybe you made a giant, you know, I saw one guy made like a giant deer head with all this metal rebar all over it. It took up like the whole room. It's like there's no way you could just put that in you know, your closet. So and then I was also thinking about like in theater, I remember helping to put together this gorgeous set, you know, in college, this play, and then the play ran, and then they started pulling everything apart, and I was like, no, that set was so well made, and we're just losing it forever. It's like that, you have to. Yeah, you're doing the next play, and you got to get it out of there. So, and then you even mentioned tabletop games. The stories that are created in there, are people documenting them? Are they writing them down? Sometimes people do, I think, Adventure Zone recently, they've gone on to publish a graphic novel of the story that they came up with. That was a podcast that was a D&D thing. But, you know, a lot of those things are lost, and they're meant to just be like you experience them and things. So I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts on that as video games, as something that's just like a one-time. I know you mentioned the guy that after you played the game, that was it. It was like the one copy. But yeah, I'm thinking of it from that kind of like theater and maybe art sense of like you create an experience and then that's it.
Yeah. So the reason why I grabbed the mic was because it's such a good analogy between like site-specific art that is kind of supposed to be there, you experience it, like that's the pinnacle of like when you experience it, when it's happening. The same can be said for certain like video games, and of course like with emulation we are trying to preserve at least some like remnant of it, but time really like distills certain experiences down, whether that's like because new hardware or like obsolete tech, in terms of like video games. So like we were talking about Final Fantasy VI before, like the thing that I can't get right now because I'm playing it is, you know, the CRT. I don't have a CRT. And the way that like the pixels interacted with the CRT televisions back then kind of blurred it and like made everything so like beautiful and like pristine. So when I play it on like my high def TV, it's all the pixels are like perfectly placed, perfect pixels. And you know, I am a little sad that I can't experience what it was like back then, but I'm at least grateful that I can still engage with the art.
Well, and I think that, to your point, every playthrough of a game, every person's individual experience is like the play in the theater, right? But there is also making sure that we keep that script, right? And I think that has value, and for us, that's preserving the source, right? And I think that it also goes beyond like simply the technology again. I remember playing Final Fantasy VII when it first came out, and everybody was like, oh my God, this is so realistic. And right, literally we crack up about, there's like 6 polygons in like Cloud's face, right? Like it is ludicrous, but we say this every generation, right? You guys are right now saying, oh my God, this whatever, GTA 6 or whatever looks so realistic. And right, everybody's going to, we said that about UE4, right? We said that about each generation. And you can't have that experience, right? If somebody in this room, person growing up today, will never be able to experience Final Fantasy VII in the way that I did, because they will never be able to look at those 8 polygons and have their mind blown by how realistic and lifelike that is. Do we want to actually? We can probably run off one mic. Do we want to just set that up, put right here, and then people can walk in, stand up? Yeah,
I love it.
And that way
Oh, but can we?
We'd first give the mic to the one gentleman who might have a harder time. We should have run
We're so sorry.
So, kind of wanted to circle back to the whole thing about VR and how those games where you control it not by the thumbsticks. I personally played Pavlov Shack back when it was in beta, and I don't know if they still have it, but then they did have tanks in the game, and somehow I actually taught myself how to operate the entire thing. It's a miracle that I figured it out, but it felt much more immersive than just the regular Pavlov gameplay. And then for a actually kind of older Quest game, there's just a feeling of power you get from actually moving those controls and seeing the reaction. But on the flip side, you can have some really immersive gameplay even without that. I remember Echo Arena back when it was still live, and just the way you move around and the zero gravity, I get pretty easily immersed, especially in VR. So I'm not ashamed to admit that I have fallen more than once in Echo Arena just because I forgot about gravity. And there's something about the game design of moving not with your legs that adds so much immersion.
And I think that's a big VR problem that we can solve. Like the point about not moving with your legs, I think we have to think around it. It is possible that that isn't a complete failure state for the design of current VR. I'm also very interested in AR stuff because there we do move with our legs, right? And I think we're going to take more of our gaming into our real world. But I think that's one of the big design problems for VR. And if any of you guys want to design for VR, it's something that you should be thinking about as designers right now, right?
And also, if you are designing in VR, let's say you take our takeaways of, it's really hard to get that right haptic of, but I need my character to move on legs. We're not saying don't do it, but because I remember when a lot of games were trying that question out, how do we move a physical character in VR space without you moving? And there were so many experiments where people tried, and they didn't really work. Maybe some were better than others. And right now, it's been a long time since I've played one. So I don't really know where it is right now, but everyone's trying to kind of just put one foot in front of the other. Wow, that was a good one. And just figuring out what works. So coming back around to if you're making a VR game and you have some kind of design problem that's supposed to help immerse the player, turn it around on yourself. Look to see what other people are doing, but also reject it as much as you can. So that way you can then try to think creatively on how can I tackle this problem? So what has been done before is good. It's a stepping stone, but it's not the actual critical path forward. Or it might be, might not be. I don't know.
Go up to the mic. I know you were afraid of the mic.
Yes.
I believe you can boom from
What
there.
resources do you guys recommend for virtual reality and augmented reality, learning Lightspeed or Niantic or things like that? Any resources that you like to use that you can talk about?
It's a little bit tough. Honestly, I think the biggest problems with VR and AR right now, but specifically with VR, are not software or engineering problems, right? they are really design problems. So I would recommend things like Design of Everyday Things, the book of Lenses. There's a whole bunch of books on design. And when you talk about books on design, don't just think about design in terms of game design. When I talk about being a game designer, like game is the least important word in that title. I always recommend Aristotle's Poetics, right? And understanding comics is another great work for designers. I write every single field, right?
I haven't read Plato, but I've read that one.
So you're just trying to understand how I translate a human experience, and that's what we're struggling with. We're actually not struggling with the tech as much. Like if you learn, Unity or UE5 or whatever, you'll be able to make your VR game. But will you be able to make it good? For that, you need to think about how the person playing VR is going to experience it.
I'm just going to bolster that with, yes, absolutely. I run across that with my animation students, too. They all want to learn how to animate. And so much of what I talk about ends up covering all the other art disciplines. When we talk about principles of animation, we're also talking about design and silhouette and placement of the character and the visual field and, balance and all these things that you learn in, like, painting classes and drawing classes. Not necessarily that's the only place to learn them, but and that's the hardest thing to teach. Like, I can teach people the techniques of animation. This is what you do. We'll move from point A to point B. Here are the rules, But teaching somebody how to make it look good and what is appealing and beautiful about this and what is impactful and powerful about this. And those are the things that are harder to teach, and just absorbing as much art as you can, whether that's through studying movies and, or artwork or things like that. Like, yeah, absolutely. Actually, I was going to ask you guys about that. What are your own art journeys? Because you guys speak like, video game people, but also like artists. So do you have like an art background, or did you take any classes or any of that stuff aside from video games? Or maybe you didn't, maybe it was all through video games. But
Yeah, sure, I'll go first. Hello. It's up here more. So, my artistic journey, I guess, would be, I come from a music background, started really early playing percussion and have slowly progressed into all right, well, maybe I want to go into music, maybe do I want to go into film, and then eventually went into video games. But I've always been kind of an art fan, but it wasn't really until going to art school down in Savannah at SCAD. Oh, nice. Just being immersed with a bunch of different creatives, which was really fun, just trying fun things. But I think one of the more pivotal things in the way that I encountered art kind of came from the pandemic. So I had this book that was Theories of Modern Art that I ended up reading. I got it in college, and then started looking at video games, but foiling it with Western art history, and then just started going down all kinds of rabbit holes of art, the art process, the way that we kind of utilize, the way that mediums shift and change throughout different genres and all of that. And then so that's kind of the way that I got really, really into art and want to get more into it, find all the other things that I haven't really gotten into.
Yeah, as a designer, I've talked about conveying experiences, which means you have to go have experiences, right? Video games alone are not the path to this. I saw the U.S. in a punk rock band before I actually got in games. In fact, my first gig in games was working on a collectible card game so I could pay for our practice space for the band. I think it is really important that you guys see what's out there. Because for me, right, I schedule 30 minutes a day, every day into my schedule to play a game I've never played before, right? It doesn't have to be good, doesn't have to be anything I like, but then also I make sure I find the time to go to plays, to go to galleries, to do all these things, because you'll draw from all of that inspiration, right? Understanding how fundamentally it's all the same, right? It's conveying an emotion or an experience to another human being, and seeing how other people have done it is one of the fastest paths to understanding how you're going to do it yourself. What? Oh yeah, come on up.
Like Andrew, I worked at Geneva at one point, and we had this online world where people can express themselves artistically by creating their own world for people to visit. And, art, I guess, can be said to be a way to express one's truth, from their perspective. And nowadays you have Roblox and you have Fortnite as avenues for that. I was wondering if you could talk about people using those platforms to display their art.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I love the different platforms that can, bring accessibility towards people who want to like make their own things, and like it's been, I'm trying to think if I have any knowledge of it like before, like modding communities, but I feel like it's been something that's always been around, like someone creating just a space for someone else to create art in, and I think it's a really wonderful thing, like that, like people can go in, like give their own like self-expression of something, or like make something that they might have like fun, play around with stuff within a condensed like space, because specifically for games are extremely hard to make, and the barrier to entry for like someone who just wants to mess around with things, like you're not really gonna go and be like, oh well, you want to make a little interactive experience on your computer, well start learning some coding, so that way it can then at least become this entry point for people to be like, oh, I really like using like the Roblox editor, and then making my own things, and then that'll slowly transfer into like diving deeper into how they want to like use the tools.
I think it is fantastic all the ways that we have now to convey one's art, and I think that it is really important that people be able to express through the medium that is most resonant with them. That said, specifically with things like Roblox or what have you, we also have this issue of commercialization, right? Of discoverability. It is very hard. There are actually remarkable art games in Roblox, and it is almost impossible to find them unless you literally know exactly what their name is, because they don't make money, and Roblox gets a percentage of everything like spent through Roblox. So they have control of their internal search engine, so they promote the things that are the most easily consumable, right? It's the same problem that we have with like the YouTube algorithm or what have you. And so I think that's one of the things that as a society we're going to have to figure out, because technology has run far past ethics, has run far past philosophy, and has run far past law, right? We haven't actually regulated or even understood how to address most of these things. I think it's on a lot of your generation. Unfortunately, right, this is me just passing the buck. But it is on a lot of you guys' generation to figure out, okay, how do we force a company to go, well, for every 10 just, skibbity toilets or whatever that you put out there, you have to show a person one thing that is fundamentally has redemptive qualities. And how do we even define that as a society, right? And that's very difficult. It's an incredible challenge because, arbitrating that, who arbitrates that? But I think we have to figure it out.
All right, if you all could let folks know where they can learn more about you.
Okay. You can learn more about me at Avant Beetle. It's AVANT BETLE. I'm on most socials, and I have little tiny flyers to pass out if anyone wants one. And yeah, that's me.
Come hang out, say hi in the hall.
That's an easy one.
What was that? You can't do that on the live stream.
Well, then come out to this.
I'm around on campus. Sorry for the people on the live stream. This is where I am right now. So.
Thank you.
Oh, every time. Take this off?
Yeah, that's not running.
You guys, man. No, I'm not going to start at the beginning. Man, okay. So Mew, I unasked that question about the mic. Okay. So what Mew means is, let's say, does dogs have soul? It's just a stupid question on some level. So Mew is the answer to when somebody asks a stupid question. But if you look at this diagram, what you see is the M is all made out of holism, repeated. And the U is made out of reductionism, repeated. But if you look deeper, the holism is actually made out of reductionism. And the reductionism is made out of holism. And actually, if you go deeper in this and you can really see it, all those little letters of the alphabet, they're made up of mu, M-U, 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 over and over again at a deeper level. And this is just one of the many great little things he does within this book. This book, I just can't tell you how good this book is. You ought to look it up online and then decide whether you want to read it. Okay. So, this is Jeopardy. This is Watson on Jeopardy. How does Watson work? Watson hears a question, translates it into something he thinks he knows the answer to, starts searching, and when he gets close enough, he stops, which is exactly what you did with the tops problem. But the only difference is I primed your brain to think stop was the good place to stop at, when it wasn't. Okay? This is so pervasive. I read about a study recently. They asked people, single people, group of 20 to 30-something single people, they asked them, how many dates have you had in the last 6 months? Then they had them rate their happiness from 1 to 10. And they got, a correlation. And it was a pretty strong correlation. Less dates, less happiness. But then they reversed the questions on another group. And they asked that group, how happy are you the last 6 months? 6 a year, whatever. 1 to 10. They got an answer. How many dates have you had? No correlation. Even a simple question like how many dates have you had in the last 6 months primes your next question, your next answer to how happy you are. Okay? It's amazing. We're AI. Okay? Okay, so the next paradigm shift. I was just a regular business programmer. COBOL, Prox, whatever. And then C and Unix came along, and we used to write these monolithic programs. And if you had one program that did something and you wanted to do another, you might copy that program in and start hacking. But usually you often did things from scratch, and it was another monolithic thing. C came along in Unix at about the same time, and they said instead of doing this monolithic thing, why don't you just do one little thing at a time and connect them up with these things called pipes, so you can sort a list, and then you can do something else, and you can do something else, and you can manipulate text data, that way instead of writing this one big thing that you want to do. And that was a true paradigm shift. The corn shell is just a different way of, it lets you work. It was one of the first really, I don't want to call it IDP, no, what is it's not IDP. It's not an integrated development environment, or IDE. It's a little different than that because it's all text-based. But it's still, the corn shell had a memory, so you could go back to something you typed, 10 minutes ago and find it and redo it and so forth. And again, all these pieces all add up together where you start doing your job differently. And for me, it's where I started thinking of myself as a software engineer as opposed to just a programmer. And a programmer just writes programs that are just whatever they need to do. Turn on the light, do this, do that, so forth. They're all procedural, things. In fact, COBOL was the biggest procedural language. You just do one thing after another. You did have subroutines and stuff, but still, they're all in the same program. It's this huge thing. Whereas Unix comes along, and again, you do these little piece by piece, and you get thinking about, Legos. Software is Lego. Oh, by the way, and this had a great picture, too, with it. This is software as a tool bench. And it's a nice little picture to study. I can't share all of it with you, but that sign says, needless redundancy is the hobgoblin of software engineering. There's also a principle called don't repeat yourself, don't repeat yourself. That's called the dry principle. And yeah, it just changed the way I did things and so forth. Okay, and now this has led to the paradigm shift of really using Unity, which is this super powerful IDE. And since it's the last thing I'm going to use, I really think a lot about software as Legos and writing these little Legos that work well together, and then I build from that, and I never touch the individual Legos again. And in fact, you know, Unity is again the shift from, and it took me a while to do this, from object-oriented programming, which was the shift before, to true component-based, which is sort of plug-and-play stuff. And again, it's better Legos. I want to make one more point before I leave this topic. So Windows came along about the same time as Unix. One of the things you should remember, and this is a push for why any coder or engineer or person using Unity or whatever you want to call yourself, you should learn some text tools too, because text tools can be more powerful. And there's a huge difference between easy to use and useful. Okay? I can do things in my text, my Unix tools that I just can't. You know, Unity's all about drag and drop, and yes, you can reuse stuff and so forth, but if you want to manipulate a text file, I mean, I use it for many, many things. I use it to rename. I'll shove a bunch of objects into a directory, and then I use a Unix tool to rename them I1 through IN, so that I can call them into the, you know, so that my program can find it. And it's, you know, I collect objects, my game, I'll show you in a second, but I collect objects to use, and this would just be a nightmare if I had to do that by hand, or if I had to drag them into Unity myself and give them, it just would be horrible. So anyways, I just want to make a point on that. There's, again, much more easy to use and easy to learn is good, and that's what Windows is. But powerful, you kind of want you want some sort of shell. A corn shell is what I use. Okay, what this talk is really about, this is the central book. This is a masterpiece. And by the way, Software Engineering Masterpiece, Gudel Ashabai, won the Pulitzer Prize. It's a true masterpiece. I don't talk about books that aren't. I recommend this for anybody doing anything in games. This will make you think about games differently. Before this book, I was the game mechanics, all that matters. And this book made me think differently. And it's gorgeous. Oh, these aren't in the book. This comes with the book. These are called the lenses. And you can find these online. And he basically gives you 113 different ways to look at your game and think about things. Like this one on the left is the lens of emotion, the lens of the infinites on the right. And I just jumped through and grabbed a bunch of random ones, actually. And I now, oh, and of course, before I go on, he draws a great picture. That's just, again, another masterpiece. He starts with this designer at the beginning, this picture of a designer just in the middle. And by the end, every time he's added a little thing to it, he's made this diagram of how the designer interfaces with the game, which is the player and the experience. And it's all these things he's tagged throughout that, build this thing. And it truly, you can get a lot by just reading through their lenses, but the book has no wasted sentence. I mean, it's a brilliant book. Okay, but there's some lenses. First of all, I'm going to start with a couple lenses that I think Clutter did really well. He has the lens of primality. And is your game mechanic, does it really hit the player on a primal level? Well, for sure, that's what my game does. You know, just looking at a clump of things and picking out two things that are exactly the same, that's what we're built for. It's why we're vertical and not horizontal, and it's why we have bilateral symmetry. You know, and immediately you can look in there, you can see the two blue Legos, you can see the two footballs? Yeah, the cell phones. Anyways, you can see them. And all you do in my game is you click two of these and pop them off. It's like Mahjong with no borders. And at least 30 to 40% of the people go, why the hell would anybody play this game? And there's then another 30 to 40% that this game is so freaking addicting. Addicting is the number one word they use to describe this game. And it's not just this, because it's because of variations and stuff, which we'll get into in a second. In fact, this is, again, the primality and so forth. Nobody can just eat one. It's the games are short, and they always want to play that next little 3-minute, 5-minute game. Okay, now that other lens was about weirdness. This, what's the weirdest thing in the game? And you want your game to be weird, but you don't want it to be too weird. And I just wanted to share that over time, my game has, the story at least, has become really weird because it's just this meta. It's just me chatting with them about whatever I feel like chatting about at the time. Sometimes it's older games, sometimes it's whatever. This is actually, I think, from one of my, this is from Clutter 12, I think. No, Clutter's Greatest Hits, which took one of my talks, and pretty much I chatted through in the game how I gave my talk. Okay. And what's really nice is I just do the snippets. They have 100 levels to play the quest, but after each one they get a picture and a quote, and they get me chatting. Sometimes it's about the game, sometimes it's about my next game, sometimes it's about asking them questions. This was called Clutter's Greatest Hits, so there was sort of a music thing. But there's a concept called death of the author, which is the less you say, the more they'll put into it. If you describe every little detail, you've just robbed them of their imagination. They want to fill in the details. They might get it wrong occasionally or not what you intend, but that's what they want. So this is one of my later, this is from that same game, and I just want to show you, this is also just the basic clutter. All you have to do is find two things that are exactly alike. And what's really nice is, I created these object sets on purpose, and there's a hard cube and a soft cube for each of the cubes. There's red, green, and blue. There's black dots, black pips versus white pips, and I think that's it on that. But anyways, again, you pop off, you find a couple and things pop off. And by the way, things pop off so that it's not, in the earlier clutters, I probably would have had this be just this and you find the 10. But man, finding that last one is a killer. So I try to make it more fun for them. So one of the ways it's fun is I think every match, you match, a couple pop off. So by the end, you really only have to find a match out of maybe 10 guys hanging around. Okay. And he has a lens of chance that sort of covers this a little bit, how much randomness is in your game. But he doesn't go far enough. Because if you really do random right, you really get into the mode of replayability. And the reason my game is so addicting is every level is replayable. And there's been people that, I have customers, fans, that are playing one or more of my games. They play it every day for an hour and have been doing it for 10 years. And just like just one more, if they don't like a level, the next level will be different. Okay, enough about clutter. So he has the lens of fun. And I wanted to share this little anecdote. I loathed my first few years in the game, where I heard game designers or producer, or, it's really hard to find the fun. It's really hard to find the fun. Okay? So this is the lens of not being annoying. Okay? And you know what's easy to do? Find the not fun and stay the hell away from it. Okay? When they exit my game, I don't say, "Are you sure?" I have customers that love that. Okay? That's a programmer's ego or designer's ego. Why are you leaving my game? Did you mean to do that? Did you do it by accident? No. Okay? They wanted to leave, let them leave. Okay? My games come right back at the exact same spot. And there's no say, it's just auto, it just works. No hassle. When I worked in the business for the first 3 years doing a Mahjong quest for a company, if somebody didn't understand something, the answer was, pop up a help message and tell them. No! Okay, you don't want to do that. The less you can pop up, I do pop up stuff, but the less you use that as a problem solver, write better levels. Okay. So here's a lens that's missing from his book. This is the lens of the mirror, and this is basically, are you the guy to create the game you want? And if you're going to be the guy, you better have some brutal self-honesty. And I almost called this the lens of brutal self-honesty. But I want to read some of these questions you should ask yourself. How do you handle stress? How do you handle uncertainty? How do you handle negative feedback? How much do you procrastinate? Do you think you make your own luck? How long can you go without succeeding? Can you accept failure? What scares you the most? Are you talented enough? Are you creative enough? Are you a problem solver? When are you risking? What are you risking by doing it? What are you risking by not doing it? Can you see yourself actually succeeding? If you can't look yourself in the mirror and give your honest answers to those, find something else to do. Go work for somebody. You're not made to make games. Okay. I want to talk just briefly of the perfect storm that was clutter. I knew where I was going to market it, distribute it. I had a support of my partner. My partner, she ended up being my future wife, but she had turned to me originally and said, can you do this game on your own? I said something close, but I had support from her. I'm a self-starter. I have the abilities to do it. I definitely have the confidence. I had tools available. I had the willingness to risk at least a year. And I had a semi-genius good enough idea. And the thing is, each one of those is its own lens, okay? I'm not going to go through them all, but you can look at your game, and get that. And we're going to start off. Oh, actually, I'm going to do the elevator pitch, and then I'll get back to marketing. So the elevator pitch for clutter is, genius is Mahjong without borders, nonverbal hidden object game. But the great clutter debate was, is it a $2 million genius idea or just $2 million worth of good enough execution? And that's a trick question, because the real answer to the clutter debate is this. Ideas are a dime a dozen, and the real genius idea is this. I believed a little part of a hidden object game that already existed, this hog pile they called it, deserved its own game. That it was a deep enough, rich enough area that I could write this nonverbal hidden object game that would be repeatable, and that was my genius idea. That with heart, so forth. And the thing is, this is something you can do. You can figure out your genius idea. It doesn't have to be a genius. It just has to be good enough for you. You have to figure out it's worth pursuing, and then you got to do it, and keep doing it, and keep doing it. Yes, so important. I'm going to say it twice. I'm going to yell it. This is something you can do. You can't do if clutter didn't exist, I couldn't make it today and have it be successful. The market shrunk enough. I couldn't get the inroads enough, whatever. That's why that was a perfect storm. However, I might be able to use my brain to figure out something else. I don't know what it would be, because I'm not going to waste my brain. My brain's already occupied with clutter 90% of the day. My wife gets the other 10%. That's a joke. That's a joke, honey. Okay. Steve Martin once said, be so good they can't ignore you. I like to change this into be good enough and stick around long enough so they can't ignore you. And that's what clutter's done. So let's talk about the marketing lens just briefly. One way to think of the marketing lens is think about the just the 5 questions that reporters are supposed to do when they report any story. It's who, what, where, when, and how. Who is your audience? What is really the game, but what's the game going to really be? Where are you going to sell it? When? Hopefully as soon as possible. Because if it isn't, the market's going to change. And how you do it is, can I do it by myself? Do I need other people? How do I really do it? Do I have the tools, et cetera, et cetera? Okay. I just wanted to show you this. This is the screen they actually get when they go into Clutter 18. And as soon as they click anywhere, they pop up a text that says, we're jumping right into the game. But this is to show them how big the game is. I want them, so that 30 minutes or an hour in, that they get to play test sometimes on some sites. Some sites it's all access, sometimes it's play test. They have to make a decision after 30 minutes. Now they either they're done with it or they buy it. Okay? When that happens, I want them to know they've only played about 5% of the game if they're lucky. If they're lucky. And the back of their brain, their little lizard brain goes, I haven't seen everything yet. I don't know. Let's buy it. And that's the lens of the buy decision. Okay. I'm going to do a quick summary of a bunch of other things, and then we're going to wrap this up. So these could be the separate lenses, but really perseverance, endurance, surviving, and reality I kind of shoved together. Reality definitely needs its own lens, but the other, you got to realize it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. If you expect to write one game, get rich, and done, you're dreaming, okay? So you got to, do you have the perseverance, endurance? Can you survive long enough, etc.? Don't quit your day job while you're building up enough. If you quit your day job to make a game and you expect to survive, I hope you have millions in the bank. So, because it's not going to happen. Okay. Then there's the lens tied in a little bit: production, execution, longevity, and franchise. You got to start thinking long term. Whether it's DLC, whether it's again a franchise like mine, and I didn't, by the way. I learned this along the way. I didn't start out thinking I thought I'd write 3 games and move on to another game. But I learned quickly that if I had done 6 different games, I would not, I wouldn't have still done it. If I came this close to not doing Clutter 2. And I used to have a joke in one of my earlier talks, which is the stupidest decision I ever did was quit my job and spend a year creating Clutter 1. But the smartest decision I ever made was doing Clutter 2. And I came this close, because really, if I did a different game, I would have been out of the game, working for somebody else. But luckily, and that's other talks about Clutter's the franchise effect and how strong that is. But anyways, you want to ask, does your core mechanic have enough depth, and can you get your games out quick enough to support a franchise? Now, again, DLC, but you have to have a long-term strategy. Okay. And the last lens here on this is self-meta rule-breaking experiments. You have to make sure you can be motivated in the long run, that there's something in it for you that's not just the paycheck or the profits, because you're in trouble if it is. And the question is, what might you get out of it beyond the usual things? And I mean, it's changed my life. It's changed the way I view the world, the way I think. I mean, it's just, I got lucky, and some hard work. So I used to think that the game mechanic is all that really matters. The Book of Lenses opened up my eyes to all the things in my game that I could do better. And some don't apply, but man, there's a lot that I went, yeah, you're right. I don't have to give up the game mechanic being awesome, but by the way, your game is not a game. I never said that. I didn't see this anyway. Your game is not a game. What your game really is entertainment. I think it's one of his lenses. But really, if you're not entertaining, I don't care how good your game is, your number one goal is not the good game. It's to entertain. That's what you're doing. I have a new lens that is the most important lens now, and we'll get to that in a second. So about 10 years ago, I used to close with this slide, especially talking to younger people, because this is an anti-slide in that this is there to teach them a lesson, okay, of where their focus should be. So I'm going to just read this. The best game I ever played is called The Game of Making Original IP. The score is in sales dollars. It is not for exposure. It is not for how much your friends love it. It's not for how beautiful it is. It's not for awards. It's not for finishing it. It's not for how much fun for you it is. And it's not for how much you've learned doing it. And by the way, that last one's the last thing I added, because I had already done this slide, and I don't know, a few years ago, meetup after meetup, I'd hear about how much somebody learned doing their game, and I'm like, it's the wrong focus. Anyways, digital original IP and the franchise effect is the gifts that keep on giving. Okay, but about 5 years ago, that was great, great for my first 10 years ago. I got thinking about, what really is my mission statement kind of now. And it's really, I'm playing the game of making games faster while maintaining quality and enthusiasm and pushing the limits of the genre I created. And I got lucky. I created a genre. Woo! And the score is still in sales dollars. Okay, so beyond lenses, the lens of lenses. So the lenses are all reductionism. Remember that first thing? So I did the weave. I came back here. Okay, so there's reductionism. And lenses is really the reductionism side. It really is. It's only half the picture. It's great, Great book, great thing to think about. But here's my promise to you. It's not a promise. Here's my thought experiment you should do for yourself and then promise yourself maybe. I don't know. Or sit there and go, can I really believe this? But this is what I believe. Your future game will be bigger than the sum of its parts and surprise you in ways that you can't predict. Now, anybody who knows me hears that you can't predict. They know this slide's next. And that's for you to realize that right now, everything you do is in preparation for a future path that you can't predict. In other talks, I talk about my lottery ticket of time, where you should be spending your energy right now doing things to up your odds for a better future. You don't know which is going to pay off, but that's what you should be doing. But that's other talks. Okay. That is, does anybody know who that is in the middle? King Arthur, that's correct. That is Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And the Holy Grail of game dev is original IP that you own by yourself. Okay? Now, you might not agree with that, and that's fine, but that's my Holy Grail, and I got lucky. And legend has it that my very first sentence, full sentence, when I was a kid, was by Self Mummy. And those aren't quite Legos, but that's from a Sudoku puzzle, and that's not me. But that was one of my first puzzles I really liked as a kid. Okay, so can anybody guess what the most important lens is? The lens of solopreneurship. Okay? The lens of solopreneurship tops all other lenses, and it's the path to the holy grail of owning your own original IP. You don't have to do it. There's a couple guys here that I met last year, and every time I kept pushing, hey, you might be able to do it yourself, they were like, you can't break us up. We're a good couple. But, you know, it saves time, energy. I did a game in '81. I spent 2.5 years on it. It had everything in the kitchen sink. I did it to learn C at the time. It made zero money, got me 3 job offers, which was nice. But I did it with a partner who did this little 10% of it, writing me faster graphic routines. So we didn't use Microsoft's graphics, we used his, and it was 10 times, it was really nice. But he held up shipping the game when I wanted to ship. And I'm like, 90 to 10, but we had made an agreement, 50, So, and it was, So anyways, you have no arguments with yourself. I mean, you have arguments with yourself, but it's yourself. So you're going to, right, it's still a win. So, and everything goes quicker. And, you make it what you want it to be. There's just no freaking debates. It really is. So that's it. That's the end of my talk. And I'm open for questions. Does that work?
Hey. Yeah, can you pull it over to the center?
Sure. And what time is it, by the way?
We've got at least
How'd I do?
Q&A.
Woo! I did good.
Hey, Joe, thank you so much for your talk. It's very insightful.
Thanks.
You spoke earlier about paradigm shifts.
Yeah.
And then you talked about solo entrepreneurships.
Right.
And one paradigm shift I think we're all seeing that maybe could help those solo entrepreneurs is the use of AI in game development, not just in the game itself, but in development. I wanted to know your thoughts.
So a couple things on that. I lose my train of thought. There was one thing I wanted to say when you asked the first part of your question. But we'll talk about AI, and if the other thing pops up, it pops up. So I've used AI occasionally in my game. I've gone to ChatGPT, and actually asked it for a quote on something I wanted it to do. And when it didn't find one time, it invented one. And I liked it so much that I included it in the game, but I still attributed it to ChatGPT / Giuseppe Kaczynski, which is my pen name in my games. After every level they play, they get a picture, they get a quote, and then they get some chit chat. And this is in the quote part for that. I used ChatGPT just briefly for this talk wanting to, list the pros and cons of solopreneurship or whatever. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. So, and we'll get back to AI. The one thing I missed in my talk, because I did mean to say it at one point, is solopreneurship is the only thing that protects you from the current state of the game industry. Okay? I'm protected. Now, my market's still shrinking, but I'm taking it to other markets, and there's other things I can do, but it's so much better than worrying whether you're on the chopping block or not, and it's a very sad state, but I'm telling you, solopreneurship is the pill that can save you. So if you really give it some consideration, and you can pull it off. Okay, so back to AI. Garbage in, garbage out. It's cool for some things, and if you have a nice idea, it's great. I love the pictures, actually they're in live action of the babies of Friends, the Friends babies. I don't know if you've seen that. Great stuff. And but it's still, somebody has to curate it and sift through it and do the right stuff. And there's a lot of things that can be used for evil, like people trying to use it to write essays in college and stuff, But and it's nice that it can do that stuff. But I don't see it. I mean, I've even seen something that came up with something like a Sudoku and something else that was unique and interesting, But it's still just a small piece of whatever you're going to do. It's not going to do the whole thing. I mean, again, it can do some things cooler than others. It can write a song in Taylor Swift's style because there's enough of that to mimic out there. But it's not going to write the next Tetris if Tetris didn't already exist. Okay?
As a solo entrepreneur,
yeah,
you're having to wear a lot of hats.
Yeah.
And you may be bootstrapping.
Yeah.
And you can't necessarily afford an audio person, right? So could you use?
No.
How do you feel about using AI to?
No, I use Artlist.io, I guess. I get my music that way. I used to get it from some play though where you get the CDs. I'd pay $80 for tracks and stuff like that. That's what I do. Artlist.io is what I use right now. Shutterstock is what I use for all my images. It's what I use for this talk. I just look up something. It's not really AI, right? It's just a better search tool, right? It gives me something close, but I don't use AI. I don't use I don't have any desire to create in that medium. And that's what it is. Creating through AI is just a medium. You're learning how to con it or whatever to get what you want, sort of. And it's some of it's horrible, makes me sick. I hate the ones on the. I hate all the. I don't know who came up with the idea, and but it's somebody dancing around and AOL or America's Got Talent judges reacting to them, and then all of a sudden they turn into a bird or something else, and it's just like But I'm sure that'll be popular someday or whatever. You need to come up to the mic if you could, please. Yep.
And for those who are interested in AI in games, we have the Transformer AI Conference at KSU April 26th to 27th, featuring the head of AI for Take-Two Interactive, Dr. Luke Dickin. So come on out, Joe.
Yeah.
He'll make converts of you.
So my last comment on AI is, you got to remember, I'm an old dog that doesn't like new tricks. I finally did go to Unity, but I still use VI from the 80s. That is because I don't want to learn a new editor. Anyways, question. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So you stated you've been in the ecosystem for a long time, right? Longer than me. So something I'm curious about.
Now, what do you mean by the ecosystem?
Computing ecosystem, programming.
I started programming in '81.
Okay. So we talk about AI, and I think recently when people think AI, they think generative transformers.
Right.
If you look at AI from a traditional perspective, you're looking at expert systems, knowledge bases, inference,
right, sure.
symbolic logic.
Yeah.
So do you think there's a distinction between those two, I guess, perspectives on AI and how we apply them to games?
Sure. For instance, I mean, it's all definitions and slippery slopes and stuff. But the Unity environment, to me, is freaking the editor, the VS Code. Just take VS Code. VS Code is what I would have considered AI, 30 years ago, because so I tried what it was called omnipresence way back or something like that. It would do code complete, but it was hard to think of an editor that could actually jump out and do other stuff, but it at least did some code complete. But it ran so slow, I couldn't use it, right? In VS Code, it's just amazing that I no longer worry that much where I put things, because I can just right-click and say, show me where they all are, And I used to spend time in my code making sure everything was where it should be because I want to find it later. I don't have to do that anymore. And if that's not AI, right, on some level, correct? But it's a very specific task. There was a joke, here was the formal definition of AI prior to, let's say 5 years ago. AI is defined as what it hasn't done yet. Because all of a sudden AI would play chess, and that was the big one. Oh, no, that's not really AI. Oh, next one. Oh, can do this. Oh, no, that's not really AI.
So that's where I think you come to the difference between the statistical. Oh, yes, sir. My bad. So that was sort of the objective of me asking the question was you have the statistical camp of AI,
yep.
Right? And then you have the traditional expert system symbolic perspective on AI. And so we know that old video games use decision trees and knowledge bases and stuff to develop the game in play while somebody's playing the game, right?
Right.
So I guess what benefit do you see into research to more traditional perspectives on AI to advance games as they are now? Not necessarily using generative AI to add content and assets to a game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't quite see it. It's like asking, will a robot ever make pottery? And I'm sure they could make it. And they could make that, they could use LLMs to make that robot really explore some stuff. And it could probably learn. I mean, I'm truly impressed with LFO, I guess, LF0 or whatever, that's the one that plays chess, that does things that they don't understand. And by the way, the Gödel Escher Bach book is awesome because it talks about as soon as you cross into the area of you don't know how it really did that, like your brain, right? I mean, your brain's like that. I'm sorry, you do not know the part of your brain that said stop instead of go. You have no idea how that works. It just goes down and they shout up, and you can have all these models in the world, but you don't really know how that works. And that's why AI is becoming at least realer, is because that's happening. AI can surprise you. But I don't want to talk about AI. I am an old school guy. I'll never be using it generative or any. I will never. I will never use new school AI. Let's put it that way. I use old AI. I mean, I create algorithms to do a lot of things that, if they're not there, you'd consider at least AI smarter. Sure. So many things and so forth. Go ahead.
Sorry, I missed some of it, so I hope I don't waste people's time here. But when you talk about soulpreneurship and you talk about IP, when it comes to digital art and digital gaming, what specific IP? Who is your patent?
I have
lawyer?
No patent, but I have no patent at all. So if I wanted to sue, so number one, game mechanics aren't patentable. Okay, I could have trademarked clutter, and I was a little annoyed at a company that started selling shopping clutter as a game, and they made 26 games and now are done. But they probably brought me customers, and they didn't make. It was obviously they took a lot of my mechanics, and every time I put out a new game, they'd look at the ones that they thought they could do, and maybe they'd show up in their next game. But their game was more aimed towards kids a little bit more. It was more cartoony. And again, unless I really wanted to hire a lawyer, I wasn't in the Tetris ballpark, right? If Clutter had made me millions, I might want to protect the brand. But I don't I'd never felt the need to protect the brand, and I knew that at least first use would protect me on some level. And what's really nice is even without doing that, Clutter's its own brand. It's Big Fish makes a distinction between the old style hidden object games, which were hidden object part, what they call hope or partial adventure, and pure hidden object games. And mine is the top and the best of the pure hidden object games. And they even call a game clutter-like, you know, if it's more of the nonverbal stuff. Did you have a question?
Last question.
Okay.
So earlier you were talking about the primal kind of instinct appealing to that lens.
Yeah.
And entertainment. I was sort of wondering, how do you differentiate, or not go into where you could see, like on YouTube and stuff like that, we have a lot of short form video content that kind of like appeals to, like, you know, dopamine dosing and stuff like that. And how do you differentiate that from something like Clutter, where it's just like it feels good to do and it appeals to that without really being exploitative, I guess?
So any addicting game is exploitive. I told you the stories have been kind of weird and meta, where I chit chat with them. And occasionally in the chit chat I say, you know, maybe you should be spending more time with your family. And I'm not sure I put it that way, but I do say, you know, but you know, I play Free Cell at least an hour a day, at least. I don't really address that other than the flip side of it, which is I make sure it's not the same, and I challenge them. Every Clutter has been, I won't say necessarily harder, but I've pushed the audience and they've come with me. Some have gone, nope, too far for me. I'm going back to the early Clutters. But you know, I once used to think of Clutter as, you know, hidden object games on crack. I mean, it's part of the game. You're trying to do that, and I don't think that's a bad thing. And that it's not physically addicted. It's just like if you like your favorite TV show and you want to binge it for a weekend. I mean, I don't worry about the what you're talking about, and there's nothing on the level of like ASMR. There's nothing. I'm not doing any tricks that way. There's no strobe in the background going, play Clutter, you know, or anything like that. So I don't worry about it at all. I want to make a game that they have to fight, you know, to put it down. But I'm Lay's potato chips. I mean, I want them to play the next game. I want, you know, so forth. And really, my last review that I shared, a little comment on my website, was just they noticed I got quicker last year. I put out 3 games in the year, and now they noticed I've slowed down a little bit, and they're not happy. So it's you know, if that's true, then what I would say is I have to worry more about. I have built this relationship with at least 1,000 of my players. I have to make sure that doesn't drain me from providing the next game for them, that I don't get overwhelmed with all that. And it's tough. I mean, one of the things, last thing I'll share is my game helps a lot of people that are in pain for a variety of reasons. It also seems to help with Alzheimer's and so forth. And it's a distraction, but it's a good distraction. It's nonviolent. There are no guns. There are no knives. It's no alcohol in my game, no cigarettes. It's not geared for 7-year-old, but it is a family-friendly game, totally. And that was a decision I made from day one. And the objects are totally arbitrary. I could make one that's all guns, you know, and try to sell it on Steam or whatever. But and I remind them occasionally that there's more to life than Clutter. And most of the stories are that. Again, this talk tonight could be my next Clutter story. I don't think I do it. I've tried not to do the stories anymore because they slow me down. But one of my talks was called If I Could Turn Back Time, and you know, that became a Clutter story. And it always ends with what I think is a positive one. That one with music ended with the notion of, I'm going to share this. This is a good one to share. Maybe politics is like music tastes. Maybe through the accident of birth, what you like politically is very similar to whether you like country music or pop music or hardcore or hard rock or whatever. And that, you know, you wouldn't hate somebody just because they're a country rock, you know, country music fan and you're classical, you know. So maybe hating somebody just because of the political differences isn't the best choice. And I closed with sort of a prayer about that. And it wasn't a prayer. I'm kind of an atheist person, but you know, it was still out to the universe. You know, it was my hope. And that's how that story ended. That, you know, was just to get them thinking about that. So, yeah, you know, there's a side of, what would you call it? Not the pulpit, but, you know, I don't, my messages are always positive. They're always, you know, every quote, I'm not trying to bring them down. I'm trying to make them think about life in general, their own lives, their own choices. I'm just like this. I want to motivate people to have better lives through mostly thinking. And some people just turn that off, by the way. It's also optional. They just turn it right off, and they don't see any of the stories. They don't read any of the quotes. They don't listen to the music, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, I think that's it. Good place to wrap it. Thanks.
All right, good morning, and welcome to CIMFest 2025. So, as you see, we're in a different venue this year. We have a lot of things going on, bigger tournaments going on, thanks to Hollowhaven, and a lot of cool things. So, one thing I want to tell you guys, for lunch today, we are going to try and limit up to like 1 or 2 items, and then we'll call for seconds. You'll be inspected by your lanyard to get your food, because this is an open space, open for people. We'll make sure only people that have this get them. So I have volunteers. I'll be over there inspecting. So, quick things I want to say.
Introduce yourself.
So my name is Obando, Conference Director of CIMFest. I also work for CSU as a part-time faculty for the Turner College of Business and Technology, and work in the registrar's office full-time. One thing I want to announce about today, the coolest thing I can think of today, we have 4 former keynotes with us present. From Jesse James Allen, our first one, Bob Carter, our second, Joe Cassavaugh from last year, and Tygarlily from 3 years ago. So that is very cool, and they're all taking part in panels and different talks today. So, sponsors-wise, Hollowhaven, they sponsored Thor and Tygarlily this year for getting them to come out. Turner College of Business Technology sponsored our lunch and our keynote. And then sponsoring Bob Carter is Jerrison Spear of Victory Rehabilitation. So, and then we also have, for the first time, I can say this, we have Columbus State University students with their games out there, along with other people there. So check them out during the lunch. I can highly recommend. They are working hard on those games for you guys. National Guard is sponsoring the payout for the Magic tournament today. Puzzles by Joe is sponsoring the payout for the Pokemon tournament. So if you partake, cash prizes. So, as I said, we have a lot loaded for you guys today. For the this is the 9th year we're doing this. Looking forward to another year. And here with me to talk more about the Turner College of Business and Technology is one of our sponsors, the representative of the college, Dean Kidder.
Hi, everybody. If you've been to these before, you know I've been introduced in the past. Everybody remember what I said about myself? Anybody? That I'm a geek. I was just playing Beat Saber yesterday, so.
Favorite song?
So remember, I'm old. I'm very old. So I just go and do Volume 1, Volume 2, the free ones. But you know, my scores are pretty good. Anyway, I want to welcome you. We are very, very pleased to be hosting this. We love our partnership with the Georgia Game Developers Association. We're on a mission to create a multidisciplinary computer game design program here at CSU. And so, again, want to welcome you. We are very proud of our partnership. It is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker. I'm going to do this very short and let James do more of the bragging about himself. Okay, so in a very short nutshell, he is the CEO of Rainmaker Studios. He owns the channel Extra Credit. And from my discussion with him this morning, he is clearly a visionary in this industry. James.
I appreciate that phenomenal introduction. I will try to live up to it. I'm going to also try and do this talk from up here, so there's less, between us. I am inevitably at some point going to trip over one of these wires and kill myself during this, so you all get to say you got to see that. But yeah, my name is James Portnow. I've been a game designer for about 15 years. Many of you have heard me do the spiel already, but I have worked on games from League of Legends to Call of Duty to things like Farmville. And I write a show called Extra Credits and Extra History. All right. Oh, yes. All right. Thank you, tech crew. Sound important. I think we're going to go over this later today. So when I was thinking about this, I originally thought about coming down and giving you guys a talk on the sort of technical elements of being a game designer, or about how to get into the industry, because I know that's probably on a lot of your minds. And don't worry, I'm going to leave a lot of time for Q&A. Feel free to ask those questions or anything you want. It doesn't have to be about this, because today I thought about it a lot, and I realized that with the chaos in the world and the way the industry is going right now, I need to talk about something a little bit more. I need to talk about the magic of games, why these things matter to us, right? Because as I thought about it a great deal, I realized that you guys have an opportunity that my generation sort of failed on, right? You guys have an opportunity to do things right. With Unity, with turnkey APIs, with all the asset libraries out there, a couple of you in the basement can make a game seen by millions of people. And that can change the world. And I know this isn't going to be the talk for all of you, but I'm hoping that if I can reach one of you, right, flying out 1,000 miles on a month that's insanely busy is going to be worth it. So please bear with me on this one. Because I have talked with presidents and prime ministers. I've talked with heads of international scientific organizations. I have written briefs from Microsoft and Google about games. And there's a reason that they all care about games. There's a power in games. And we see it evident even here, right? If we look around this room, if you think about, well, why am I taking an hour out of my Saturday to listen to this guy talk about games, right? That's a powerful thing. We're here because for each and every one of us, games have meant something. They've impacted our lives. They've changed who we are. And that's a powerful thing. And that's what I want to talk to you all about today. There is a reason that we are the fastest growing mass media in the history of humanity. In 40 years, games have eclipsed the box office. They outsell books and film and theater, right? And when we think about that, we have to realize that we have every year, people spend more time playing Candy Crush on their phones than it would take to build every major monument in the world. This means we have to realize that this can't just be a pastime. It can't just be a way to kill the hours between work and sleep. And so as I went and started thinking about how to talk to you guys about the magic of games, about what it means to either be a player in the future or, maybe enter the industry or write about these things intellectually, being part of the media, I realized that, to be honest, I had a really hard time writing this talk. I've probably rewritten this talk like a dozen times. I started trying to deconstruct it logically, and I just couldn't do it. I tried to write it like I write an extra credits episode, and it wasn't there. So I'm going to do this the only way I know how to do it, which is to talk to you guys at first about my experience and why I'm here in this room, right? Because I've dedicated my life to games. I think there's probably a number of you in this room who would like to dedicate yours to it too. And why would we take this one walk we have through life and put it towards something that people often call trivial? Because it's not. But to do that, I had to think back. I had to ask myself, why am I here, right? Why did I come to Georgia on this weekend to have this conversation with you guys? And I realized the only way I could do it is to go back, because my earliest memory is a memory of a game. When I was very young, right, I was like 5 years old, and my first memory is traveling south through Seattle, the town I grew up in. Great town for games, right? You got Nintendo, you got ArenaNet, you got Valve, you got all these things, but I didn't know any of that at the time, right? I was 5 years old. And so we pull into the parking lot of this stadium that doesn't even exist anymore. And I'm 5, I'm super excited. I have no idea what we're doing, but I'm excited about it. And we walk up, and I remember these 2 sliding glass doors, and they open up, and we're hit by this cacophony of MIDI. And the reason is it was the Nintendo of America's World's Fair. It was the first one they had ever done. And my mother had bought me a Nintendo for Christmas. She knew I liked these things, read about this World's Fair in the paper, thought it would be a lark, a good way to spend the day. And so we're going, and here I am, and I'm running from station to station to station, and my mom keeps going, hey, do you want to try this one? And I keep going, no, I got to see them all. But then as I get close to the back, I see this banner, and there's this banner with a sword and an axe crossed behind a crystal ball with a city in the center of it. And something in that image spoke to my 5-year-old self, right? And I was like, this one, I got to play this one. I don't know why to this day. And we were terrible at conventions at the time, right? You just set up 2 consoles, let people play as long as they wanted. But finally, after an hour, I get my hands on that great piece of plastic, and man, it's like nothing I've ever seen. And I'm so excited. And it takes me 45 minutes to beat Garland. Anybody who's played this game, that probably takes you 10 minutes now, but who knows if I knew how to equip weapons even. I was 5. But finally, I beat this first boss, and I'm really excited because I played video games before. I know what you do in video games. You rescue princesses. And I'd rescued the princess, so I'd beaten the game. So I was really excited to see how this game ends. And I walked back to the first castle. And I walk up to the king, and the king goes, thank you for rescuing our princess. We'll fix this bridge for you. I'm like, that's a weird way to end a game. But all right, I'll play along. And I step onto that bridge. And you know what happens? This. And this screen may not look like much today, but at the time, this was beautiful. And this music swells, and the story shows up, and it tells you about this adventure you're going to go on. And that was so exciting. But it's actually not this. It's not this moment that brings me here. It was the next one. Because after this, after you step on that bridge, a world opens up in front of you. And think about what that means to someone who's 5 years old, whose only places to go unsupervised are the backyard and a couple of rooms, right? And all of a sudden, there's this world in front of me, a place for just me. And we all need that at times. I think we've all had moments where life is too heavy, where you feel stuck in your job or your major. And having this other place that you can enter and just explore is a powerful thing. Games, right? Since then, I've stepped on 1,000 worlds and seen 10,000 sunrises. I have lived history and walked on the streets of ancient cities. I've seen things I couldn't imagine and experienced things I couldn't even dream of. And sometimes I've just sat back and enjoyed the view, right? And this is powerful. This is a powerful piece of the magic of games. But I realized in that moment that that world for me to experience, that's really what it is. This ability to step into a new place, but not only a new place, but into the shoes of someone else, right? This is the only medium in the history of humanity where you can experience just a little bit of someone else's life. And through doing so, come to sympathy and understanding, compassion and empathy, or even just experience a little bit of that life that you always thought you wanted. That's a powerful, powerful thing. I mean, this medium allows us to walk in the shoes of the greatest people and face their challenges and wrestle with the questions that they've wrestled with, and through doing so, come to understand our world and how we would address these things. And that's profoundly impactful. That's a responsibility we have. But somewhere in chasing this, we have sometimes lost some of the magic that was there in this. Sometimes in trying to become more cinematic, more like other media, more like television or film or what have you, we have at times stepped away from that magic of games. And that's what I've really come here to talk to all of you about, because this is less of a talk and more of a plea, right? To ask you to deliver on what my generation of developers never delivered on. To make sure that we're always making sure that those things are there, that there is something for people to take away when they put down the controller or get up off the couch from your games. because this is the first mass medium in the history of humanity where the audience isn't merely audient, but participatory. You don't just sit back when playing a game and listen to an author or a director, or heck, me, tell you our thoughts, right? You experience things for yourself. You make your own decisions. You wrestle with your own choices. And through doing so, come to better understand who you are. That is the profound power of our medium. This is the first place where, as a designer, I don't finish the work, right? When I create a game, the art isn't finished until you play it, right? What you do, it is a participatory art. And through doing all these things, right? Through making your own choices and facing your own decisions, that can help you understand the world that you're coming into. And more than that, though, this is the first medium in the history of humanity where you can ask yourself the question, what did I do? Not what did that actor do, not what did that character do, but what did I do? And that is a powerful thing. And I'm not talking about, moral choice moments. I'm not talking about dialogue options. I'm not talking about the good bad meter. I'm talking about any of those moments where you have sat down the controller and just looked at the thing in front of you and asked, what have I done? And it doesn't matter, right? It can be about the remote horror of modern war. It can be that simple question of what it means to raise a weapon to your shoulder and point it at another human being. But it can go a lot further, right? There's no question this medium can't ask us. There is nothing we can't address. It can be a simple thing like, what it means to go from one side of this life to the next, or, about why we choose to share this life with who we choose to share it with. We are not limited to questions of action or violence. This was the major failing of my generation of designers and developers. We saw only those questions of violence and action, and there's so much more to explore out there. And I'm hoping that all of you will take the opportunity that you have right now to address some of the things we've never addressed. Because, it doesn't matter if it's as big as the meaning of life or as simple as realizing, you don't have to give up. These sort of things are incredibly important for us as designers to present to our audiences, to allow them to have the opportunity to explore. But there's one more piece. Many of you probably know that I have spent a long part of my life trying to educate, right? I've taught at the master's and bachelor's level. I always try and teach with the show. I've tried to do this with all of my games. But in all of my attempts to teach, there is one thing that I have found more powerful for teaching than anything else. And that's this, right? How many of you guys recognize this? Just hands. All right, wow, we don't have a ton of Magic players. This seems silly, right? This is a Magic card. It is not in any way an understatement to say that this changed my life. I was playing Magic with a friend one day, and he was taking a long time to take his turn, and this card comes up. And I don't know if you can see what it says at the bottom, but it says, there are some qualities, some incorporate things that have a double life which thus is made, a type of twin entity which springs from matter and light, evinced of solid and shade. And this quote was so much more powerful than any of the hack fantasy and sci-fi I had been reading up to that point. You know what I did? I ran out to the library and I got this book. And then I got every book they quoted in this game. Not because anybody sat me down or said I had a test coming up. Nobody gave me homework on this. I did it because it was introduced to me in a context I cared about. And that is a powerful thing. And how many of you guys are programming students or are programmers? All right, we got a lot more of those. So you guys probably recognize this, right? This is the stack. This is how memory management works in a computer. It's also exactly how the stack works in Magic the Gathering. The first time I saw this, I was like, I understand, right? The game had taught me how to do something that I use every day today without ever opening a textbook. And what was important about it is they did it in a way that didn't involve making the game worse, right? They weren't trying to shoehorn something in, but they rather took something from the real world and used it to make the game better, and in doing so, left me with something for a lifetime. And with those quotes, if you think about it, right, I chose the college I chose to go to because I wanted to discuss those books with people, right? I have a major in classics. And it's all because some designer, rather than to making throwaway silly lines by goblins, decided that they were going to go out and put out actual quotes from real books on those cards, right? They took an hour out of their day after work, probably a lot of the times, to say, I'm going to do a little bit better. I'm going to leave you with something a little bit more. And that's what we have the responsibility to do as we engage millions and millions of people. Because today, there is a crisis of education in the United States. Many of you know this. Many of you are experiencing it right now and, in fact, going through it in your lives. Because the system that we have in the United States for educating, especially the public education system, is a system that we brought over from Prussia in the last, I guess it's 2 centuries ago now, in the 1900s. And this system that we brought over was fantastic for bringing an agrarian society into the industrial age, but not for bringing an industrial society into the information age. It was literally meant to be taught by drill sergeants. It was your retirement package if you were in the army, but it was literally meant to drill in the information that you needed to be a useful person in your daily jobs at a time where you didn't have a cell phone, where you didn't have access to more information than in all the libraries of the 19th century at your fingertips, at the palms of your hands. Today things have changed, and we need to change education with it. And games can help with that immensely. There was a study done of colleges and companies across the world. And they asked, okay, what do we need to be an effective person in the 21st century? And you know what? They didn't say business development or even software engineering, right? What they said was lateral thinking, logical reasoning, teamwork, and communication. I can't think of 4 things we practice more regularly through games. And there's nothing that can't be taught through games, right? I have seen people learn high-level math to put together their World of Warcraft builds. I've actually sat in on a class in Berkeley where they were teaching economics through StarCraft. I've seen people lean in and get excited about history because of civilization. And I've even seen the dullest of subjects, city planning, made interesting by what we do. And, you know, I said I didn't really care about rote memorization. I'm not a big one for the whole drill sergeant approach, but let's say you are. Let's say there are things we want you to memorize. Well, how many of you guys play Pokemon? Just show of hands. How many of you think you can name 5 Pokemon? Just keep hands up if you think you can name 5, 10, 20, 40, 100? All right, great. We don't have to go any further, but you see what I mean, right? Think about how much raw data that is. Think about how much you memorized because you wanted to. Not because anybody ever said, you know, you're going to get an F if you don't memorize this. Nobody ever said, you have to go home and do a paper on this. You did it because you wanted to, entirely voluntarily. Imagine if those were words in a foreign language, right? Imagine how much it is that we have stored in our minds because someone has engaged our curiosity. And that's what we can do through games. That's what we can return to people. Not in any way by making our games worse, but by rather using the very foundational element of games as an interactive media to draw that curiosity out of us. And there's so much I've learned through games, and I think everybody here can probably think of at least one thing they've learned through playing games. But it goes even further. There this story is a little bit difficult, but I was teaching at a low-income school. I was teaching at this school while I was out in California. I wasn't really teaching. I was helping out. And it was the type of school where, you didn't go to college, where pregnancy just happened, where there's a day where this kid comes up to me and goes, hey, I couldn't do my homework because I was hiding in the bathtub with my family because people were shooting outside. And it was tragic, right? Like, it broke my heart. But there I was, and I was playing Super Mario Brothers with them. And I was gonna teach them about the scientific method. That was my big plan. But then this kid, he runs and he jumps, and he falls in a pit. And he runs and he jumps, and he falls in a pit. And he runs and he jumps. He does something slightly different, and he gets to the other side. And it didn't kick the door wide open, but it opened up just this little crack because we started talking about agency. We started talking about how his decisions matter, how he could affect his life, right? Because in the compressed time that this game offered him, he could see that when he did something, he had an effect on the future. He had an effect on his outcomes. And so why wasn't that true for the life he was leading? And it kind of occurred to him that, it was. He didn't just have to think about the moment that he was in, that he could possibly change his own future. And that seems like a simple thing, right? But so many people, there have been studies and studies done on this, so many people today in this modern, complicated world we live in don't really believe that they can impact their future, don't feel like they have any control over their own lives, feel very trapped. There is a lot of cases also where we've studied this where if you don't believe that you can in fact affect your future, you are less happy, right? You are not going to have the future you want because you don't feel like you can do these things. And yet in games, we give you unlimited agency, right? We teach you every day through playing games that yes, your decisions matter, that the path may be difficult, right? But that kid going to college might have been incredibly challenging for a number of reasons, but there is a path there, right? And sometimes, all the things that are the most worthwhile sometimes have the hardest paths, but they're there, and we can have that impact. We can at least try. And that's something that we can give people through games. That's something that no other medium can deliver to you. You read a book, and it can teach you about agency, but it can't actually give you agency. And that's a profound thing. But all the time, I'm told, hey, James, this is insane. If you want to leave people with something when they get up off the couch, when you want to give something to people to take away, turn off the machine, well, that's going to impact the bottom line. And, oh, man, we can't do that. Like, we're a business. Well, you know what I think is insane? Doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results, right? We are not doing the business of games very well right now. In fact, over the last couple of years, growth has fallen off a cliff. We have seen that we hit record numbers of layoffs every single year for the last couple of years. In fact, we have managed to set a record for biggest entertainment failure of all time several times a year for the last couple of years. Concord, $500 million. Think about when a movie flops and people are like, oh my God, let's talk about how this movie lost $50 million. It's 1/10 of what Concord lost. So we've got to do something different, right? Because the audience has changed. You guys are not the audience of 10 years ago, 20 years ago. You guys have grown and learned and are better than we were as an audience at the time. Saying your mom's going to hate it isn't going to move copies. Doing the most puerile attempts to shock us, well, you can't shock a generation that grew up on the internet. Like, really? You can't sell games through our puerile marketing methods any longer. Even these guys now just try and sell you games by advertising a different fake game. But we have to think about the fact that in a world where a game that looks like this can be a literal billion times more profitable than a game that looks like this, that things have changed. Audiences don't just accept the same thing, the same experience over and over and over again. We have come to realize as an industry that our live services games are a risk. We're grasping in the dark a little bit. And that's why I've come here to you guys, because there's an opportunity right now. There's an opening for a new experience, for a different experience. People are looking for something. And that's where I hope all of you come in, right? I think our audience has grown. Our audience, I remember when I was first making games, I was literally told several times in staff meetings that the only people who play games are boys 10 to 21, right? That's obviously, from looking around this room, not the audience anymore. So there's this opportunity for me to pass the buck, to beg you guys to do better than we did. And that's what I've come here to do today, to just ask you to remember that magic of games. As you're creating games, as you're playing games, as you're reviewing games, just always demand that magic. Don't settle for something that is just a way to kill your time. And when you're creating, focus on what is that little bit. Because when I talk about games, right, I've looked at how many hundreds of billions of hours people have spent on Call of Duty. Imagine if we can move 1% of the amount of time that humanity spends on games to still spending on games, but getting something back, learning something, understanding themselves better, understanding each other better, right? That is a profound thing. So with that plea, I am just going to move on to your thoughts and questions. Don't feel like you have to ask about this. If anybody's want to ask about, YouTube or how to get into the industry, that is totally an option as well. So yeah, any thoughts or questions? And if we want to just like form a queue here, that'd be awesome.
Hi.
Hello, sir. We are mighty close here.
Yes, we are. Could it be any closer?
Oh, all right.
So hilariously, I had a question. I had a question earlier that you answered through this entire talk. So now it's just a comment that I think it was really interesting that I wanted to ask before what your thoughts were on older games versus newer games and if they lost that magic. So you've clearly answered that, so I have a new question. Do you think that with the direction that the gaming industry as a whole is going in its downward cliff, do you think that leaves an opportunity for a renaissance of indie developers coming to these things?
So, great question. Basically, to me, there's a couple things. First, I don't want to say older games were better. That is not actually what I'm saying. I'm just saying that there was a time where we didn't know this was big business, right? That said, there are plenty of amazing experiences today, and I think we saw that indie period about 8-9 years ago where you had things like the Stanley Parable, The Witness, all these sort of things that grew out of the last time we were searching for what to do. And so I really think that's there. The biggest issue for indie games right now is discoverability. The odds are stacked against you. The way that search engines work in the App Store, even for Google, for Steam even, although Steam's a little bit better, is that they focus and target audiences at the places that are going to make the platform holders the most money. And so, they're going to advertise at you Call of Duty over tiny indie game that may be harder to get into. So you have to form your own communities. You have to make sure that you're getting out there. Making the game is only 75% of the work, right? But without that other 25%, nobody's ever going to see you. So make sure you're doing that too. But all right.
What are your thoughts on the use of AI for art development in games, both morally, but balancing it for the help of business?
It's really tough. So I'm trying to pay artists, right? Like right now, literally, we had this conversation at my company, and I was like, no, we're going to hold out for as long as we can. I do think there is an inevitability to it, right? The cost benefit, we were looking at our game, and I could slash the budget by more than a third if I just AI arted everything. It is a very difficult decision, and especially for an indie developer, I won't say don't make your thing, because sometimes the savings in art is the difference between ever shipping it and not. That said, I think this is where we get back to, hey guys, do it better than we did. AI is a place that we need regulation. AI is a place that we need understanding. AI is a place where, you know, artists should be paid 1/100th of a cent every time the AI pulls from their art to make a thing. And then I'd actually be totally okay with it. I would genuinely be fine. But all that money going back to, you know, Midjourney or ChatGPT or whatever makes it a little rough for me. So on a moral level, until we get a better solution for artists, I do oppose it. On the other hand, I do think that there are great works that we would never see if someone had to pay for $200,000 worth of art to get into their game. I don't fault anybody who's an indie who is doing this. I do fault a little bit if you're EA or Activision doing it, but if you're an indie, I can't say don't do it. I think the hardest thing is to figure out how you do that and still maintain a style or an aesthetic for your game.
Thank you. I wanted to know, do YouTubers have some impact on the way games are made? Because I'm a YouTuber that kind of speaks about how games are made and the fact that they're kind of in a downward spiral. And I'm wanting people to make better games, but I don't want to be the person speaking to a brick wall, if that makes any sense.
So, YouTube feels like speaking to a brick wall. Let me tell you, as someone who's done it now for 13 years, it always sounds like you are shouting at the void. That said, we do listen to these things, and in aggregate, if a bunch of you are saying the same thing, yes, it will absolutely have an impact and a sales impact. Forming communities around it too, building your Discord community, other things like that, can also help to have a place where a group of people can discuss and actually go, hey, yeah, you know, this game isn't good. Maybe we shouldn't go buy this game. And so don't feel, YouTube can feel like a very frustrating and a very lonely place. Even as those view numbers go up or whatever. You are not alone, you are being heard, and it does have an impact on the industry. It is challenging sometimes, but as your channel continues to grow, obviously that impact will be greater and greater. And once you start having some substantive number of followers, you can also reach out. Like, there's a lot of developers, especially indie developers and stuff, who are willing to talk to you. But you know where you have the greatest impact? Showing your following things that are good. Because it's very easy to say, oh, don't do the bad thing, right? And say, don't play Call of Duty. Well, everybody's going to play Call of Duty anyway. And, you know, however many people you have can't probably move that needle too much immediately. But you know what you can do? Say, here's an alternative. Play this thing that somebody in this room made, right? And then all of a sudden, that thing goes from having 2 people who have ever played it to 500 people who have ever played it. And that's huge for them. And that starts moving the needle on some of these like search algorithms and that sort of thing. So I would say, yes, it has an impact, but also make sure that you're promoting things that you think are good and not just saying all the things that we think are wrong right now. Awesome. Good on you for doing it. Oh.
Okay. This is gonna be a mix of comments, and that's gonna conglomerate into one big question.
All right.
But I think part of what's making that disconnect, especially when you talk about lessons without education, is the lack of perspective, seen from both the student side and the teacher side. And also, I'm gonna sidetrack here. I wanna shout out Anthony Obando, high school computer science teacher. He's great at this.
I believe somebody just earned some extra credit.
please. Okay. But he's very great at at mixing both perspectives. But I think a lot of it is that older people who are more in the game industry now, grew up with a lot more 8-bit games, things like Mario or kind of the older Pokemon stuff. I'm kind of lost, but they grew up with that, and then they didn't necessarily know how far it could go.
Yeah.
But now seeing that this rapid growth has happened over 20, 30 years, and growing up in an age where everything's digitalized, you know that things are going to get better, which I think loses the appreciation that is lost in seeing these larger-than-life games that an older generation might have had. And I just want to ask, do you think that how big of an impact do you think that communication barrier is in both like a game making perspective and making a quality game nowadays, and education and teaching without that?
I mean, so on a game making perspective, I do see a lot of people who are my age or older in senior leadership positions, right? And there can be at times, it's easy for a human being to become set in their ways. And I do think that that is difficult, and that's where the indie field comes in, right? Because out of nowhere, whatever, a game comes like Fortnite or whatever, and now everybody, well, Fortnite's probably not a good example, but like Roblox, right? Roblox was kind of left field for most people. It wasn't on anybody's radar, and then it wasn't on everybody's radar, right? And I've seen this with a lot of indie games and a lot of stuff that we draw from. The AAA industry does look back at what's being done and what's being successfully done at a level we can't experiment, right? In the AAA industry, when you're paying $500 million to make a game, a lot of the people at the top are going to go, we can only do the thing that we think works every time. We can only make this first-person shooter that's exactly like Call of Duty, because otherwise we can't risk $500 million. And that's the biggest risk of all, right? That's just a recipe for failure, but we do it. You guys have much more opportunity to try the wild thing, to try the new thing. And I think education faces some of the same issues, on top of the fact that because of how my generation of game developers developed games, they were often seen as a pastime, as brain rot, as a way to, as a distraction from work. But you want to know something? Like, I hear teachers all the time today tell me, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, my students are watching these things all the time, spending so much time on them. But we should learn from those things, because if your classroom is less interesting than doom scrolling Instagram, like, we have done it wrong. And so I think we have to get over the mindset in some place in education, although it seems like people here are very open, that games are a distraction from learning rather than a way to empower learning. Thank you. Anytime you have a question, just raise your hand and I will eventually come to you with a mic, because I feel really bad every time you have to hop up here. Okay.
Yeah. So kind of mainly a couple comments, also maybe just some personal questions. But main comments, when you talked about how video games can literally affect your life, I fairly recently experienced that with Cyberpunk, and my experience there is when I posted on Reddit about that experience, it was a fairly widespread experience. The same week that I got into Cyberpunk, I got into it because I had lost a dear friend and I needed a bit of an escape. And apparently not just for me, but for tons of Cyberpunk players, just the way Night City works, the people that you interact with, it's cathartic. It makes you feel seen and heard. And this is something that you don't see very often in games, is these dark sides being acknowledged. Another game I did want to talk about that I definitely think still has that magic, Warframe. It's a little older. It's been going on for 12 years. Wow.
So I played Warframe while I was in my master's program. I put a lot of hours into that game. But so yeah, it's been around for a while.
Yeah, I've put just a couple hundred hours into it. But like, even today, it still holds up. They're near AAA level, and they're still taking risks like they're the indie game that they used to be. And personally, I feel that is the way that games should be. You should be willing to take this risk because your players might like it. You should be willing to incorporate this unintended bug just because your player base generally really likes it. Like, I remember most recently with the Lavos Prime access, they brought back the helicoptering from... they did bring back helicoptering with Dual Zoran Prime. But I mainly I also wanted to ask your opinion on the magic of cyberpunk there too.
So, cyberpunk is something I very specifically actually can't talk about a lot for reasons that I also can't talk about. But I will talk about it in the loosest of senses. I think that there is... Okay, CD Projekt has always had a dedication to making sure their games are excellent. And to be honest, I generally agree with the statement that when it came out, Cyberpunk was not where it needed to be. And they had the wherewithal and the will to make it great, right? And if you look at The Witcher, you get a lot of those moments. Because rather than thinking of it as this big top-down thing, I think their power is in thinking of their games in vignettes, right? Thinking of their games in individual encapsulated stories and then really thinking about, okay, what does this story mean? Because it's hard to have a singular meaning for, or a singular emotion or whatever for Cyberpunk. You can play for 100 hours easy. But in each of these areas, there's something that you go in and you feel like, I understand that experience, right? I've been there. And when you were talking about cathartic and the darkness of games, right? I think there is something to allow us to acknowledge that side of us and that side of the world that is very helpful and healing, where you go, hey, not everything's okay all the time. And that's really important, right? And where you go, hey, I'm not Superman all the time, which is also important. We have too many games. Like, I keep... COD is always on my mind, right? But like in COD, you are just a super soldier, and when you die, boom, you stand back up, right? And we don't go a lot further than that. But I think there is value in that profound exploration of humanity, because there's a lot that we want to do to empower our players in games. And it's true, you will move copies if you can successfully empower the player, but really what you want to do is engage the player. And empowering the player is one of the cheapest and easiest ways to do that. It's like putting explosions on a screen when you're making a movie, right? But it is by no means the only way. Did any of you guys play like Silent Hill, the Silent Hill series, back when they were okay? Oh, everybody who's old. All right, yes, we got one over in the corner. If anybody is ever interested, they just did a remake of 2. The thing that's really fascinating about Silent Hill is it was made engaging through disempowering the player, right? Its engagement is through horror, through making you afraid. Well, if you're super powerful, Superman's like not afraid of a ton of stuff, right? Somebody pulls a knife on Superman, he goes, whatever. This was a game where they realized that, and they realized to deliver on the horror, they had to show that disempowerment. So you bring up a good point that too many games are power fantasies, and I think Cyberpunk does a really good job of making you feel cool and elite or whatever, but not being a power fantasy.
Right, like making you feel like you worked your way up to that. It lets you start from zero and then become
a legend.
Become legend, become Night City legend.
How much more time we got?
Well, I mean, we got lunch next, so we can keep going. Until then, we got a question from YouTube. I'll jump
Oh,
in
perfect.
on.
I was going to ask if any Twitch had any questions.
Yep. So on YouTube, Hiccup Interactive asks, how do you approach becoming a better teacher as a gamer and designer?
Think about the experience, right? Your classroom is a designed experience, just like any game. So think about the experience of your students. I was sitting in a classroom literally yesterday discussing the fact that the bell, they had this really, really obnoxious bell sound. They have this bell sound that is antagonistic to the students, that tells you, get out, move. It's not a chime. You guys all know. It's not a nice chime to tell you, hey, it's time for the next class. It is aggressive. And that makes for a worse learning environment, right? So think about all the ways that you can design your classroom in the same way that you would design a game. Great question. Let's get the next one here, and then if you got any more from Twitch, from chat, from YouTube, feel free to speak up, and those will be presented.
Hey, so all right, train of thought really goes over.
You've been standing there for a very long time, so.
So, as a YouTube content creator, I'm just wondering if you've kind of observed any what with the rise of like short form content and stuff like that, and people will often talk about, people's, memory span is really declining. I know you were talking about like the failures of your generation, and how it's up to us and everyone going forward to kind of fix them. But I see the problem of, because I'm with a generation of, I grew up with games as my babysitter, right?
Sure, yeah, I
And
understand.
my nephew, he's an iPad kid, which is just even more concentrated, right?
From age 2, right, yeah. Totally get it, keep going.
Yeah, I can't believe you know what Skibbity Toilet is.
Dude, I actually, for any of you guys who play collectible card games, in Vietnam, I got knockoff, pirated Skibbity Toilet collectible card game. It was amazing. But anyway, continue.
I think that was about, I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about that, or if YouTube kind of translates to what you think we could do in games that can kind of offset that maybe.
So this is actually a huge challenge. You're absolutely right. On the one hand, I don't want to say that, you youngins are listening and learning things wrong. Like, this has always been the case, right? Plato talks about how, these newfangled books, people can't memorize a whole epic any longer because they have these books that they write things down in, and those things are bad. And then, Don Quixote is all about the fact that, fantasy novels will drive you insane. So we have this pervasive thing of, whatever the new medium is bad, right? We had it with games in a way that's less so now. On the other hand, I do think that there is a documented, real scientific shortening of attention spans that we have cultivated through not only like things like TikTok, but also, through games and other things. We want to give you a dopamine loop that is shorter and shorter and shorter. And because of that, people demand it, and if they don't get it, I've heard so many college professors say, kids can't read a whole book any longer. Right? And I don't think that's actually true, but it is difficult. And one of the things that we're doing with entertainment is we're making entertainment so engaging that why would you want to do these boring things? Why do you want to do? So I think the biggest thing that we can do is figure out, how do you bring those forms into education? How do you bring those forms into, because if TikTok was all educational, but like in 10-second content, great, right? I think that through games, we can go the other way. Games have taught me patience, right? Like, how many guys play FromSoft games? Like Dark Souls, Demon's Souls, great. You know those games. Those games are not difficult. They're just a test of patience. And like, we can do this a lot where we can help train people to sit down for longer intervals and focus on something. How we move that to things like books, that's a big question. Once again, I'm going to go, hey, who can solve this? Hoping you. But difficult. We have done this thing where we have destroyed our own attention span. I'm worried that we have gotten to a point where we're building technology so fast without considering what it's doing that we don't know how to counteract that, how to counterbalance that. And I think that is one of the numerous challenges that you guys face. But it's a really good question. Thank you. Awesome. Yes.
So Urchins and Ink comments that in comments that in Urchins and Ink giving constant feedback, that's what players did. Doing something right helps with their deduction and feeling of accomplishment. So how we give the players feedback.
Well, and I think that's great for education, right? Like in education, we have this problem, right? You do a piece of math homework, right? And you hand it to your teacher, and then, oh my God, your teacher is overwhelmed because they've got 50 of these, and they get back to you the next week. And maybe they have a problem circled on it. Nobody actually looks at that, right? You don't remember why you did what you did by that point. Whereas in games, you get feedback like this. I talked about that kid who ran and jumped and fell into the pit. How many seconds between he fell into the pit and when he got to try again, right? And we, as human beings, are trained to learn through failure, right? And the more we can close that loop, the more quickly we can give you feedback, especially in education, the more valuable it is. But yes, person with the awesome attire, come and ask your question.
Oh, I first want to share that I've had a very similar experience to you when you were younger, but with me it was with Breath of the Wild, completing the Great Plateaus quests, and then suddenly you just see the whole of Hyrule, a world of limitless possibilities. It is yours to do what you wish. And this is completely unrelated, but the question I wanted to ask is, how do you get seen in the games industry when you're not some like AAA game studio or something?
So how you get seen, it's actually funny. It's still a lot of just like pounding the ground. There's a lot of festivals and other things that you can submit your games to. Most of them are free to submit to. You should just submit to all of them. If you win or even get into the festivals, they'll usually give you a free ticket to a conference where you can talk to people. Media, y'all know everybody needs more content because we just talked about how quickly people consume content. On a slow news day, if you email PC Games N or whatever on a day where they have to put a new piece of content on their feed every 8 minutes, they're like, cool, somebody sent me this thing about a weird indie game, I'll put it up, right? Don't be afraid. Don't think that you don't matter. Don't be afraid to get out there and have those conversations with people. And then another route is, we talked about YouTube. If you know people who are on the YouTube circuit, find some small YouTubers, because they really need content. They're going to be happy, excited to chat with you about making your game and about playing your game with the developer. And then as those start to get seen, you can go to a little bit bigger YouTubers and so on. Same with Twitch. It's a lot of your time. It's a lot of effort. It's the part of the job that I don't actually like. I just want to be making my game, but it is the other part that you have to do. But don't think for a minute. Somebody has to succeed. It might as well be you, and people will listen, right? You have an interesting enough idea. People will listen simply because it's good for them. They need to make content. I hope that was helpful in some way.
It was.
All right, awesome. Hello.
Hello. First off, I am a huge Final Fantasy fan, so just seeing that Final Fantasy was like, that game for you is awesome.
Yeah.
But my question is, so gaming is a very social experience
Yeah.
for everybody. It's a community. It brings people together, regardless of whether you play solo games or you play multiplayer. And as we're approaching this kind of digital dark age where video games are kind of falling off and people are losing confidence in AAA studios and just in video games in general, where does that connection lie in the future?
So I always talk about Discord, right, and the communities that we can form amongst ourselves, because I do think it is a very profoundly social thing, but there's also a pervasive underlayer of toxicity within the video game community, which we can't just deny, right? For too long we pretended, that's part of the problem for AAA. We pretend it doesn't exist, and it does. And so creating healthy, positive communities is a big part of it, because the video game is also not done when you shut off the machine, right? Like, I used to play a lot of EverQuest back in the day. Dude, I actually have a 1999 server in my closet, so if you ever want to go, yeah. Researching these things, but talking about them with my friends and that sort of thing was a big part of the experience. And I think that's even true for single player games. We've heard from a lot of you guys stories about games that have mattered to you. I think we just continue that conversation, but I think we also have to now be aware, as awkward and as difficult as it is, to try and excise some of the toxicity from our communities. I am very worried because the AAA industry, we talk all the time about, oh, you can't do this because you're going to get review bombed. We have to make doing the positive things positive again. Yeah. But that was a great question. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, last question.
Excellent. Make it good. Big pressure.
So I'm actually very jealous of everyone else who was able to formulate something. The whole talk was just great.
Thank you.
As a whole. So I just want to say thank you for coming all the way down to Georgia for this, because I'm very new to the development space.
Thank you for being here, and hopefully, if you're down at GDC or if you've got an indie game in a couple of years, reach out, right?
Yeah.
I would love to see your games. I want to retire and play your games and have them be better than the games I made, so it's awesome.
Well, I hope I get there.
Thank you so much. You will, I believe. All right, thank you, everybody.
He brought some stuff from Hi-Res. It is first come, first serve at the registration table. All right. So we're halfway through the event. Lunch is being prepped in the adjacent room. There will be people We have a few people in there. Happy to announce that some of them are Turner College alumni. And we actually have more alumni with us, a total of 4 alums volunteering and 1 that's attending. So 5 total, which is awesome. And we have some alums watching. So please don't mind the sirens going off because it is noon and that's what happens in Columbus. The test sirens go off. So every Saturday. So your badge will be checked. You go through. You start with like 2 to 3 items. I know we have more than enough to give seconds and everything. However, we want to make sure everyone gets a round of food, and if you're still hungry, we'll make announcements for seconds. So, as said, this afternoon is loaded with talks and everything. So, hope you're all enjoying it. Go ahead and line up.
And for you on the stream, we're going to take a quick break and be back with some game dev interviews. So stay tuned, and we'll be back probably within 10-15 minutes at most.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Okay.
All right, we are here. Why didn't I start that sitting down? So I'm just going to, anyway. We are here at CIMFest with Joe Cassavaugh of Puzzles by Joe. If you have questions in the chat, ask them. I'll try and monitor chat here, but I might not be able to. But if you have heckles, definitely put those in the chat. Whether I see those or not, we appreciate them. So, Joe, we had a great presentation today. It was very different from your usual chats. It was very much focused on the design side of the whole game dev process, but ended up with an interesting conclusion. So what led you to go this different route?
Well, first of all, I have given one talk, a classic talk from way back, called The Knob Theory of Game Design, which was all about game design, that I worked in my Rubik's Cube, and it was truly all about game design. But in general, yes, this was less clutter-centric than most of my talks, and kind of a surprise ending, I think. And what was the question? What led me to do this?
Yeah.
Well, Rod asked me, to do a talk, and I didn't want to do the normal talk, and I'd given 2 talks at one place, which I will not name, that didn't really have an audience. I then combined those 2 talks to do a podcast for the Unity Game Dev group, but that was private. And I thought about, doing that again, and I just no, these guys know my story. And I really don't know how lenses, popped up, but the core idea was basically, that the book of lenses tells you how to make a great game, but there's a bunch of lenses missing afterwards. And then basically, he okayed that, and then I did my usual, which is I do talks like people make pottery. So it just sort of starts with an idea, I start making pictures. And
So this is why AI can't give talks, just like it can't make pottery.
True. And in fact, the ending to this talk really came about, the purest part of the ending. I think I made 2 or 3 slides yesterday. Definitely the Holy Grail part was all put in yesterday, and the Lay's potato chip part was all put in yesterday. I just didn't feel it was strong enough. Also, I'm going to say this. The way I think of it is, I used to think that the game mechanic trumps all other things, other lenses in this case. But I actually went in and removed the word trump that was in my thing 3 times, and I said, it kept just annoying me. I was going to leave it, but I then reworded it 2 or 3 different ways, so I did not use the expression trumps all.
Got it.
So.
All right. So you did actually have a controversial ending, which is that solopreneurship is the way to go, and avoid doing it as a team. So obviously a lot of folks, we have a team because I can do this skill, they can do that skill, and the solopreneur has the conceit that they can handle it all. Now, obviously, based on the win conditions, you've done that. So let's talk about why solopreneurship is right for you.
Well, other than you, I don't get along well with people. So there's a reason I'm a solo dev. So I didn't start out thinking of myself as a solo dev. I just felt, you could do the game by yourself. And then really but I hired an artist to do certain things. But once I learned how to bevel in Paint Shop Pro, I was off to the races, because I could at least make an interface that was good enough for me. And then I learned from different people. And really, I don't like to spend the time in the interface and so forth. And for the game mechanic, it has to be perfect, okay? But for everything else, good enough is good enough. And I can do good enough for just about everything. Plus, I cheat. It's all photorealistic objects. And occasionally, I'll make a new object set, but I get that object set by having somebody else's art that did it. And then I take that, and they might have, for instance, they had 100 smileys that I used. There was 100 white cubes. There was 100 of these things in this current one. Actually, there was only like 20 of them. But they were only 2 colors. They were I don't think it was, yeah, it was black and white. And there was 20 of these, what I think of Zen. So it's like circles and waves and have Zen things. And I turned that into 120, 150 object set by colorizing. So I have red versions, blue versions, and it really made this nice set of tiles that went well with my Mahjong layouts and stuff like that. And I do that each game. I make an abstract object set that either I make or I grab somebody else's abstract symbols and I turn it into it. And I might add borders, for instance. It might not. A lot of times you grab things off of, again, Shutterstock, and when you cut them up, they have either a rougher border or whatever, but I'll do something where I'll give them all the same background tile, so that they look standard, but correct.
Yeah, and that's interesting. As an aside, I think that's one of the main secrets to your game, and why it does probably help with brain health, is that it forces players to make memory associations with those objects. They're having to work that brain and create those paths in their brain to say, this is the crying smiley with red as opposed to the blue laughing.
And correct. And even naming things. I did a thing that was half memory where the screen scrolled and you had to find 3 objects here and then find them over there. And naming things, even when you're looking, helps. Even though my game is search and find, it really does have a memory component that players don't have to realize is really happening. But it's your memory. If you think about it, how do you recognize 2 objects? Well, you've just seen the one, so the memory of it is in there somewhere, and that's what you're comparing it to. So you'll even once you get better at my game, one of the things that happens is towards the end, where you're looking for that last couple matches that's sitting behind a bunch of things that just don't match, you'll keep scanning, and what you're doing is you're scanning for even, like, it's almost like when you're trying to think of a word and you know it starts with S, but you don't know what the word is. Same way in Clutter, what happens is you see an object and go, I'm pretty sure I saw that recently. And then you hunt and do it. And not all objects will tick that off on you. Sometimes you'll go, no, that was in the exact same, that's the object I saw. Other times you go, no, I think I saw that somewhere else. And you'll usually be right, so.
All right, last question. I'll go back to my previous topic before on the solopreneurship. You made your shout out to Unity during the presentation.
For sure.
Do you feel that tools like that make it easier to be a solopreneur? And you talked about, you use
100%.
Shutterstock, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. So 2 things happened with Unity. I was able to use my development environment that I did in 2005 with this other company. So in 2009, I made a deal with them where I could still use that environment. And I don't like to slow down. I don't like to learn new things. But I knew Unity would make me faster. But a lot of the indie devs were complaining about different things about it. So I didn't want to bite that off yet. But I did hire people to do little mini games for me so I could start learning and start seeing what's going on. And then I finally hired somebody to actually do the prototype of Clutter. And I got lucky with him because he, personality type, intelligence, so many things, is we did pair programming where he got it working and then I went in and showed how he could improve certain things. And he learned from me doing that, but he taught me how to jump around Unity at the same time. And that is truly the biggest paradigm shift of everything. I use the example of you are not going to learn how to fly a jet plane from reading a book. You need somebody right next to you, telling you. And that's what he did. He got me to jump around Unity. And I will say one thing. What's really nice is by knowing all these indie devs and so forth that aren't old school like me, is I used to shock them with some of the things I did because they would learn sort of the Unity, not the Bible, but the best practices and stuff. And I would say, well, I want to shuffle the objects right in Unity. And they're like, no, you don't want to do that. And I'm like, no, I think I can do this, and I don't think it's a big deal. I think it'll just work. And really, that's, I kid now. I say to people, I am an expert in Unity, 2D, locked camera with Lean Tween and Text Mesh Pro. And I can get anything I want done by that. And I even do, I do shaders, but I do one shader that I've hacked to do anything I want it to do, and it works for me. So anyways,
Perfect.
It's a pleasure being here.
Yay, puzzlesbyjoe.com. You got to remember that sign off.
Puzzlesbyjoe.com, no apostrophe. No apostrophe.
The puzzles possess Joe.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Joe. Much appreciated.
Always
All
a
right,
pleasure, Andrew.
stay tuned. We're going to have another solopreneur up here next. Anatoly, why don't you grab this seat where I was? That way you're looking straight into the camera. Folks can see you. I sit there? Yep. Okay. Well, Anatoly, thank you for joining us at CIMFest again. You were here last year. We had Joe Cassavaugh up as a solopreneur last time. We've got another one of Georgia's successful solopreneur game devs and one of our most successful mobile game developers. And he's going to speak today on an area that he's done very well with, expanding his player base in unique ways. So, Anatoly, can you tell us what you're talking about today here?
Yeah, I will talk about the 6 keys how to improve your game, so it will be it can become playable for players with low vision, with players with the vision loss, or even blind players. And I will show how implementing these keys can not only expand your audience to these players, but overall will improve your game in many aspects.
That's excellent. And you do mobile, so we don't usually think of the visually impaired using folks who have visual impairments playing mobile, but you're finding that working. Do you hear from them? Do they tell you how well it works for them?
Yes, since low vision players, they are most vocal because and they have the most feedback. From my experience for my game, since introducing of iPhone 3, Apple introduced VoiceOver, which is like a helper voice which narrates everything you do on your iPhone. You just need to enable it, and people who with low vision, they enable it, and it just guides them how to do things, how to do selfies, how to share on social network. It's built in, and when you do games, you can use the API to implement this feature, so your game can become playable by low vision players. And these players, at the when I started development, I followed just Apple guidelines, and suddenly I started to get feedback from low vision players, even blind players. They told me that while my game was already playable, I need to improve here and there, so for them it will be easier to play. And I started to implement their suggestions, and I noticed that implementing that, my game gained audience not just among these players, but overall, because it generally improves your game, and it opens it to, it becomes easier to play overall, and not just to these players. But I get a lot of feedback for them.
Yeah, certainly one of the secrets is to let players play the way they want to play, and you give them a lot more options.
And they taught me how actually these players play, like how they explore the screen, how they move objects, because they typically, while for example drag and drop is available with voiceover mode on iPhones and talkback on Android phones, still low vision players, it's very hard for them to do drag and drop. So there is another mechanics which you need to implement so that it will become easier to play for them, not instead of drag and drop, but in addition to drag and drop. So and they taught me how actually they play, because it's a little bit different than your normal audience.
So we just had Joe Cassavaugh talking about being a solopreneur, and you're one of the very successful solopreneur game developers in Georgia. You've got your own studio. You are the sole employee therein, and you do the vast majority of the work on your games, right?
Yeah, I'm a solo entrepreneur, and I work with graphic designers. I hire graphic designers. I do graphic designer, like I outsource some of graphic designer work. But I do all the programming and management. Now I also lately I also use AI in development as mostly as like assistant force. It's like I actually feel that I have an assistant that helps me.
Excellent. So it's not doing the final work, but it's
yeah, it's like easier to do prototyping, to help with some code samples and so on. Like for example, instead of going to Stack Overflow and search for some code samples how to do some things, it can just show me like a sample, and I need just to implement it. And of course, it is not like ready, like production ready, but you need to do additional work. But it's very good for prototyping. You have some idea, you want to see how it looks like, to do some starting, to get you starting do something. Or for example, it's also good for porting code, like for one platform to another.
So a solopreneur with a virtual assistant.
Yeah, I use it. I don't know about other entrepreneurs, but I don't know to what extent, but I feel like I have another person on my team.
So what do you find the hardest thing about being a solopreneur, about doing this all on your own?
The hardest thing maybe you need to have discipline. You need to, like Joe said many times, you need to have endurance. It's a marathon. You have to go long to know how to go long distances, and to build things, not to give up. To try to build a franchise instead of doing. I agree with all those points. Yeah, it's the main part.
All right, so tell us where we can find X2 Line products.
X2 Line products you can find mostly on Apple Store and the Google Play Store. You just search X2 Line.
That's letter X, number 2,
yes.
L-I-N-E.
X2 and L-I-N-E. There's also a website with titles. And also on Apple Store and Google Play Store you can search. I have a franchise called Baby Adopter, which consists of 5 games, some of them with more than 1 million of downloads on each of the platforms. My games are also playable on some gaming websites like Crazy Games and Game Distribution, and on Facebook, Canvas. And you can search either X2 Line or Baby Adopter, and it will show you my games.
Yeah, and it's very funny that you talk about games for the visually impaired. Of course, my daughter, when she was preschool, kindergarten, etc., yours were her favorite games, and it's hard for me to think of that being the audience for your games. But of course, you've got a very broad audience for these titles.
Yeah, I have a broad audience, but it's like I think overall. Working for this audience and including this audience to make the game playable, it overall improved my game and made my audience wider, not among other players, and including children.
That's great. Thank you very much, Anatoly. X2 Line. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Andrew. Good stuff. Thank you, sir. All right, we got some pirate pickles. Is the other pixel coming, or is he pirating? Yeah, I get both of you. Your call. Yes. Yeah, we're still actually live streaming. I'm going to break up these interviews later as well. They're here for the folks watching, but they're also for us to cut them up later and use them as more content promotions for your stuff. And for these guys, when they were finished their game.
It's scope creep. Something that we're
Don't do it. Don't scope creep. hey. Yeah, come on in. Where would you like me? We'll pull you on in a little closer to me, and you next to him, and you two are going to be sharing a microphone, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I will hide my Sprite here. Coca-Cola.
Yeah, they're not paying. Well, that's Coke stuff. We're in Georgia. They pay everybody. All right, so we are coming to you from Columbus State University in Columbus. We actually have one of the game studios located here in Columbus with us right now. So we're going to specifically talk about game dev in Columbus. So first of all, tell us about Pirate Pixel. And which one of you is a pirate and which one is a pixel?
I think we're both collectively Pirate and Pixel. But yeah, we went to CSU and then we started our Pirate Pixel game studio after a Xbox game camp. And currently we're working on a game where you go through museums and you steal artifacts and then sell them on the black market. And there's a little bit of a sci-fi twist that's integrated into it that we're currently working on.
But yeah, it's been like, sorry, I'm not really used to this. It's been, yeah, it's been really interesting to see like, not just like the game design and development aspect, but also like the business side of it too, like trying to actually create a company. We just got done with taxes, and they cut us a break this year, but yeah.
It helps when there's no income if you're trying to pay income.
Exactly, yeah. So so they're like, hey, maybe we'll get some income next year.
Just move those losses forward.
So yeah, so but so yeah, it's not just like the game development side, but like also yeah, the business side. We're learning a lot.
And I'm Alex.
Michael. Yes.
All right, so you're in Columbus. We don't normally think it was a hotbed of game dev. We've got a number of Columbus studios out in the lobby here at CIMFest showing off their games. So obviously you came out of Columbus State University. So tell us how this program prepared you and why you're still in Columbus.
Well, I've always loved games my entire life. I didn't know I liked coding. I didn't know that I wanted to do any of that until one summer I was really bored and I got on Khan Academy and I did everything that they had on there for programming. And then I decided, okay, I want to switch my major from biology to computer science, and I just fell in love with it. And Dr. Obando specifically, the way he taught us to build games and everything really just resonated with me. So then afterwards, Michael and I were in the same course. We knew of each other, but didn't really know each other until we ended up doing a student board for Dean Kidder. At that point, as I mentioned, we ended up going through Xbox Game Camp. I reached out to him, said, hey, you want to be on a team for this? Let's just give it a try. It seems like a cool thing. Afterwards, we thought that we had something good, and we realized that in the Georgia area, especially Atlanta, but we also want to bring it back to our community, that game development is really starting to flourish, and we can be a part of the start of that.
It could be anywhere too. So that's you mentioned like why we're still in Columbus. Yeah, I mean game development can be anywhere, and we do have our connections up in Atlanta, and the great community up there. You know, Cassavaugh, Georgia Tech. I mean, SCAD. Like these are giant sort of pillars of like at least on the educational side for game development, and yeah. So, but as far as like my story is, yeah, we met in our computer science course for games too. That's what we have at CSU here. That's sort of the not the capstone, but that's where like you make a 3D game for the first time. You know, at least like in the course. So yeah, but I came to it sort of similarly. I had a choice, and I had a moment in time in my life where I was able to I was like, you know what, I'm not happy doing what I'm doing, so I'm gonna make video games. I need to do that. Like this is a point in my life that I have to make video games. So I came back to school, and it was the hardest thing I've ever done, ever. And I know you can relate to all the sleepless nights in front of the computer and just like not compiling things, and things are, yeah. So, I mean, we're programmers, so, yeah, but yeah, this is probably the best working relationship I've ever had in my life. So yeah, it's been a wild ride so far.
So we're going to get into the working relationship, but first, tell us about the game you're working on, the name and what it's all about.
We haven't officially publicly announced a lot about the game.
Yeah, there you go. You're not getting none of the NDA stuff's getting revealed.
Yeah. But the basic loop is you will have to find a way to infiltrate a museum, and throughout it you'll find different artifacts or art that you can steal, where there will be one main piece that you're really after, the gold piece, and then you have to successfully get out of there whilst evading traps and security guards and anything like that. At that point, then you can go back and sell it on the black market, so then you can get better gadgets so that you can infiltrate better next time. And then throughout it, we will slowly start to develop clues to the story and how it relates to being in a science fiction style twist.
And a quick key for you out there. If you use classic art in your game, a lot of it's public domain, so you don't have to worry about AI generated. You put in, I did this with Merchant Prince and Machiavelli the Prince. So get that classic art that is in the public domain, put it in your game. No one can complain about AI use, and you've got some incredible art in your game. Okay, anything you wanted to say about the game before we talk about the relationship?
Yeah, so the game is, I mean, it's sort of spawned from that Xbox Game Camp. That's sort of where the idea of it, and we got so much good feedback. And you know, Xbox has their NDA and all that, so they sort of know a lot more about it. But yeah, we got to talk with Major Nelson, and he was like, he saw like a sort of a prototype of our game, and he was like, wow, that's really cool. And like we talked for like 20-30 minutes straight just about gameplay. So we knew at that point that we had something really special. And the game it's constantly sort of like bringing out new and creative ideas with both of us. And like you mentioned, scope creep before the interview. Like, there's all this awesome, cool stuff, but like that's one of the things that we've learned with game design is like having to rein things back in and like, oh, we'll have it for the sequel or something.
This is why the sequels, as opposed to movies where the sequels always suck, in games the sequels are usually pretty good. I mean, as big a Civ player as I was, I love Civilization 2.
Yeah, I think Assassin's Creed 2 might be one of the best like sequels ever. Like, it literally like. I mean, we can start talking about games all day, but yeah, sequels they take what was good before and these ideas that are good, but yeah, so yeah, that's it.
So we're all looking forward to Urchins and Ink 2, Hiccup Interactive. All right, so let's talk about the relationship. We've had two solopreneurs come up here and talk, and now we've got a team that says it's the best working relationship. What makes it the best working relationship?
Well, it's great to have.
I'd like to know.
It's great to have somebody to bounce ideas off of. In programming, there's the idea of a rubber duck.
I'm his rubber duck.
Sometimes
we're in Georgia. We call it a Coke can. You just want to talk to a Coke can.
So there's that side of it. There's also just figuring things out. We don't know what we're doing. Nobody knows what we're doing, what they're doing when they start.
I'm gonna jump in for a second. So to that, like, not knowing what you're doing, sort of thing. Every time I watch one of these documentaries, like Fly on the Wall game development documentaries, like the 2 Valve ones that came out, amazing documentaries, and just knowing that they don't know what they're doing, it makes me feel so much better,
And think about Gabe, and then think about Gabe's background before Valve started. Holy cow, he'd already done so much.
Yeah, he worked at Microsoft for
he was on Windows.
So yeah, so you got these brilliant people that are trying to figure it out, and if they're like stumbling and having sort of issues and being doubtful, about sort of things, and finding the fun in the game and finding the game in the game is just like, it's very inspiring to see those sort of things. So especially for indie developers.
So also as we develop more and we're learning about each other, we're also learning about what we want to focus on in the game. We're both programmers, so that kind of puts us at a disadvantage because we both can do the same thing. But now we're starting to realize I like to be on the back end more, but I also like to try to create art for it. He's been doing a lot of the front end and music development for it. So we're starting to realize what our strengths are, and it's not going to be that way for everybody, but so far we've been pretty lucky that we're just kind of able to continue to balance each other out, as opposed to conflict with each other.
Yeah, I think that one last thing for what I want to say about it is, so if I'm ever doubtful about something or I'm excited about something, I can tell Alex like right away. Like there's no filter and honest feedback from him, and he can depend on me for the same exact thing. That's very rare, to have that level of trust in someone. So yeah.
And I think it's fascinating that both Anatoly and Joe had been coders for other people before they started their game studios. They had worked corporate coding, and you guys have gone straight into the game studio as a team. So it might be a secret out there. I'm all in favor of solopreneurship, even though I'm part of a team. But getting some experience first is not a bad idea.
It's hard to get a job, so make one.
Love that. I love that. We should end on that. I had another question, but we'll end on that. If you don't have a job, make one. All right, thank you. Good luck to Pirate Pixel.
Thank you.
Andrew, thanks.
Yep, absolutely. I wasn't going to do another interview, but Sam, you walked in. So come up and be a victim. We're still got the live stream going.
Okay.
We're doing interviews, but I'm also going to cut up these interviews and post them individually.
Okay.
So here we are from CIMFest with a surprise guest. If I knew he'd be here, we put on a panel. We have Deev Interactive coming here with their recent release, Lightbreak. Now, I understand that the Indie Cluster recently live streamed your game and completely messed up, didn't know how to play it, failed miserably. Okay. Indie Cluster streamed it and had a great time streaming it nonstop. So congratulations first on launching the game. And second, you have had some streams. You've gone through the indie dev marketing process. Instead of talking about the game dev, let's talk about the business process. What do you think about this part of it? You've been out for a little over a week now, just a tiny bit over a week and a day. So how does that first week and a day feel?
Yeah, pretty okay. Like we didn't expect we didn't expect Lightbreak to be a commercial hit. Just because it was our first project and a lot of ups and downs. So we went into releasing the game with basically zero expectations, but it's still been, in my book, a success because it really wasn't about a money situation for us, even though technically it's actually generating revenue. So yeah, I would call it a success.
So we've had Lightbreak out at GGDA events. We've seen people play it. We've seen their reactions. Now you're getting streamers playing it, and you're watching them. You're wishing you jump through the stream and say, no, do this, do this. So how does it feel watching more people you don't know play your game?
I would do a real shout out to GGDA, Indie Cluster, everyone who helped us get the game in front of people. Because a lot of those rough edges were actually we anticipated them by having people play the game. So yeah, that does happen sometimes with some people who are not very experienced with that specific genre that Lightbreak is in, but to a much smaller extent, which is great.
So these days, it's very interesting how marketing has changed for games. We talk about that pre-build-up you try and do, getting folks talking about it on Reddit, et cetera. Then when you launch, right before you launch and after you launch, you got to have it in the hands of the influencers, got to make sure it's there. And then you got to find ways for, since you're on Steam, for it to show up in that Steam algorithm, and that quickly comes down to the reviews. Last time I looked, your reviews were pretty good. How do you feel about them, and do you think you're getting enough? And how do you get reviews?
So there is a shorthand that
People say 1 review equals 10 sales. So reviews are extremely important. And one of the things that Steam internally doesn't count if you give away keys to people. And if they come and write a review, Steam doesn't count them.
Oh, shoot. Even though I crowdfunded my key.
Yeah.
I paid for it.
There are certain, like, SteamDB counts those, but Steam itself, in order to, like, keep the, pure, they try to avoid, like, reviews that aren't directly purchased the game from Steam. But given that, like, I think being very engaged is one of the key things to get good reviews. So we've had people from Poland come in and be active in the community side of the game, leaving posts, and like this was an issue that I was not aware at all, that like the regional pricing on Steam side is actually very old with currency conversions. So whenever you put the default currency conversion in like Polish money, apparently it's just like extremely out of date with their economy. They're like, yeah, this game is way too expensive for me to buy it. So we've had to like adjust our pricing on the Polish side. And like the people who were in our community, they were actually like, they responded very positively to that. So they posted on Twitter about it. Like, yeah, we reached out to these developers. They reduced the price. How cool is this? I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll do it. Like,
I love hearing that. My games are actually popular in Poland. We've got a good Polish following for our games. Now I know I got to adjust that price when the time is right. All right, so game has been out. So how stressful was it when it launched for you?
Very, very, very stressful. Yeah, it was. I don't have any answer to that other than it was stressful. I can't swear here, but yeah, it was stressful.
Were you just happy that the game actually ran when people downloaded it and installed it?
Yeah, like I couldn't believe that like we had several playtests where we didn't encounter a game-breaking bug or a bug at all. I was like, I must be missing something. Like, it can't be this stable. Like.
All right, very cool. All right, tell them where they can find Lightbreak.
Lightbreak's available on Steam, on itch.io, very soon on Epic Games Store. So, thank you.
Very cool. Congratulations, Sam, the whole
Thank
Deep
you.
team. All right. And by the way, we were talking, you might see me post this in the Discord. We're talking with Epic for Indies. So if you're looking at the Steam store, I'd actually like to connect you with our contact there. So I'm good. So do you have that already in the process?
We got approved for the business side.
Let's talk in a few minutes about getting more attention from them. Okay. You want to do my last interview? Do you know how one of these works?
Hello? Is it on?
It is on.
Is
It
the audio
actually
levels
is
moving?
on. I don't know. We haven't been monitoring the audio, but nobody's been complaining. Though Jim Denson has given us a fire sign and a light bulb, and I think that was during the Pirate Pixel presentation.
Idea. No.
Yeah. You can tell this one's a natural in front of the camera. So tell us who you are.
I don't know who am I. No, just kidding. What got him listen? I'm Tygarlily. I am actually a creator, cosplayer, and gamer in Atlanta, but I also manage a influencer team who does broadcasting. So for a company called antonline.com, I'm a manager, but in the free time, I'm passionate about video games, if you couldn't tell. So I love doing everything around game dev, building costumes based on games, or just being involved in the community.
Very, very cool. So Antonline plays a lot of different games. So first of all, where do they find the Antonline team online?
Yeah, so first off, Antonline is A-N-T as in the bug, but it's shortened for Atlanta Network Technologies, so that helps you find it. So it's Ant Online. So twitch.tv/AntOnline, and we stream Sunday through Friday, 1 to 5, every single week. Sometimes we do marathons, sometimes we do features. You can also find us on YouTube. A lot of the content we do on Twitch feeds our YouTube, so you'll see a lot of the same. Our sister is on YouTube. But yeah, we have a huge variety of gamers. I've got Counter-Strike professionals who are actually with Ghost Gaming. Elite, let's go, girl. We've got Rain, who is also she went to do Counter-Strike 2's Canadian team. She plays for Canada. And then we've got Stormbreaker, who is a Kick partner. We've got Thor, who is a Twitch partner. There's me, and there's also Deadshot Devi, who come from the New World community. We were creators for New World and Amazon Game Studio, so we've just got a variety of talent. And then we bring on special guests every now and then, Amon Green, and any guests in the community that we want to play with.
Well, I definitely appreciate how you bring in newbie streamers like Thor who've never done it before and hold their hands through the process. Yeah, Thor's obviously a little bit experienced as a streamer. But so Antonline does stream a good variety of games. Some bring a lot of folks to the channel, but you also do some indies. What helps you choose indie games to play?
Yeah, so usually we're looking for indie games that are in the spotlight at the time, and then once in a while, like with the GGDA, I'll be like, that looks like a great game. I'm going to add it to the turning wheel of our segment. And Antonline spotlights an indie game, which Thor is now managing and running every Wednesday. It goes live at 1 every single Wednesday.
Despite being a beginner.
But he's like, I started it, but he's way better at it because he's the game dev, right? So he can spotlight, he can notice things that I couldn't, because before I was just hype girl. It's like, this is awesome, or this sucks, but I wouldn't know why. Whereas Thor is much better at doing that.
Very, very cool. All right, so what do you find makes for a good stream, be it for indies or others? What makes a good stream for you?
A live stream, I think it depends on the game. Right, I'm passionate about Monster Hunter, and because I love that game, I'm able to be like, look at that Palico, or watch Gemma the blacksmith. You could sit there for an hour, and she's been coded by the Capcom developers to just sit there and forge for an hour. She has a full circle of life in the game, and I love to spotlight. Like, I would notice that, right? So as a streamer, that's something I'm looking for.
Very, very cool, unique aspects, cool, fun things to show off. Now, what helps engage the audience? Hey, just as I said that, we got some audience engagement. Hiccup Interactive sends you a heart. So what drives the live stream audience engagement with it?
There are so many different ways to engage with your community. You can build relationships that are 10 years old, and every time that viewer comes into stream, you say, hey, how's the mother doing? You can build new relationships, being like, hey, if you also love Palicos, drop a kitty emote in chat, and then I'll recognize that gamer, being like, that guy likes cats. Let's go find more actions to do with, like, let's go find more emotes. Let's interact with Palicos more often. And then there's just the marketing strategies, right? Like, why are they there? They want to see the brand new game. They want to see you spotlighting certain parts of the game. Maybe you fixed a bug and you want to show that to them. Or there's also giveaways, like, hey, I'm here. I want to try your game. Is it free to play? You can share those details with them, or maybe give away a game key.
All right, let's talk about the costuming. We see the passion for the games. The passion doesn't just end on the stream. She's making the costumes and the weapons, for goodness sakes. So let's talk about, A, why you started cosplaying, and B, what you think it brings to your streaming.
Yeah, I would say that I'm more of an introvert gamer, which is weird being a streamer, but I'm talking to a wall. I'm talking to a camera. Talking to a classroom is a whole different thing. I get way more embarrassed. And then going out in public, being around a bunch of people, especially at a convention, cosplay is sort of an armor for me, where one, someone will see that I also love Monster Hunter, or I also love Marvel Rivals or Overwatch, right? So they immediately relate to me on something. And then because I'm wearing a cosplay, I feel more empowered to interact with people and less of that introvert gamer that I actually really am on the inside.
Very cool. All right, well, let's go out on a fun note. Let's think about what you have found to be one of your most fun streams, one of the streams you most enjoyed doing. And tell us about that stream. What exactly made it so fun? Tell us about the stream and why was it so satisfying for you?
I think I found that magic, and I'm able to replicate that now, and it's always the launch of a brand new game we're all super excited for. When New World launched their game, they let their streamers just hit the ground running. So you're able to create a team, and you guys are really excited. And that is just so much fun. And then some people are like, oh man, when I stream, I can only sit there for an hour. I'm like, 6 hours is minimum when you're having fun. Like, you can keep going. And people are like, how do streamers do it? It's because you really enjoy the game. And then I can't be the person that does 24 hours every single day, every other day. So I'll take breaks after that. But it's always the launch. The excitement is something new. The being able to explore it, being able to experience it with your friends that I love as a streamer.
All right, that was Tygarlily, live streamer, cosplayer, and gamer. Thank you very much.
Yay.
All right, we are going to be coming back really soon. We got community building. We changed it. All right, the next panel at 1 is community building. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. All right, let's have that panel. Come bring back Ty.
Hello, so my name is Obando, and this is the community building panel. We're going to start by introducing ourselves and what communities we run. So again, my name is Obando. I run the Pokemon Go community downtown. Shout out to my group down there. They're about to run the community day with our co-ambassador, and I am a Pokemon TCG professor, which is a judge.
Wait a minute, you're a Pokemon TCG professor?
Yeah, it's a judge.
Okay, that's impressive.
Professor name, like Professor Oak.
Yeah,
what's
All
the
right.
professor stuff? Yeah.
All right. That's pretty impressive. Well, in light of that, hi, I'm Bob Carter. I'm the voice of Chuck, Pokemon trainer of Machamp. I run the Neighborhood Studio, which is a teaching and production studio. All things audio, all things creative. I help aspiring creatives become working creatives.
Nice. My name is James Portnow. I work with the community for a YouTube channel I built, Extra Credits. We've got about 4-some-odd million subscribers. And then I very often work with game studios on their sort of community integration.
Hey, my name's Christian Free. I am the Bandai community organizer here in Columbus, Georgia. Hollow Haven, the cool place. You can find me pretty much anywhere where they're playing Bandai card games. I'm also your second place Union Arena National right now.
Nice, congratulations.
And just passed my Union Arena judge exam, so there you go. I blew up on the stupidest platform, which is TikTok.
Yeah!
So if you want to watch me be stupid on TikTok, it's Mimical.
Also, I'm a Star Wars Galaxy judge, so, you know, since we're all talking about our judge qualifications, yeah.
All right, let's. Let's share our achievements. Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Tygarlily. I am now a community manager for influencers, so an influencer manager as well for a company called Ant Online. I used to broadcast full-time for myself, Mixer, Twitch, Facebook, gaming, but now I'm making sure to pay the bills by working for another company. But we focus on AAA games, indie games, and all sorts of creative, like cosplaying.
Hey everybody, my name is Thor, not Pyre Software, if anybody was something, yeah. So,
He does have to clarify that.
yeah, so I got my start on Twitch 10 years ago, and I've been in the video game industry now for about 10 years. Worked on games like Gigantic, Realm Royale, Paladin, Smite 2, but I got my start with community and being a Twitch streamer, and so they're still around, they're still kicking, but they're 10 years, be confused with their 10-year-olds, by the way, thank you. But yes, that's my start.
There's a background story to that.
All right, to kick things off. So we are various different communities. We're gonna start by starting. How do you start a community? For instance, there's many ways to start. How do you start from the ground up? Or in the case of Christian, myself, or Portnow now with Star Wars, we have communities that we work off of. How do you start off if you're just doing this from the ground up? Who wants to kick us off?
I guess I can. For me, there's a lot of things you need to do, but the biggest thing is consistency, right? If your audience doesn't know where to find you and when to find you, you're just going to lose people. But if people know that you're, every Tuesday and Wednesday at 4 p.m. you're going live, you will slowly be able to build that. And you have to do it week in and week out, right? Like, unfortunately, this is a grind. And it's a long grind if you want to build a community from nothing, right, from the start. And so you've got to be able to find a schedule that you're going to be able to do, and you're going to be able to do consistently. And, you can't just be late or miss one for no reason. It really is about becoming a regular part of people's lives.
And to add on to that, for instance, the neighborhood is your safe, fun, and creative space to come and play, pursue your creative bliss, and find whatever your passions might be in the creative arts. It's about creating a safe space for people, right? Creating a second home or a third spot, that sort of thing where people can come consistently, and you'll know what kind of community or tribe you're becoming a part of. So whatever the community or the tribe is, right, it's when you find people that have a like mind or shared interest that you have. So it's about creating a group or community around a common interest.
Yeah, to piggyback off what you said, is like, for Digimon, they carved a lot of people from Pokemon, right? And so you said Star Wars Galaxies. How many of your community came from World of Warcraft? And so, so for me, I love Star Wars Galaxies. Going to Kashyyyk and getting a YT1, oh, that was just such good memories. For me as a Twitch streamer, I wanted to my attitude was Robin Williams, a little bit lewd, a little bit weird, but love 60s, 70s, 80s, and maybe some 90s culture thrown in. And so around me kind of just sprang up this like weird Aladdin jokes and 90s movies and stuff like that. And that was kind of how I carved my niche out of the Twitch community. People were like, oh yeah. And I often say like, I'm an idiot, but at least I'm your idiot. So when people come to my channel, they're like, yeah, no, that's Thor for sure. That's definitely Thor.
There's the trickle-down method, right? Everybody wants to watch Marvel Rivals, and they're watching Tin the Tatman do it, but no one can talk to him. So they're going to go into the game category and see who's streaming it and be like, okay, the person is streaming a game I can interact with that person. You have to be welcoming. You have to let them feel like they can interact with you, because they're not going to get that from Tim the Tatman. And so for me, whenever I would start streaming games, it'd be, hey, I'm also streaming it. Come hang out with me. Like, we can make our own little tribe. You don't have to go get toxic comments from Tim the Tatman's community. Like, we can have more fun than they are.
In a positive way.
Yeah, and for both your online community as well as like in-person communities, obviously for content creation, consistency is key. In-person communities, you also have to make sure that you are consistent. People find comfort in that group. They come to places like this, they come to conventions, they come to places, stores like Hollow Haven, to be able to meet people and bond over those things. If you want to build a strong community, let's say you're a SWU player who really wants SWU to take off, you have to be part of that solution and be the person who shows up and helps bring other people and make people say, hey, I had fun, I met nice people, I want to come back.
So to piggyback off of that, so with Pokemon, the TCG community is strong. So if you start up a new store, people want to go there. People are always looking for ways to compete and get into the Worlds event because we are point-based. People want to do their quarterly events and their monthly events. Or this case in April, Atlanta's finally getting a regional, so everyone's is hyped for that. In the case of Pokemon Go, the game has been around for a while, and it took a while for people to get into it because, with every game there's bugs. And then the game had really nothing to it. And then as they went, they started adding events like community days. Then you have your quarterly events or 3 times. So it's more based on Niantic. And then the ambassador program, which I just recently became one, is you have to have a passion for the game and a passion to drive people. So when I proposed the idea about becoming the ambassador, that's when people, okay, we're going to get somebody that can bring us some cool swag. So literally, that's what we do. We are given stuff to raise numbers. So.
I need to talk to you after this then.
Oh, yeah. And then the cool thing is within a month or so, I was granted a co-ambassador. So I'm here to be with you guys while my co-ambassador's out there running today's event. So I think it's pretty cool. So the next question, this is something that I know affected at least with Pokemon Go, and I want to hear y'all's take on this. COVID. Like, how badly did that affect y'all's communities?
It's an interesting question because Pokemon Go was phenomenal because of COVID, which I blame greatly for my wife's addiction to Pokemon Go. On average, we spend about $5 to $10 a day doing these raids. $5 per raid? What is that about, right? I mean, that's like a Starbucks addiction, and it's insane. I need help, man. I really I need you to help me hook her up with some swag or something to that way it's a bit, well, it is a business expense because I'm Chuck. But my point is, in all seriousness, COVID was obviously harmful for a lot of people. There were a lot of developmental issues that happened with people growing up. My own kids dealt with that, but at the same time, it created a new generation of Zoomers. COVID was tough. The neighborhood was known for nightly games. I'm part of the D&D community as well. I was running two concurrent Monday night campaigns, plus I had 2 other tables in the back. I also had Star Wars role-playing games. I had Heroes Unlimited, I had Masks, and I had 1 other campaign as well. All of this stuff was in person. COVID hit, all that went away for a couple of weeks, and then we went online, and we were playing on Roll20, and we were playing on Discord. So again, community can stay together. It's just the way that we are in touch can change. Now, it does matter. Personal human interaction absolutely matters. Physical, like face-to-face interaction and contact absolutely matters. We are social creatures. So that's what happened. Again, we adapt, we improvise, we overcome.
So because most of my communities are entirely online communities, COVID was excellent in terms of numbers. But like you were saying, I was watching my nephews, right? My nephews were going through school, and all of a sudden, everything they know is gone. And you have to realize, or we at least had to realize, we had a meeting about it, that we are a first line for people emotionally, right? They've lost all their community, they've lost their support, and now these online spaces we've created are their spaces for community, are their spaces to deal with and have people to express to all the things that's now a problem, being locked in the house, right? Not having these places to go, not having the people that they love to interact with. And so realizing that our role is more than just, entertainment. Our role is also more than just making numbers go up, right? As a community organizer, you're also a community leader, right? And you got to make a space for people, especially when they lose their space, like happened for a lot of people with COVID.
Yeah, historians will look back and talk about the number of podcasts created during COVID when everyone was at home and had nothing to do. I think, obviously, COVID kind of created that boom for a lot of influencers because people needed connection. If you remember those first like 2 weeks where it's like you have to cancel your dinner plans, you can't go hang out with your family, and people found that community online. I moved to Columbus fall 2019 thinking, wow, I'm gonna move to Columbus and meet new people and do new things. Wah, wah. After we were allowed to escape back into the wild, I desperately wanted that feeling of like human connection and community that, yes, I still talk to my friends online and I joined a lot of communities online. I learned Dead by Daylight and then started playing like pro Dead by Daylight because like, God, I just need community. But that in-person connection, it can't be replicated. Like, it's just, as you meet the people around you, as you build that connection, even the people who come to my like Bandai games that annoy me to death, God, I'm glad they're there.
Yeah, the internet, it was almost a safe haven during that period, and it flew by so fast for me because I just did the same thing every day. But luckily, I found a spot in the New World community by Amazon Game Studio and made relationships, like brand new ones. I was making friends from the UK, making friends in the Philippines, which is weird, but there was a New World community in the Philippines. So for me, I was able to expand more thanks to that, and my community grew because of it. And I mean, like, I met Thor because of it. So I think it was a good time. But as a creator who's a cosplayer like myself, there was a negative impact. I'm a digital creator, and you hear all the stories where the real world is the stage and I just go out and capture it, right? So I go out and I wasn't able to do that anymore. So I had to rely heavily on gaming as my community.
You all touched on some really good stuff. As an introvert goblin, I don't like to go outside anyways, so it was more of the same for me. I'm like, ooh, I don't have to go outside. This is nice. But you touched on something that I want to kind of talk about, where it was the community management part of COVID, where you'd have people come in and have horrible days or horrible weeks, and you have a space here where people are trying to be happy, and then also people are coming in and just absolutely devastated. Yeah. So the art of balancing both of those scales is something that I think each and every one of us had to learn how to do as far as managing communities, which is very hard. But that was something that COVID taught me for sure.
So when it comes to COVID with Pokemon TCG, like, everyone did not want to play even virtually. So at least that community took a pause. And then when it came to recovering from that, nobody wanted to get out. But keep in mind that most of the players I played with were like parents and older people, and they didn't want their kids getting exposed.
Wait, are you talking about Pokemon Go?
TCG.
Okay.
PC. And so in the case of Go,
that brought everybody out. That was amazing.
Yeah, it did. But then when COVID hit, like,
no, it was because of COVID. That was the only thing people could do was be outside.
Yeah, but the thing was, like, when they were trying to fit the game, because we had to be at home, they brought in things that we can do raids from home. Okay, cool. We had unlimited. Okay, granted, it cost, like you said, a fortune for that. And then they increased time limits on certain items and everything so that you could play every event from home. Then when they tried to bring everyone back, we're going to spike the prices of that particular item. We're going to reduce time rates of this. We're going to do this. So majority of the people dropped the game. And once people were getting out and about, no one wanted to walk. It was like, let's get in our car. Let's drive around. I'm like, what happened to me interacting with people? Because working here, CSU, I can tell you at least 30% of students, combined with faculty and staff, play this game. And before COVID, we have a Discord. Someone would ping somebody, hey, who's free at this time? Who's free at this time? And we would coordinate and do 5 or 6 raids in the span of 10 minutes. Then COVID hit and no one wanted to do that again. So, now it's insane. You go downtown, we're talking about 4 or 5 raid lobbies at a time. It's last weekend, trying to get into one was crazy.
I always enjoyed it with Pokemon Go, where it was such a phenomenon, but to see people like walking outside, and you could almost like see your people, you know what I mean? And be like, oh, I know what you're doing over there. And that was always like weird, cool feeling that I don't think will be ever replicated in our time again when it came to specifically the launch of Pokemon Go. And be like, what team is he on?
I hope it's replicated because that was an amazing, unique experience. And actually, based on some of the things you were talking about, right, creating experiences in our video games, I'm a huge proponent of Niantic and Lightspeed and the fact that they made that open source to build a greater community for that. And that's one of the things that I want to see more of. So.
Well, and there's just that positive element of getting people outside, right? Most of our games don't get you up and walking, and this is an amazing excuse to do exactly that. I think they did with Pokemon Go leave you with something positive when you turn off the game.
Yeah, it's such like organic community building sprung from Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
I think Team Valor was probably the closest I've ever been to being in a gang. The way like I'd see people at my spots and be like, "Hey, this is our territory." That too is community.
All right, so now we're past the point of creating your community, past the point like you get hit pretty hard. So for people that want to continue, I know for TCGs, there's always new communities forming at different stores. In Go, there's always new groups forming. I know for a fact that we are about to go into another group with an ambassador because we're allowed to have many. And then a third group is interested. In the case of leadership, leadership is what a lot of things are based on. In your opinion, are you a single leader in your group, or like you have multiple leaders to delegate?
There were multiple questions there, but in terms of leadership, the neighborhood and also Shao Kahn, I guess I feel that personal responsibility of being a leader. However, I am all about the team to a fault. Together, everyone achieves more. And I feel community from the Georgia Game Developers Association. I have felt that from my very first get-together at Dave & Buster's back in the day. Thanks, Joe Cassavaugh, wherever you are, for organizing those. CIMFest is a great community. This has been phenomenal, and every year I enjoy coming here. That's why I'm here this year. But as far as leadership goes, you've got to have a vision, right? You got to have something that you want to accomplish or want to achieve. And as a leader, I learned this a long time ago, never expect anyone to give more than the leader gives. Now, it's important to delegate, but ultimately to be a good, effective leader, you've got to be all in. And so there's got to be somebody in charge, but then you've got to make sure you've got a strong team around you to make up for your weaknesses, and you've got to have that support to help you succeed in spite of yourself. I've got terrible ADD, and thank God I have people that can keep me on track.
I 100% agree. Flat hierarchies are a lie. I can only sleep 4 hours a night. I've never been able to sleep. I have terrible insomnia, so you got to do something with the time. And you're 100% right. Like, you should be leading from the trenches for your community. That said, I do also think it's really important that you be able to delegate, because, like, for me, I literally, before coming out here, I was like, hey, Brett, you're handling everything for this week. Go. And you need to be able to trust people, because that's one of the hardest things. You know your vision. You know that you're going to do it right. And the truth is that you're probably going to actually do it better than anyone else, right? But you can't do everything all the time. So you've got to be okay with, all right, this person can do it at 80% of what I can do. And that's okay, because then I can also go do this other thing. So when you're leading your community, it is really important to find people that you can trust, who you can delegate to, who, when you want to go to a convention, right, if you've also got a game or a Twitch stream or something that's got to run at the same time, you can know that the house isn't going to burn down when you have other things you got to do. And so I think it is really important to also find those members of the community, even if it's just mods, right? Mods for your Twitch stream. You got to have people you trust who you can emotionally also trust to do things to free you up to do all the other things you want to do.
Nailed
it. I've had different variations of leadership for myself. Started off in marching band as the bass drum lead, but I think as a leader, I just want a team to work with me, and my superpower as a leader is educating on efficiency and then also bringing opportunities to the team. So when I was doing my New World streams, I had multiple streamers with me in our community, and they were, they would run their own thing. But I would be like, hey, I just mingled with the community manager. Sky has something for us. Like, let's go meet with him. So that was what I would do for us as a leader. I didn't like leading, but I did like bringing opportunities to the entire team. And so that's essentially what has happened as I moved on into my influencer manager role, right? Like I'm looking for people that are efficient as streamers, that I can trust them to drive the stream, to drive behind the wheel, and then I know what they're good at, so I'm able to then present them or market them to like Xbox or Lenovo, be like, hey, this person's really good at working with headsets, like let's get them a headset. So that's something that I developed from being just a streamer to then getting into the industry as an influencer manager.
All right, so in the sense of leaders, I know in the trading card scene for Pokemon, we have our main judges, which are leaders. So everyone is, I'm at Holo Haven like Christian is for Pokemon TCG. We have a few at like the Cool Place and a few other places. So we aren't necessarily designated there, but we are recognized as, okay, you go to Haven, you're looking for me. Or in case of Christian, for any Bandai or Union Arena. In the case of Go, as I said, I have a second in command. Whenever I'm not able to make an event, which is typically during the week because I have prior obligations, everyone knows that he's the go-to. When they see me, I tell them that you don't necessarily need to come to me, but you can go to the co-ambassador or any of these other two leaders. I have designated two other people in the case that we can't have an ambassador present. The event can go on. And people know, okay, we can still check in. We just won't get rewards, which is fine. And that's one thing I've been encouraging the group. Okay, if none of us can be there, have your fun. Like, we want you to be able to have everybody. So as Thor said, you'll see us walking down. You go there on a Saturday or something on Broadway. Yeah, you'll see me. You'll see me leading everybody. Like it's a giant train, as we say. I can attest to that. So pretty much we've covered some broad topics. We want to get questions now from the audience.
We can just repeat questions.
Yeah, we can repeat questions.
My question is more towards the streamers. Do you have a persona and a voice that you use that's not your own?
To the streamers, do you have a
Give us-
persona and a voice that's not your own?
Give us.
No. Yeah. So again, I when I got started, right in my head, Robin Williams and Steve Irwin were like the two people who, if I could just emulate, yeah. And I know. Just put a little dash of lewd. My dad always has one-liners. I'm not allowed to curse on this. I mean, I don't want to. Yeah. Anyways, but really lewd, like just old timer one-liners, and so that was what I wanted to do. And so I'd have a. Yeah, I'd have somebody come in and be like, "Did you wake me up? Did you rub my lamp? Now you're walking out on me." I don't think so. And that's what my community came to expect. And it is me. Like it's me on like 3 bottles of like Red Bull and just really hyped up because I know that they're there to see an experience, and I'm just, oh, let's do it, baby. And then I get off and I'm like, I'm dead. I don't want to do anything. And then people will be like, at a con or whatever, like, Forrest, you're a lot more calmer. I'm like, I'm just tired. So there is part of that, and not everybody has to do that. Not everybody has to do a gig and stuff like that. But I will say that was definitely a part of my success, for sure. To the point where some people will be like, and again, you do not have to do what I did, but people like, yeah, I watch other streamers and they just like watch the game and they're like, yeah, okay, sure, thanks for the follow, right? And so, which is, hey, people have gotten big off that too. I'm not saying that's not a path forward, but it was just an experience where people were like, I did not expect this out of you. So,
But that's performance.
Yeah.
And that's what it is, you know? I mean, there's show. It's the theater, right? And every public-facing individual has that public persona of some kind.
The only thing I want to add to that, though, is something that you were saying, that you absolutely do need to bring the energy and have that public-facing persona. And it is exhausting to wear that mask, but also make sure that it is a part of you that you're amplifying, right? Don't try to be somebody else. Find that piece of you that you want to amplify and project into the world. The other thing that I was going to say, specifically for video games, if you're a video game streamer, part of the acting is actually in how you play the game, right? If you're styling on people, right? Like if there's a Magic streamer I watch who does bizarro decks, right? And it's part of his persona, and he still wins with them. But remember that your action is here, but it's also in the other thing that you're performing to the audience if you're a Twitch streamer, and figure out how you can do something different to make your play interesting as well as your conversation with the community.
Yeah, it really is about like that heightened part of yourself that you bring. It's the parts of yourself that are authentic and interesting that you're giving to your audience, but one thing also to keep in mind when saying that is you need to divorce to a certain extent your personality from that personality in order to not take it personally. You are not going to be universally liked by everybody. At the end of the day, if I'm Mimicool on TikTok being stupid, that's Mimicool being stupid on TikTok. That's not Christian Free living in Columbus, Georgia. They don't know the relationship I have with my mom, or that like I'm really good friends with the lady at Publix. Like, if they don't agree with an opinion of mine, if they say that my takes on the One Piece meta are garbage, okay, that is part of my personality that I'm putting out there, but remind yourself, you are not that thing. Your life outside of that, even if they disagree with, you know, your online persona, that shouldn't deeply affect who you feel at your core being.
So just to jump off of that, actually, before I was doing community management and being a TC judge, I did Twitch streaming a lot, and that's kind of where, you know, some people know me through, and I still do it. I don't put it on a persona as much. I used to let people that I play with run and crack the jokes, and I would say a few things, but now my stream schedule is just Saturday nights at 8 o'clock with my buddy from the National Guard. We do Halo. So it's
that's camaraderie.
Oh yeah, so it's a side thing that I do, but streaming is a lot of fun though.
How, as a leader, do we deal with the ups and downs of community and community shrinking?
Especially the downs,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm just repeating the question. I'm repeating the question.
Are you sure?
But absolutely. I mean, he went from 5 million to 4 million.
Well, so for me, I mean, I've been lucky, right? I just do what I want. Like, I don't really care. You are not the number, right? I don't think it's healthy to do this as the goal being income. Like, when I was young, you picked up a guitar not because you wanted to be famous, but because you wanted to be in a band. You want to play some music, right? Do the thing that you're streaming because you want to do that thing, and not because you're hoping to be famous off of it, right? Fame for fame's sake is a cancer on our society, right? And if you're doing what you want and you believe in what you're saying, I was about to curse too. Screw them, because it doesn't matter, right? The internet is full of vitriol, and like you were saying, you do have to have that separation, and you can't worry. Like, it is always 2 steps forward, 1 step back. There's always going to be times where people disagree with your takes. There's always going to be times where people want to hurt you for no other reason than they're angry at their own life and the world. And so basically, so long as you're doing something that you love in a way that you love, and in putting out things that you think are good, I've found that to be enough of an insulation for me. I don't even look at the numbers, right? Like, I've never followed the numbers on our show. If what we're doing that we think is good is not popular, well, I don't want to just be doing it to be popular, right?
Just one last thing. I struggle with this so much as a younger streamer and just starting out. There were so many times in my life where I thought I made it, and so it's funny. In your presentation, you had 2 games that I streamed, and so Hyperscape, I was on top of the world with 8,000 viewers. Like, Mom, look at me now, I did it! And then it's like, then that game crashes, and I'm like, all right, cool, back to square one. Realm Royale, 100,000 CCU, and I was really well known for that game. And I was like, Mom, I made it, and then that game falls under, and I'm like, oh crap, back to square one. I did that over and over and over again, and high CCUs, low CCUs, and finally I just had to take his approach and be like, I got to take a step back. The numbers isn't that there. And what I found was that I always had a core about 150 to 200 people that would show up for me regardless of the game and regardless of, what was happening in my life. And that I took solace in that. And I was like, you know what? Like, I am not my number. But let me tell you, that fear is real for sure. The amount of times where I thought I had made it, and then I realized, like, no, I'm not. yeah, so a lot of luck goes into being a broadcaster, a streamer, and all that kind of stuff. Hard work. I will not downplay that for sure. But when all the hype fades and you're left alone with the core people who will support you no matter what, day in and day out, that'll humble you and be like, yeah, no, that's what true success looks like for sure.
Don't shame people for not showing up. When they show up, celebrate it, because they live busy lives. They'll make it when they can, but when they do, celebrate with them. That'll give them more of a positive reinforcement to come back to you. If you're streaming to crickets, ask your friend to play with you. I just switched over to Monster Hunter. I was playing Marvel Rivals. Nobody cares right now that I'm streaming Monster Hunter, so I asked Thor to play with me, so that way I'm not by myself and I feel alone, because that loneliness feeling kind of sucks. I know that. But yeah, the numbers go up and down all the time.
That was so positive. I love it.
So bring the negative.
Let me, from a local perspective, it sucks sometimes when you plan a big event, when you have what you think is a community growing, you show up and, no one came. Friday, you planned a big Lorcana tournament. No one's here to play Lorcana. It happens. I think, it's the staying positive when people do come, because you've got to get them to come back. But the truth is, either if it's online content creation or if it's local community organizing, occasionally things won't work out. And that's sad, and it's okay to grieve that. When a dream ends, it's okay to grieve, hey, this didn't work out. R.I.P. Battle Spirit Saga, if y'all even know what that is. Sometimes you're part of a card game community and Bandai says, hey guys, it's over. While it's sad that dreams end, the best thing about being alive, lock in with me, we're getting deep. The best thing about being alive is you get to have another dream.
Wow. That was fantastic.
You had a question?
Wait, one more response.
Oh, I just wanted to say, because I was just going to be in full agreement, the best thing I ever did to learn to deal with this is, I played in punk rock band, and we would play to 3 drunks in a bar, nobody who was listening to our songs. And then eventually one person showed up, and I noticed they showed up at one show, and then another show, and then another show, and then they started bringing friends. Everybody starts streaming to nobody. Like 100% of the time. If you're just getting started also, don't feel bad if it's literally no one out there. Sooner or later, you'll find that person, and if it's what you really want, that's when you'll be able to start growing. But that moment, like you were saying, it starts off tough, and there are a lot of rocky roads to getting there. But it's something that don't get discouraged. I mean, I know that's the most pablum thing to say, but as a streamer, it's so difficult and so important to not just give up 6 months in because the first thing you've been on has crashed. We've all had horses shot out from under us. We've all had projects canceled. It's gonna happen. It's gonna suck. And then you're gonna come back and it's gonna be bigger than ever.
Just a pinpoint from the Pokemon Go perspective, we always go through phases of up and downs. There's new stuff that come to the game. Some people are like, I'm not feeling it. I don't want to do this. Okay, cool. You don't have to come out. Or they'll do the big events. Everyone comes out, and then you lose momentum, which is fine. People got lives. And I've noticed that with my group, we've got families, we've got parents, we've got people that are in school during the day. And especially me as the ambassador and my co-ambassador, we don't have to be at all events, but we're there to encourage. To say, we're going to be there for you guys. Granted, this event, you guys don't want to be here all day? Cool, we'll just do until you guys want to call it done. We'll leave with you, kind of thing.
This is related to their question on the downs. How do y'all handle when the community that you've curated starts tearing itself apart due to differing opinions between them to the point where it's become toxic?
Go first.
Yeah. Okay. so I guess my perspective is not going to be the same as yours, but a part of being a Twitch streamer or whatever is that they're there to see you. And so when they start bickering themselves over some like dumb thing you said, whether it's like Naruto versus One Piece, right? And so I'm like, I like Naruto, whatever. And they're like, well, I like One. You know, and so at the end of the day, I'd say, shut up. You're here to we're here for like the twitch.tv/Thor, not to talk about Naruto or One Piece. That you just got to cut it off, right? And just got to like, hey guys, just my community's older, it skews to like 30s and 90s kids, and so I guess we're here to enjoy ourselves and be a part of our community and stuff like that. And so at some point, you just gotta put the foot down and be like, "Shut up! It doesn't matter. Let's go talk about something else." And that's just how I dealt with it, right? And I have back to what you said with good mods. My mods definitely like put up that shield for me, and they're like, "Hey, like, all right, guys, Thor's gonna stop. Do you want him to stop streaming? And, like, you'll turn the camera off if you." And so, which is, obviously that's not the best thing, but so yeah, put the foot down and just be like, you have to. And sometimes it's about kicking people. I've had people who've watched me for 8-9 years, and they've given me money, and then they start saying like some crazy wild crap, and I'm just like, you gotta go. Like, there's no way I'm gonna keep this toxic person who's just draining me and my resources and my time and my energy and my life. And even though they've supported me for 8 years, I just take them aside and be like, are you okay? What's going on? Are you like, do you want to talk about it? And they're like, no, I'm just really angry. I'm like, okay, well, we love you. We don't love you right now. And so we have to cut that part of the tree off, and for the rest of the community and stuff like that. So it's not easy though. None of this is easy. But sometimes just putting your foot down and being like, hey, gotta trim the leaves a little bit.
But that's also where it's very important to set guidelines at the beginning, whether it's game zero and the expectations, or if it's in the mission statement, or if it's in the pinned posts in your Discord, wherever it is, whatever it is, you make sure that people know what the rules are and know what the expectations are of the group, and that, we treat each other with respect, right? Trust and respect. In this community, that's what this is. This is a safe, creative space, so we're going to treat each other accordingly and remind them of that fact.
I mean, you guys have got everything that I was going to say. Like, your mods are a godsend, and exactly that, right? Like, if you establish the boundaries at the outset, it's going to be a lot easier because you just point to it and go, hey, guys. But no, I think these answers were phenomenal.
Yeah, a boundary that you don't actually speak into existence isn't a boundary. It's a feeling you have. So having those rules, having those conversations as that kind of like ground zero speak is fundamental. As a local community organizer who people that we meet daily actually get into arguments and fights with each other in real life, you do, as part of leadership, if you take accountability and you take ownership of a space, you do also have to be the guy that's like, hey, I'm not just here to hand out promos to everybody, I'm also the judge, and if you're creating an unsafe space because you two cannot see eye to eye, you don't have to like each other, but if you're creating a space where other people are being affected by it and it's having a negative reaction on everybody, sometimes as a leadership position, you have to step in and say, hey guys, both of you are on a timeout, take a pause.
Thank you. The majority of the questions that people asked were around streaming, which I get it, but one thing that is becoming very critical in indie development is building a community around your indie game. And a lot of times you cannot, it's very difficult to build a community around something that is unfinished, or you're an indie developer, you have a prototype, how can you make a community around that? And how does that work? How do you bring people into your Discord? How do you entice them to talk to each other, how do you encourage them to be involved?
So this is one that I can actually sort of talk to. I mean, Rami used to go and stream him actually doing the development, right? Every single day. I think that a really good way now is indie development is a scene, right? And you'll have people who are further along than you. There's a lot of YouTubers and creators out there around indie development, and you should reach out to them, right? to other creators who are willing to have you on their show and do interviews and talk, to streamers or other like YouTubers and stuff who just want to have a conversation with you, right? And then make sure you have a place to retain your community. Make sure that when you're in that interview, you say, hey, join our Discord at whatever, right? Or at least, hey, send me an email at, because you need a way to capture that once it's there. But even if you're in the middle of development, there are people that you can reach out to start having those sort of conversations. And then there's a larger conversation of your PR, right? Like what you do as you're going towards launch to really publicize your game, which is slightly different. And if you want to talk about that later, I'm happy to.
Also, promoting your game at game jams and GGDA events and MomoCon and DreamHack, and you're doing all the things that you need to be doing right now, and you're networking with the right people. And again, it's a matter of getting in front of other people with 4 million subscribers who can talk about your indie game as well after this panel, for instance, and then making sure you break through their bubble of busy, right? And if you don't break through somebody's bubble of busy, don't take that personally. Don't internalize that. Just realize that everybody has a busy life, and if they haven't reached out to you, it's not because they don't like you or they don't like your game. It's because they just don't know, or they don't care enough because they've got kids who are sick with COVID, or they've got a wife who's playing too much Pokemon Go and spending too much money, or any number of things.
I'm stealing bubble of busy. That is so good, and that is so right. So what is something that I do? I don't know if it's the best strategy, but I look at my people who've come before me and what their plan was, and then just take a week and see what worked and what didn't work. My history is the best teacher in a lot of ways, and not to say you can't do something new and unique. There's a game company that is actually right in your position right now, but the game's called Dead by Disco. I just met with the creative director, and they have a community manager who's super passionate in getting the community involved about their indie project. That's going to be a great one to follow along with, and just to see what they've done. They've got a lot. Their game's a lot about putting music into their game. It's a great fighting game, and they're getting the community involved. What song would you like to hear to fight to and stuff like that? And they take polls, they talk to Discords and all that kind of stuff, and they're just blowing up. So definitely just check what your compatriots are doing, and then see some of the best strategies, and definitely come up with your own. But history for me has been a great teacher.
I think that's great. I just want to put in a word of caution because I've seen a lot of projects fail by letting the community lead the development. You are the designer, you are the developer. You do actually know what's best for your project. You want to hear what people want, and you want to hear what questions they're asking, but don't take their solutions, right? Because you can rapidly run yourself into the ground as people will ask for everything with no idea of what you can actually develop.
These ones, some mics are on, right? Yes. All right, make sure. All right. It's glad to be out here too. I've been kind of getting into like the Discord side of things too, because I'm kind of still kind of new to the whole idea of building up a community and all that too. Which the community is based off of one of the games I play. I got a good. I only have like a small group though. What would be for someone that's still kind of like new to all that too? You have any advice to how to make sure a community kind of runs smoothly without running into all the issues like how some falter and all that?
First and foremost, make sure that you have your written mission statement. Right? You've got a mission statement for your game, right? Do you? Or do you?
I got a little set of like a code of conduct, basically.
Okay, so that's a code of conduct for the behavior, but also what is the mission statement for your game or for your Discord? So again, for the neighborhood studio, it's we help aspiring creatives become working creatives, right? And then in addition to that, this is your safe, fun, creative space to come and play, pursue your creative bliss, or whatever your creative passions might be. That is clear, it's understood, it's right there, it's concrete. You want to make sure that people have that understanding as soon as they go to your Discord, right? You want to be very clear about what it is that you're creating, okay? And if it's confusing, that could be an issue.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. Ours is making learning fun, right? Like that's extra credits. You should have it in a sentence, right? Otherwise it's too complicated. But as far as keeping community, everybody's already said, like, don't be afraid to weed out people early. Toxic people will poison a community. and you're setting the example, right? What you do within the community sets the example for everybody else, and the way in which you behave will be reflected in all the other community members. So just make sure that you're setting that example.
I also want to point out, sometimes people are toxic in a community because they don't know how to behave. COVID had a dramatic impact on people's interactive and social skills, right? In addition to that, sometimes just in our own upbringing, we don't always know the proper rules of decorum. So there are times where if somebody's behaving in a certain way, you make sure you address it first and foremost, and you've got to have the courage to do that. And then you've got to have the courage to stand by your decision. If they continue to be toxic, then you boot them out. But you got to talk to them first, because they might not even be self-aware enough to know that what they're doing is, infringing on other people's rights or fun or presence, right? Your rights end where other people's rights begin. So they might not realize, again, they're encroaching on somebody else in their personal space or whatever it is.
It's just basically just kind of that everyone's more welcome to it, so you don't have to create such a hostile environment like how some people can be, though. I dealt with enough of that too in the old community I used to hold before everything went loose. So I started. I began a brand new community though too that has me and a bunch of good friends though, and I did have a face to face with some of my pals with one member though about his trend though. It's and after that discussion though, we're trying to make sure it's all good and all that.
So you're having conversations with your personal friends group in this new Discord, and so you
basically for online basically.
Okay, I was just summarizing for the stream, but so in this case, you're having conversations with your friend group, or is this around a video game?
It's around the video game.
So it's around one particular video game. Yeah. Okay, so as that particular video game is dealing with some toxic individuals in the group, you're making sure that you talk to them, and then at the same time, if they continue to be a problem, then when you start playing a new game, then you can either choose to include them or just exclude them.
And as he mentioned, that rot's a strong word, sorry. It doesn't come out of nowhere. It kind of starts slowly, and things become acceptable in your community. Someone says something uncouth and no one corrects them, and leadership isn't brave enough to step in and do anything about it. And that kind of signals to other people that, oh, you're allowed to say or do certain things in this group and you're not going to get in trouble for it, or you can still find community with these people. And while you can't be authoritarian about it necessarily, you do have to be early with that prevention. And in these spaces, it is a lot of, in the card game space, I manage and work with a lot of teenagers and like a lot of people who are neurodivergent. And sometimes it is that first conversation that's like, hey, I don't know if you're aware of this, but when you get paired with somebody and you say, oh, that's a free win, I don't know if you know that you shouldn't say that, because you're damaging the community that you love. You want to be a part of this community, clearly. But if you're doing something to chase other people off, sometimes it does take that first conversation privately, not in front of everybody, to say like, hey, maybe don't say that when you get paired with a new person, because you want those people to keep coming back and learning. Same for these online gaming communities. Like, when you notice the people who start saying the things that can slowly turn your community toxic, talk to them one-on-one early and say like, hey man, this is a really open environment. I'm glad to have you here. We want to keep it a friendly, open environment. Have that kind of level 1 conversation, and then if you need to, you kind of revisit the conversation, say, hey man, what happened to what we talked about last time? And then eventually, sometimes you do have to say, okay, my guy, you're out.
Yeah, to piggyback off of Christian right quick. So, one thing I like about Holo Haven, which we're at, as Bob says, his place is a safe haven. Holo Haven is a safe haven for everybody that's there. You have any issues or being picked on, the store people will do something. That's the reason why I chose to volunteer at that store. It's the reason I became a TCG judge, because when I was playing, all these younger generation kids would get there and get destroyed by the most veteran people or, as I say, bully toxic people. And I'm like, I don't want to see this. No one's willing to help them. So what do? I go for my certification. And then those people left because they said, they give anyone a judge certification? Good night, bye. All right, I took things in my own hand. In case of Go, if people have issues with the way I run things, I've only had that one time. They split off, did their own thing, and now they're having their own problems.
Like a dance-off?
So.
Yeah, it's weird because nerdy spaces, we can be so accepting, but we can also be so hostile. It's a really weird dichotomy with these nerdy spaces where like we accept each other because we know that we're outcasts, but also sometimes we go into these weird like either the alpha nerds want to like bully out new people or like there's just the like extremist thought that you can go to. Like as a queer person living in the South, it's tough. Going to a new community, meeting a bunch of new people and being like, is everyone gonna be cool with me being here? I love that we have places like Hollow Haven where even if you don't agree with me, we're here because we love the same thing and we're gonna respect each other and we're gonna build community with each other.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Let's wrap up by telling everyone where they can find you. We're at time.
All right. Y'all can find me on X and Instagram at Obando. That's Obando. Twitch, Ringtuple. Catch me tonight, 8 o'clock. This is still happening.
Catch him outside?
No, catch me on Halo, buddy. Let's go. And then Facebook, it's Ringtuple ENT. So that's where I'm at.
I'm at Carter Game on socials, neighborhoodstudioatlanta.com, Bob Carter at shaocon.com. You can find me. You can Google me. I'm all over the place.
If we want to chat, just come after this and talk to me. But like, go to all these other people's pages. Like, I love all of you. I want to have all of you on my stuff. But like, some of you guys are growing communities in a way that like I'm just not at this point. So definitely go to these people's stuff.
Yeah, I'm Mimical on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. Do as we say, not as I do. I'm not very consistent, but I'm out there. Sometimes I come back from my hibernation, but really mostly you can catch me at Hollow Haven. We have a booth here if you guys want to come learn how to play One Piece, Union Arena, any of the junk that I'm super passionate about.
If you like slaying monsters or hunting them, hang out with me Thursday nights on twitch.tv/Tygarlily. But I'm also streaming every Monday, 1 to 5 on Ants Online's Twitch. So it's twitch.tv/AntsOnline. I'm also playing Monster Hunter.
What? Of course I do. So twitch.tv/Thor. I'm a washed up streamer. I don't really stream anymore. But having said, yeah, that's fair on Ant Online.
Every Wednesday.
That was pretty heavy. I didn't want to leave on a heavy note like that. But I will say, after all the years of doing community stuff, and if I had to go back, I think the one thing that I want to leave this room with is memories. There are so many good memories. We can all sit down here and just close our eyes and go back. And being a community leader and manager and all that, it's hard. It sucks. And you get beat up a lot, and you're in the front line, as you said. But the memories are worth it. So I know it might not feel like that in the moment you're doing or whatever you're doing and stuff like that, but those memories are going to last with you for years and years and years. And that's what community is to me, is memories, for sure.
That was an awesome way to end this.
Way to close.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Did you guys do the Gundam pre
I am. Which panel are we doing, guys?
I'll beatbox, you rap. We're good.
Yes.
Teachers and game dev speak.
Oh, yes. Oh, we can absolutely talk about this one. Yes. Right. Yes. Hello and welcome to Teachers and Game Devs Speak. I'm Bob Carter, owner and teacher of the Neighborhood Studio. It is a teaching and production studio where we help aspiring creatives become working creatives. To my left.
I'm James Portnow. I have taught at the bachelor's and master's level. I have 15 years, mostly in the AAA industry, in game design, and I've written curriculums about game design for a lot of places. You got yours. Awesome.
I'm Anthony Obando. I teach here in the school district. I've been teaching for 4 years. I did 2 years teaching middle school, and I'm currently still a high school teacher over at Hardaway High School. And as my title says, I am the most sane high school teacher.
And I am Dr. Rodrigo Obando. Some relationships.
Proud.
I teach, let's say, game programming, and games and simulation programming here at CSU, computer graphics, and I don't teach game design. But
yeah, but Dr. Obando, didn't you kind of build this entire program?
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's true. I guess. I mean, maybe I did
yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah, missed it by this much.
A little bit more than this much. The building has grown.
So yeah, I created the games track, and I'm the coordinator, and I think we have had some of our people, actually some of them may have still watching, that have actually gone to the gaming industry, which is actually great. And I have some of my students here, they want extra credit.
Oh, friends, this is great. I didn't have to move at all. So I started off as a community manager for a game called Gigantic, and then slowly moved over to game design, and I worked over at High Res, did about a 5-year stint with them, some on contracts, some full-time, and now I'm working on an unannounced project. So
nice.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
NDA.
So, as teachers and game developers, the experiences on this panel are varied and deep. We've all experienced this industry in a variety of ways. Feel free to raise your hands and ask questions at any moment. Repeat the question to everyone. One thing I would like to say, or one thing I would love to ask, because as a teacher, I feel a special pride when I see my students becoming my peers and associates and even surpassing me, right? Because again, their success reflects our superior leadership. And so, what would you say are just 3 shining examples of some of your favorite success stories?
So I will give you 2. One is the fact that I just started a company with one of my former students. He was a student of mine 10 years ago, has done phenomenal in this industry, and I was like, you know what? I shouldn't be thinking of you as a student anymore. You are clearly my equal. Let's start this company. And then the other one is, there was years and years ago, I would tell my students that this class I had, okay, here's the curriculum, here's the syllabus, but also here are a group of game festivals. If you can take down any of these game festivals, you can win with the games you're developing here, you just get an A, right? And this one student came up to me with this game and was like, you were supposed to build 3 games in this course, and he was like, I really, really believe in this. And I'm like, all right, you can take the wager. I will let you, instead of build 3 games, build 1 game, but then the only way to get an A in this class or even to pass it is to win these festivals. Crushed him. Immediately right out of college was offered multi-million dollars to start his own company. Yes. And has been off to the races since then.
That's awesome.
Sure. So it's only been 4 years, and starting off at middle school, I don't really have a whole lot of stories to say, but I've got one student actually that is currently here at CSU.
Congratulations.
He just started.
That's a big deal.
He just
Anytime you've
started
got high school students moving on to college, that is a success story. So understand, congratulations already.
And he already started his own company in high school. He kind of started that there. Actually presented last year at CIMFest with his game that he made.
Oh, wow.
His group made that game, and he's right now, I don't even remember what class he's in right now, but he's still making his way towards taking games classes with Dr.
That's phenomenal.
And I've got one other student. He's not in the room right now, but he's here at this event. I know he probably can't hear me, and I know he's all the way out there. He's probably, is that him? No, that's Rod speaking. No, that is Rod. Okay, so, but I know he's out there, and he's actually started his own company. I nominated him for CTA Student of the Year since we have that as an annual thing, and is actually going to be going next weekend to Atlanta for FBLA State in public speaking.
Wow, congratulations.
Those are the two that come off the top of my head, ones that really have gone and done something, because I mean the middle schoolers, they're still learning who they are, what they want to do with their lives, and
But you're having that impact and that influence, and especially at that age, it absolutely matters. Anything and everything to spark that kind of curiosity, you know, and engagement. So fantastic job already.
hopefully I can see them next year, because I know I've heard some stories from some kids saying, "Oh, Mr. Obando, I want to go over to Hardaway with you and where you're at," even though there were different experiences at different schools. That's the nice way of putting it.
All right, nice. Dr. Obando, just so you know, you are the reason that inspired this question, because your sons both being here, running CIMFest, being teachers, following in your footsteps, absolutely inspirational.
Okay, 2 down. That's very good.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a third one. Well, your daughter.
Oh, she's good too. She's into that one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
All 3. That's it.
Yeah.
All right. No, this is. I'm going to tell you, this is so. It's bad. Okay, because it doesn't matter how many do I say. I'm always going to leave somebody out. Okay.
Just don't mention names. Oh, don't be offended.
No, I want to mention names.
I can't because of legal reasons.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, you can.
I got FERPA.
All right. Someone that comes to mind, and I think she was on watching the stream. She's in Atlanta right now. Is Karen Williams.
Oh, yeah. I'm a huge fan of hers.
Yeah.
Urchins and Ink, it's an amazing game.
Yeah, she's just great, and she's done co-design and but pushed forward a board game, won an award with that game, and also last year she published her first title on Steam about teaching Japanese, for the game. So,
Urchins and Ink, it's a phenomenal game, absolutely beautiful, visually stunningly beautiful game.
Yeah.
Highly recommend it, and it's scalable for other languages as well. Yeah, it's brilliant. Again, I'm a total fan. I fully believe in what she can do.
Yeah. Another one is she should actually walk out of here, but she's not going to do it because she's not taking pictures for me. It's actually Janice. That's it. There she is.
Oh wow, and she is
She actually went in a different direction, not necessarily as you expect, but she was. She graduated in games. It's this incredible musician, mathematician, programmer, got her master's, and she's right now finishing her PhD at Auburn University. And all she's needing right now is her dissertation. So I'm very proud of her.
Congratulations.
Oh, and she actually came back. She's teaching.
Again,
as well.
congratulations, sir.
And there's another one, but you see, they left. Thank God.
Pirate Pixels?
It's Pirate Pixels.
Again, these thoughts are already in my mind.
I
They're
know.
they're developing games, great looking games as well.
They graduated last year. They started the new company, and they're not the only ones. Karen Williams has Hiccup Interactive. There is the very first one that was created was Splash Screen Games. They dissolved as an LLC, but they started. There were 5 of the students, and they started this this game. One of the things that I normally tell my students is, if you're working together, and I'm telling you to this over here, and you want to do something, make it legal. The worst thing that you can do is walk out and say, yeah, let's start, this is fun, and then be successful. That's where the problem starts. Look at some social media big thing around, right? So those are my three. If I left, you see, now they come in because they.
We were just talking about you guys.
Yeah.
Singing your praises.
I was talking about success of the people that graduated. Thank you.
Can we switch chairs because it's hard to follow up on that? So if anybody wants to get closer to me, and then the legal part, I actually have a meeting with a lawyer as soon as I drive back. So that is actually I can echo that one for sure. It's weird. I'm a little bit more defined by my failures in a way, and that's not a bad thing in my head. I know a lot of the ways not to do something, and so not too many successes underneath my belt for sure, having been in for 10 years. But one that I do actually, I would say, yeah, that was a pretty good job. When I was an EP on a live service game called Realm Royale, we had no budget and we had nobody. Like the team was so small, so a lot of the critical roles like QA, I had to get really creative. So I created a program called ODP, and it's a really dumb acronym, but outside dev people. And those were some of the people who were curated and some of the most passionate about the games, who also had a passion for the video game industry. And my thing was like, I'll show up every single night, and you can yell at me about how bad the game is, and I will let you, test changes to a fireball or test changes to a AK or a video game gun, and then then you have to come in and help test the game. And so through this relationship and through this group that we made, two of them now work as a QA in the video game industry. One of them is working as a community manager. And through that college knowledge share and helping us out, they've been able to get in the industry. And so that's something I say, I look back and I'm like, yeah, that's I got 3 people in the video game industry. Nailed it. So
it's very nice.
Yeah,
that's a huge win.
That was a good one for sure.
I'm also going to point out 2 other ones. One is, again, the fact that you were at High Res, major event, and the way that you got there. And then also one that Tygarlily pointed out specifically, that your community is 10 years old. I mean, you got a bunch of 10-year fans.
I appreciate that. Yeah, getting into the video game industry, everybody has a different path for sure. Mine was a really weird path through community. Back 10 years ago, that wasn't really a thing. I'm sure, a community manager in broadcasting, that's not really. Yeah, and so, so there is a way forward for people, and it's just how you get there for sure.
Any questions from the group? Yes. No.
So 3 full-time and then 3 on contract. Got me spilling the beans on High Res. Okay, what are we doing here? No, I'm kidding.
So the question for Thor is, which titles at High Res Studios did he work on?
So Realm Royale was my baby, so to speak, and so that's the one I had the most experience on. I did Paladins a little bit, about 8 months on Paladins. Consulted a little bit on Smite 1. I was more of their broadcasting kind of front-face stuff for. That's Smite 2, and then I worked about 6 months on Smite 2.
Follow-up question.
No, you're fine.
Okay, so you're going to think about your question, and we're going to take some other questions. Yes, sir.
So you're all in different areas of teaching in various areas of the games industry. So as a collective, kind of big, kind of potential pool for answers, what would each of you consider to be like some of the most valuable lessons that you can instill in your specific field?
So this person wants us to write a book about what would we collectively say are some of the most important lessons that we have learned in teaching and game development, and he wants us to summarize all of them each individually into 1 or 2 statements. I'm going to let James start off right now.
All right, let's go. All right, so for me, the biggest thing is that if you want to be a game designer, especially if you're entering the field, when I'm interviewing junior game designers, it doesn't matter to me if they can make a level. I can teach that. They can learn that, right? There are things on the internet. What I need to see is that you can communicate, and you can communicate with people in other disciplines, that you are eager to learn, that you're a team player. So it's a lot of the soft skills that are more important than the technical skills for this field. And I want somebody who is actively curious and exploring things outside of this field, because I know people who are games industry people who only play games, and they make worse products than people who have an interest in, art and music and literature and all these other areas, because our job as designers is to craft experiences. And to be able to do that, we have to go actually have experiences. And so I want somebody who can bring in and say, hey, also this other thing that I do is relevant because. So I would say those are the two big things. Like the minimum bar is to be able to, make a level or whatever it is that you're particularly doing, or put together a system or do the math. But if you're in my office, like for an interview, I trust that you can do that. You got to be able to figure out how to do that. I need to see all the other things that are going to make you a good part of the team. And that are going to mean you bring something special as a designer rather than something that I can just get from anybody.
This is the hill I will die on, and this has been what I have said since actually I was in university. If you are not busy learning, you are going to get left behind. One of the biggest things I've seen, and I've seen this now in 3 different institutions. When I was here at CSU with some former professors of mine, when I was at my first school that I worked at with the former administration, and my current school that I'm at with some others of my colleagues, one thing that I've seen, and it is heartbreaking to me, I love teaching, I love what I do, but having to deal with others that refuse to get with it, essentially, the best way of putting it is they don't want to get with the times. They don't want to learn what it is that I do. And if you're in this field, you have signed a contract that you will do this for a year, but also you are signing another contract that's saying, I will not give up on advancing myself in this field. I've only been doing this for 4 years. I know that these other guys have way more years of experience, but also I have one thing that they don't. I'm still in the trenches with these kids, teaching them. And I'm learning things day in, day out. I wish I had more time to actually be able to teach them certain skills, technical skills. But then again, James also said it best, it's the soft skills that kids need to learn. Everyone needs to learn the soft skills. If not, you're not going to get a whole lot of distance out of this. You can make the best game out there, but if you just suck as a human being and can't work with people, then I recommend you go find a different career. And to anyone that home watching this, especially if this is being recorded, again, get busy learning or you're going to get left behind. And I'm saying that not only to my colleagues, but to any other future students that are watching this. If you are deciding that, nah, I don't need to know any of this, I will see you on the other side, and you will not be doing as much as you think you will. So get busy learning or get busy dying.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that.
We're all doing that 1 second at a time.
You know what I mean. Get busy learning, get busy dying. That doesn't leave.
Actually, you should, have a soundboard with Bob's, favorite thing, visual. Right?
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, that would be. That is so, why do I say this? They already said what I would normally say. My students can attest to this. I actually do things with them. The technical things. As you said, you can actually do all those things. But sometimes what they might not realize is that when I ask them to present something, it's actually to say, you tell me, what is it that you are doing? If you're able to tell me what you're doing, you have a chance to actually, do it and actually put it into something that you're creating. But if you're not able to, then you will not be able to do it. So that's the thing
Excellent
about
point.
communication, and that's why I have them do presentations, and I have them run their own system. For instance, right now they are running an alpha test. I hope some of you actually realize that. It was their responsibility to make sure that everybody knew about those. Those are things that I don't do in the classroom, but they have to do it because for game creation and design and programming and all this industry is probably one of the most unforgiving if you are not a person that you will put your face out there and talk to people, you're not going anywhere. Long are gone the times where you could actually hide in a closet and then just do your little thing in there. You've heard it. You want somebody to be streaming your game, to see what you are talking about, to create that even before the game is out, that they will be able to identify it, because it's not the same as it was 10 years ago. It is very, very different. So it is impossible to me to do everything that I would like to do with my students, but some things that I do are precisely perhaps invisible, sometimes not even gradable. But these are the things that are very, very important. And to me is personal relationships. For instance, if I'm in a classroom and you are like this, you're practicing with me, and what you're telling me is, I don't care. So when you go out there and you're interviewing, if you really don't practice, when you do, and then do this while you interview, you're gone. So there are some other technical things that I can choose, but yes.
Yeah, +1 to all those. Those are actually, have been there. Like, those are actually really great. Okay, mine's a little bit more controversial. And it may not be right, but this is just how I feel for my two things. But first, find your superpower. I wouldn't say mine. This is specifically mine or anybody else's, but taking it on the chin. My design philosophy, especially for live service games, and a lot of developers like to spew off like game dev conversations to their community as like platitudes. But my thing was getting both the players who don't play a lot of the game, new players come in, especially for like games like Fortnite, having your grandma come in or your sister or whatever, giving them a seat at the audience, and then having some of your best pro players come in and have a conversation. In order for my ideas, I look at it as like a blacksmith, right? You have to put on the covers, the gear, and all that kind of stuff, and then you're gonna have to beat that idea over and over and over. And if it can't be tempered, and it can't stand the conversations around it, whether it's a good idea, bad idea, or anything like that, then it's not worth it. And my best success was getting people into a room and then diving into it and being like, can this idea survive? Tell me all the reasons why it's a good idea, a bad idea, then coming out of it. And usually what comes out is a sword that can hold up the time, essentially. That's something that I found to be true, at least in my game dev. Second one was talk is talk, and the ability to affect a product is something that I very much cherish. I can't tell you how many times I'd go into a meeting and they would just be like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this amazing thing, and it's gonna be, all the players are gonna be excited, it's gonna be amazing, I can't wait. And then when time came to program it or art it and stuff like that, that person's not in the room, right? And it drive me up a freaking wall. And so for the people who can hey, I don't know how to learn how to make a level, to your point back, like those are the people that I cherish in the video game industry. It's like, I don't know the first thing about materials, and like I'm gonna go make a material for this cloth and all that kind of stuff. And I saw somebody who couldn't make a skin. And they're like, I'm going to learn about materials, and I'm going to make a recolor. And then the person who, in the art directory team, who had spent so much time talking about all these amazing skins, at the end of the year, they didn't make any income for the game and stuff like that. But the person who was like, yeah, I'm just going to make fucking recolors. And then they ended up making a lot of money. And so that time and time again, I felt the people who would talk a big game are like that. They're there at the company, but the people who could actually affect a product, those are the people at the end of the day that I'd be like, I am so thankful for this person on my team. So, yeah, there's that.
And to wrap things up, a lot of times when people come to the studio, the neighborhood studio, check it out at neighborhoodstudioatlanta.com, they'll come for voiceover, or they'll come for screenplay writing, or they'll come for something specific. But in this day and age, media is much more intertwined, right? Whether it's, there's nothing that's just auditory, nothing that's just video, nothing that's just gaming and coding. Everything is intertwined. So the skills that you're learning are much more than just being a voice talent or an editor. You're learning how to be a creative with a capital C. The industry is actively changing. Controversially or not, AI is transforming how we do everything. We have to realize that AI is just another tool. And it's not that AI is going to take away jobs, it's that people who know how to use AI are the ones that are going to get the new jobs. So we have to learn, adapt, improvise, and incorporate AI as a tool into our own skill sets. Now, I had to do that as a voice actor who was terrified of having all of my voices that are on YouTube just completely being scraped and then just being used without my consent. So I had to make major adjustments last year. I did the speech on it last year, which everybody can see, and I'm very happy to say that that forced adaptation was beneficial for me. So it's very important that I teach my students, again, we have to be adaptable and we have to learn how to be creative. Creators create, and we have to lead by creating and not just following along. So that's the important thing, right? You touched on certain skill sets. You mentioned teamwork, but you also talked about lateral thinking skills and critical thinking skills, and there were 3 other qualities as well.
So usually it's teamwork, communication, lateral thinking, and logical thinking, right? And those are things. Well, and those are things AI can't do, right? You've got to be better than the AI, and to do that, you've got to be able to be good at the human things.
Yes, and also, again, AI can't match my expressiveness, right? It can't match my range. So as long as I'm innovating and as long as I'm brilliantly creative, right, I don't have to worry about that because other people are going to use what I've left behind. I'm moving forward and innovating because creators create, and that's what I teach my students to do. We are creative, we create. Next question. Yes. Okay, the question is, how do we on the table go about learning? So how do we go about learning? We learn on YouTube. I learn from my kids. I learn what's relevant and what's interesting, and it keeps my ideas fresh and young. I learn from Reddit. I learn from Discord. I learn from my gaming groups. I am very fortunate that the people that come to the neighborhood are all different cultures, all different ages, all different genres. People come into the creative industries with all different backgrounds of life, and I benefit from that, right? There are a lot of issues that are being dealt with right now, but diversity is about diverse thought, diverse culture, diverse life experiences, and it has been proven factually that that tapestry of differences, when it's woven together, is much stronger when it's united than when it's torn apart.
Well, and that actually fits perfectly with what I was going to say, because for me, on like the technical side, I'm just trying to learn all the time, right? Like as a game designer, you have to be curious, and one of the things that involves is pushing beyond the boundaries of what you're used to, right? It's really easy to be like, oh, I make shooter games, I should just play shooters. No, right? Like you've got to experience everything. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like YouTube, all these things, like I go to sleep listening to podcasts or history or whatever every night. But the main thing for me,
there's one that's called Extra Credit.
it's
really
okay.
Good. It's great. Check it out.
But for me, I schedule 30 minutes a day, every day into my schedule to play a game I've never played before, just so I can experience all these things. And at the same time, like, I'm not a big football person. I buy Madden every year because if it's making $1 billion, I should see it. I should understand it, right? You don't like Candy Crush? Well, that's fine. If you're not playing it because you don't like it, you shouldn't be a designer, right? You got to understand because this is appealing to millions and millions and millions of people. And so as a designer, like, I will go out to museums almost every weekend just to see what's there, right? You should be reading things outside of what you normally just default to liking because it's easy to learn the things you like. So you have to force yourself to also go, okay, what else is out there? Oh, you want it back? Wait, here you are.
In terms of experiencing those things, it's very important for us all to realize that we have to be willing to expand our comfort zone, okay? Don't just get out of your comfort zone. If you're out of your comfort zone, then you're gonna go back to what's familiar. You have to feel comfortable and confident enough to be willing to embrace the new and try something new. And that's very important. In order to do that, you've got to expand your comfort zone, which is especially important in terms of creating a safe, fun, creative space. So try improv comedy, try again, my triumvirate, Shakespeare's Tavern, Center for Puppetry Arts, Dad's Garage, right? So again, that's like in Atlanta, but try new things. If you've never played Pokemon Go, you got to see it. It's amazing. And then again, I'm telling everybody, every young designer, learn Niantic Lightspeed. Learn it, because augmented reality, that is absolutely something that's going to become as ubiquitous as AI and cell phones.
So now for me to just bring the entire mood down, because I'm a high school teacher. What time? It's a little bit hard to learn as a high school teacher, because unfortunately, with just how the system is, I'm getting beat down over my head constantly with things I gotta do. Like Kai just walked in and actually can tell you, I'm almost never there to let him in because he's dual enrolled. He comes in through the back entrance of the school. I let him in because he's got me first thing as soon as he shows up. I'm almost never there now to let him in because I'm being called to go do other things. I'm losing my time during the day. My one break I get a day to go cover another class because we're short on stuff, to go and be in a meeting because I'm having to do industry certification this year. I'm losing all that time, and what I could be spending that on is using that.
Well, you're learning industry certification.
I'm learning industry certification, but it's with people that don't even want to learn what I do. That's also the thing. It goes back to get busy learning or get busy dying.
So this is really interesting to me. Keep going. But I'm very curious about this. I want to dig into this a little bit.
About industry certification?
No. Specifically about
it's like being a teacher now in the modern day.
No, the not having time, right? Because I had to wrestle with this a lot, and I found stuff for me that works, but like I feel like that is a plague of the modern age, because we all have so many things and so many options for what to do with our time.
So for me, I also do extracurriculars. I got to spend my afternoons doing robotics once a week, well, twice a week if it's during the season, twice a week for Cyber Patriot, once a week if it's off season, and then I also do tutoring and roll right now for me in this stage of life, because probably it goes without being said, I'm the youngest one here at only 26, so I'm moving through different stages of life. It's a mixture of a lot of things. I mean, I would love to spend my planning periods learning new programming languages, learning new paradigms, but because I'm being told, you need to go do this takes priority. You need to focus on how you're teaching your class. Make sure you have an assignment ready. If you leave kids without work, then something's going to happen.
And let's be realistic, you're also focusing on relationship. Again, congratulations.
I've got 125 students. I know all the names. I know the names of all of them.
I'm talking about your relationship with your significant other. Congratulations.
That's
You're about to move in together.
6 months.
That's a big deal.
In like less than 6 months.
Look,
6 years together.
everybody is at different life stages, right? We all have remember that bubble of busy I was talking about? Again, man, he's got a significant other that he's got to put in quality time, right? I've got three young teenagers that demand a lot of time. You know, one, I'm watching Kindergarten. Again, you're asking what are we watching and learning to take in. So I'm looking at a game like Kindergarten, which is not for kids, by the way, but a hilarious murder game. Actually surprisingly well written, so I will go ahead and give public credit to them. With my list, and then my middle child won't even talk to me because she's leading a community on role playing on some Cats Roblox game, and then also like Gem Frontiers, Star Gem. She'd kill me because I don't remember the name of the game. And then the youngest one is obsessed with jujitsu shenanigans and all variations of Battlegrounds on Roblox. However, all that being said, I've also got a teaching and production studio. I'm also an indie movie developer. I'm also, I've got 3 video games in development that I still haven't published yet. And then, of course, I'm on the air and working voice actor. We all have our bubbles of busy. Give this guy some grace, because, again, he's got a 20-something-year-old girlfriend that he's got to spend some quality time with, and he's got to get his certifications. So we all have these different life stages. So
I just wanted to get, because, okay. I had to wrestle with this a lot too, right? Because my schedule is dumb all the time. I'm literally scheduled to the minute. Everyone jokes I live by my Google Calendar, but I do, right? And so I had to find all the time. The first thing I did was I realized that Twitter was taking an hour plus of my day. Even if I only got a little, like, it responded to one or two things, I was losing several minutes on either side of every tweet just because of, I had to check out and check back into the thing I was doing. So I deleted it, got rid of it, right? And I find that there's a lot of things like that. I also found a lot of, I'm an Insano person and I understand this, but like I found a lot of time in the day that I wasn't using. I will listen to a podcast or watch YouTube, like documentaries and stuff in the shower every day. I have found all the places, right? Like I bring my Baudrillard on planes so I can have a chance to read it while I'm flying. Like I think, unfortunately, the hectic nature of the modern world forces us to find all those minutes. And then the other side is all my friends know that like how you hang out with James is I will just say to everybody, I'll hop on Discord or whatever and say, hey guys, I'm playing Madden today to learn it. Anybody want to play this with me? Or anybody want to talk about T.S. Eliot or whatever? And I will invite everyone in my community in to share those learning experiences with me. So that's how I double up my like person time and my learning time. And I don't ever mind if anybody like says no or doesn't participate. Like most of the time, it's a no for most people because they're like, James, what are you doing? But like, or I'm like, I'm going to a museum today. Anybody want to come? And finding those ways to double up the things I'm doing has helped me a great deal find the time, because you're absolutely right. Like the modern world is hectic. Teachers have a ton to do. And then on top of that, we still need some time to, do stuff for ourselves or relax every once in a while. And so I think that I literally sat down and was looking at like, how can I find more time in my day? And I think that there is a lot of space. And I would say the other thing to do is just like with Twitter, I didn't even like it, right? I didn't find it making my life better or any of the other things. So sometimes just to assess, okay, what are the things I like least in my life and why am I doing them, can help with some of that time.
I mean, I can keep going on about
Dr. Obando.
I can keep going on about stuff with school. There's plenty more to say, but I don't want to take up everybody else's time.
Just a side comment on what you said. I told my students at the end of the semester in the fall, could you imagine if you didn't do some of the things that you do in your social media? Do you have any idea how that would mean to you? Well, one student actually took upon himself, and as he came back this semester, he said, Dr. Obando, I stopped checking TikTok for a month. Oh my God. He realized that he was spending a ton of time doing something like that, but he was consumed. I tell a lot of my students, I don't know if I've said this a lot in these classes, but I've said, to me, it's a little bit more dangerous social media than games.
Oh yeah.
Because of the way they will suck you in, etc. But anyway, how do I learn? Or why? For instance, first is why? Because I'm curious. I always want to learn, and this is what, to me, when I find that people don't learn or they don't want to learn, it is a surprise to me. Because why not? If I could tell you the things that I've done throughout my life, then you say, what? I was an actor in high school, writer, musician, composer, to engineer, to producer, to all kinds of things. All along with my wife, so she sits right here with me. She's also an incredible woman. She has an incredible range, well beyond mine. Very creative, always learning, always, I'm always curious. And sometimes I ask questions, and then when I ask questions to my students, it's not just to test whether they know, it's because I'm interested. I want to learn. It's just very interesting. I want to see that because I am interested. So when I hear somebody they're not interested in learning, it saddens me because we could, I think as you were putting the number of hours, we could do so much with what we can do. We can learn, but we are actually losing time with this device. Okay, and I know teachers will tell me and said, yeah, because now you go to the classroom and they're like,
You saw it firsthand.
yeah,
You saw it firsthand.
completely immersed into this. And I know that the companies have been put some things. For instance, there's this summary time, so you can actually check that twice a day, so that everything gets accumulated. That actually helps. For instance, I know in Rod, who is in Registrar's office here, he says that sometimes he receives an email and he doesn't respond 5 minutes later. Then they say, I'm going to send an email to the president because didn't answer me right now. That kind of pressure, things like that, you want to put aside, and you want to be interested in things in life and learn good things, about what we do. So how do I learn? I read a lot. I watch also, YouTube, depending on what is it I want to learn. And I also talk to a lot of people that know things that I don't know. That's the way, I'm not going to be meeting just with people that know about the things that I know. I want to know about other things, completely different. I like art, so I meet with artists. And other people completely different from me. That's how I learn, in talking about all these things.
First of all, this is a smart man, called out his amazing wife. I'm going to do the same thing with Lily. You are very creative. You teach me all the time about being creative, so thank you for that. I'll make mine very simple. First, I am not a programmer by any stretch of the imagination. I work in Unreal, so blueprints have been a blessing for me. I like to surround myself like a canvas around the walls, and I just like hieroglyphics. And there's some part of my primordial mind that just will slowly, over time, start digesting the information. And as I look more and more around the hieroglyphics, eventually they'll start putting in the puzzles. So if I surround myself with something I just do not know, I'll just completely submerge myself in that culture, that thing that I'm trying to learn. And eventually, over time, if you keep pushing and keep pushing, I found myself, who's not good at programming, being like, okay, I'm starting, and that doesn't sound like gibberish anymore. I'm starting to learn it. Take breaks though. Like one thing that I see so many of junior devs doing is just like consuming so much of it and then getting burnt out of it and be like, I don't want to learn any more about this. So then they have to come back 2 months later. So definitely pace yourself. And then the last thing is finding the human element of why somebody made the decision. So, you worked at League of Legends, and so I don't know if you know who Gassy is, the person who made Urgot. And so I go to Gassy. I'm like, Gassy, why did you make Urgot, the original Urgot, like the way you did? Somebody makes a World of Warcraft dungeon. And it's like, why did you why'd you go left with the dungeon instead of going right? Going after the human element and finding, like, I can look at a dungeon and it kind of like from a design element and be like, okay, cool, I understand where this is going. Okay, I understand why. But understanding, getting into the head of the people from the history of why they did those decisions is something I just absolutely love. Being that person in history and being like, why did you make the gun like this? Why did you make the fireball this strong? And to me, that's just been so much of the eye-opening experiences. And then say, okay, do I need to go down that path or is there another path? So, yeah.
Cool. I want to say something before it goes, because it's got to be done right now. I see what he's got, 10 years of, did you hear him? You want to hear him again? Yeah.
Yes.
I can tell you the story. Yeah.
For everybody here, again, in terms of how we learn, I want to make sure that everybody is participating in game jams, participating with the GGDA. Obviously, CIMFest is phenomenal. This program is incredible, but make sure that you are being active in pursuing your knowledge and education and not just sitting back and waiting for it to be spoon-fed to you, because that's not going to help you get to where you need to be, okay? Good.
I feel as though real quick, I feel as though I was a little bit negative with mine, but also I will say what I also do, I learn from my kids. I learn from all my students, all 125 of them, even from Kai right there. All the games that he keeps talking about, that he talked to me about, I love hearing about it. All the other things my kids keep telling me, I love hearing it, and I wish I just had more time.
You're doing way too good of a job, by the way. The next generation is really smart. How did you do it? How did you know this? Oh, man, I gotta get better.
Last question. It's all good. All right, so the question is, how do we deal with life? In this case, the particular focus is on the toxicity in the industry and the negativity in the industry. The way that I personally deal with that is, yes, that exists. However, I'm a nerd and a geek, and I have just made my own safe space. If I stay too busy to deal with other people, now I have that advantage of being an entrepreneur and being self-employed. You don't always have that opportunity. I am burned out on a lot of corporate America. So again, I have been very fortunate in that I've created my own bubble, my own safe space. And again, because I hate bullies, I've created a safe place for many others. And you guys have heard me repeat it, right? The Neighborhood Studio is a safe, fun, and creative space. That's what I've done repeatedly. So in terms of dealing with toxicity, I've rejected toxicity. I stand against toxicity, and I speak out against toxicity. That's me. But you've got to have that courage as well. Everybody in this room has to have that courage. And that's not the absence of fear. It's having that fear, but moving forward in spite of that fear. And that's something that we each personally have to deal with.
Personally, I just get doxxed and swatted. This happens to me more often than I want to say. No, seriously, for me, like, look at me, right? I have a privilege in this industry being white and a dude. And as such, for those of you who are in the same position, we have to realize that, like, you have to go to bat for everybody else because there is all this other stuff in our industry. And there's this underlying culture that sort of simmers at the bottom of this industry, and especially in the community, of this type of toxicity and gatekeeping and rejection. And I think we can also deal with it when dealing with our community. We don't need those customers, right? And we're a big enough industry, we shouldn't be afraid of that any longer. So I would say that for me, I have to spend some time always reminding myself of the positives, because it's very easy to get lost in the negatives, especially when really bad stuff is happening to you. Like, I joke about it, but like, I've literally had somebody on my team go, yo, we got you a hotel room because you can't stay in your house tonight. Because, my address went out on the internet and stuff. So then I remind myself of all the good it's done, all the people whose stories I've heard, all the effects it's had in my life. But then on the other side, it just redoubles that effort, that reminder that with whatever we've got, like you were saying, create those spaces. And especially if you are in a more privileged position, to be able to do so, make sure you create those spaces and create a space for people who may not have those opportunities normally. And yeah, that's, I guess, me.
There's a lot to unpack with that question, with especially being at the age range that.
And 200 words or less this time, because we got limited time.
Yes. Basically, I go to bat for every single one of my students, and no matter who it is, if they got an issue, I'm up for them. It's about also being there for others and make sure you stand by what you say. So if someone's telling me they got an issue, and they have an issue with somebody else, all right. Not going to handle this violently. We're going to make sure that we don't engage in violence, because violence only begets violence. You got to be the positive force in the room.
Good job.
That's a very tough question. It's okay. I'll see you sometime this week. And I'll ask the same. Go back. It is very difficult to deal with that. I mean, as a professor, I'm sort of shielded in a way, because there are regulations, in the university, that those things are not as open. But in the industry, sometimes they are actually done in a silent way. And the problem is that those that are the ones that will protect against that are being blinded. against those things, because things will show even on the games, and then you will say, when you see that, there's actually going, it's showing, any kind of hate or sexism or whatever that is showing through that. And the problem is, this goes back to the social thing, etc. The problem is that the customers like that, and that sells, and so we ourselves are at fault by actually saying, yeah, I want that game because sometimes an underlying thing, because it has this that is actually any of the things that you're talking against about. So we are at fault by actually saying, yeah, I want that game, and that's what the investors want. If that's what it pays, then that's what we're going to give you. Which it goes back to the same thing with the social media, etc. Why is it that we are in this? Because that sells something. Somebody's making money out of your going through this. So money is what drives all that, and it's really, really tough, So I didn't answer the question, but we can talk.
Ooh, yeah, this is a good one. So if I could give you anything, it would be the confidence in yourself to be used as a shield when people attack you, and then the humility to understand that, especially for myself, that I'm not perfect and I'm going to make mistakes. A year ago, I did a talk with Andrew, and I was working on Smite 2 at the time, and I had made a weapon called Smite, and I know with a name, but and the community was like yelling at it. They're like, "This sucks! Who designed this? This is the worst item I've ever seen in a video game ever. Nerf it, right?" And I'm just kind of like, "Oh no, that's my first item I put in Smite 2," and so. Yeah, exactly. And it was called Sunder. It was all called Sunder. And so, and then it was funny. Literally last week, I talked to Lily, and I was like, "Lily, you're never gonna believe what's on Reddit." And she's like, "What?" And she saw the headlines like, "We need to buff Sunder again." And I apologize for yelling at that developer. And I was like, I've been redeemed." So, and I wish I had the confidence knowing that it was probably the right call back then to make it the way it did, but it could have been adjusted for sure. And I ran into that so many times in my video game career. People like, "Thor, why would you balance this weapon like this? You're an absolute idiot, dude." And I've had to and I've had to defend myself. And I over the time of working in the industry, I've had the confidence to say, there's reasons why I've made these decisions. Let's see how this plays out. But also humility, knowing that, you know what, I'm going to make 1,000 more mistakes. And so maybe this person who's yelling at me, there's some underlying issue. Now, I know that doesn't directly play into your trials and tribulations, but I would say confidence is going to go a long way in believing in yourself and using that as a shield. Then the humility of knowing that you're going to make a lot of mistakes, and sometimes the person yelling at me is yelling at something else underneath it.
And hurt people hurt other people, and you have to remember that. And so hopefully we can have more empathy when we communicate with one another. Again, communication, one of those key elements that is absolutely necessary, not just in the gaming industry, but in every aspect of our lives. So I want to thank everybody on the panel for being here today. Thank you for all of your amazing questions. If you have any other questions, feel free to find us after this or online, or of course, contact Andrew Greenberg and the GGDA. Thank you.
And coming up is a sound strategy audio project management for Marvel Spider-Man 2.
Woo!
off some raffle tickets. There's a goodie at the end that y'all be interested in putting your name in the hat for. No cost. No, none whatsoever. That's probably a good idea. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. To see us at CIMFest. It's good to be back. It's been a while. I was talking with Andrew last night about that. My name is Jesse James Allen. I am from Insomniac Games, and today we are talking about project strategy for Marvel's Spider-Man 2. This was the largest, most video game Insomniac has ever attempted. We had over 30 sound designers to bring this story to life. To keep that in perspective, I've been in the game industry long enough to say the sound design team on this game was larger than the entire dev team on some of the other titles I've been on. So it was a complex project, but we're going to give you a consolidated story around it. I think you will be surprised some of our discoveries. Here are the topics that we're going to be covering today, and this is that ultimate question: how do you do something of this scale, right? So here we go. Show of hands: how many here would like to work on a Marvel project? Many of us have long had that dream of bringing some of the world's most beloved Marvel comic book characters to life, and especially for the sound designers, through sound. What does it sound like to be a superhero, to be Spider-Man? Beyond that, to create a fully immersive environment with all the ambience familiar with New York City, Queens, Harlem, right down to the carnival barkers at Coney Island. Given a chance and the team, how would you bring that dream into reality? So what's hard about being an audio department in a game studio is that audio departments are traditionally a reactionary group at the end of the project. Often we are held to all the same deadlines as all the other departments, but we typically do need a bit of an offset because we're waiting for other assets to come in. We are affected by almost every upstream dependency, so organization and planning are a critical need. So, how do you plan and manage the most ambitious video game Insomniac has ever designed, final and mix over 40 game missions across 13 weeks, provide a plan for 30 sound designers and 13 dialogue artists, and resolve over 12,000 JIRA tasks, and somehow maintain work-life balance for all? We started with 5 steps. Step 1, it was to clarify roles and responsibilities. We provided a simple illustration to help our sound designers navigate the questions they may face on the day-to-day. It should be noted that traditionally in the game industry, an audio director fulfills both creative and administrative roles. At Insomniac Games, it's a bit unique in that audio directors only focus on the creative aspects of sound, while the managers are primarily coordinate all the logistics and planning for the project. With that, each manager is focused on a specific part of the whole projects. In the admin, that might be JIRA management, it might be mix tracking, might be dialogue logistics. So there was no leader per se. We were like a band. Each of us played collectively as one. There was 3 managers for this project. I was more on the sound effects side. Patrick McCulloch, who was on here, He is more of the dialogue side, and Daniel Brzezinski was managing the mix as we walked through the whole project. Step 2 was establishing a visible plan for all. We'll talk about the specifics of this mix tracker a little bit later, but the important part is we had to map out what was expected for every mission in the audio department. And this was established by working with PM combined with our knowledge of past game development cycles for audio. We planned this entire project back to front. Strategy not only helpful for audio, but the whole project as well. Number 3, raise our presence. Audio is often forgotten by upstream teams, a bit enigmatic by nature by most other disciplines. We consciously decided to be proactive and transparent with our schedule and design intent, so much so that we had our own time slot in the weekly development team meetings to present stats and missions that were going to hit the mix stage. This was across 14 weeks. Every week we would say, here's what we're mixing. So every other team knew exactly where we were going to be at and finaling out everything. We hyped that concept of the Hollywood mix stage to give the context to the significance of finaling audio for missions. This changed the way the rest of the development team perceived us. We had a voice, we had a presence, and now we were part of the bigger picture in the minds of all. Step 4, similar to the concept of Hollywood dailies, there would be playthroughs of each mission several times a week by designers and directors. These videos we posted on an internal server that allowed us any of those notes into Jira tasks. Once each department reviewed and entered all the notes, we would sign off on this Excel sheet. The department managers then held one-on-ones with sound designers to clarify the notes. And to establish priorities for each of them. I had just joined Insomniac a few months before we had gotten into alpha. I went right into the deep end of production, and this is how I was quickly able to learn all about the game, although I learned about the entire story in a non-linear fashion, and there's some moments in that game you're like, what, we're really doing this? But I was able to derive a concise list of critical needs and help each designer work through their solutions. This process brought tremendous clarity to everyone involved, got us ahead of the task curve in alpha, and helped us sculpt an extraordinary game in beta and gold. Step 5, rethinking Jira. Now, there is a reason why many designers have mixed feelings about Jira. Between Scrum meetings, the emphasis of number of tasks closed, Jira often feels like an arbitrary and disconnected element in the creative process. So if one person closes 30 tasks, are they really doing a better job than someone who only managed to close 3? As a manager, I have to ask myself, what were the details on those 3? We decided to put more focus on time estimates and time capacity, not task numbers. This would prove to be one of our very best decisions. We recognize there is no way a person can address tasks 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. That is just not human. We intentionally reduced the number of trackable workdays to 4. The equivalent of that 5th day is we considered time spent dealing with meetings, shifting gears, computer issues, but retrospectively, especially as we started getting into the higher end months, I probably should reduce this to 3 in future. So if a sound designer is in the capacity, the week lights up green. That means that they have 4 out of 4 days completely booked. If they go over even by a smallest percentage, they turn red. So if you have too many red weeks, that sound designer was considered capacity locked. And as leads, we would reevaluate scope and support priorities. So I would essentially bring this up to all the other directors and managers of hey, these are the people that are kind of getting into crunch territory, and I could even tell how far down the line that they were, that might actually occur, so we can get them support and help scale down just the scope of the project. Also, I could inform across a great number of weeks, and I could tell by the math if we were steering to the rough waters or advise how we might rearrange things to navigate. This eventually led to some very powerful analytics that through the months I discovered turned the tide on efficiency. This eventually became our managerial superpower, and other departments took notice. So you can see here, this is like, as we were starting to define this process and everything's kind of like the spaghetti model, once we started executing everything just based on capacity and not by task numbers, things started to even out and it became very predictable. So we would hit our milestones and we'd have like perfect closure rates. We closed 12,488 Jira audio tasks and crossed gold with less than a 1% margin of error. We sustained 13 of the most critical weeks well below the trend line. Thank you. So I'm going to switch over to this part. Actually, Patrick McGallagher, who is our dialogue director, had given some insight on kind of how we went about telling this story. As game creators, we are entrusted with the responsibility of bringing one of the most iconic superheroes to life. We approach this, of course, with honor and understanding the impact our work would have on players. Every decision, every line of dialogue was infused with our collective passion for Marvel's legacy. We wanted to create unforgettable experiences that would both delight longtime fans and captivate a new generation. We embarked on this extraordinary journey and dedicated ourselves to the idea of transcending the boundaries of interactive storytelling and immerse players in the breathtaking world of New York's Spider-Man. What are some of the biggest challenges for dialogue? Well, one of them was scope. Populating New York City was no small task. 85,000 final voice assets, 224 days of recording, and a total of 550 VO sessions. Late story changes and scope creep. Working in a creative field often means that embracing the unpredictable nature of the creative process. So as Duke Ellington once said, "I don't need time. What I need is a deadline." To me, this quote sheds light on the inherent trait among creatives to thrive under pressure. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 was no exception. 40% of our gameplay VO lines became available to record post-alpha. Cinematics were originally estimated at 2.5 hours of content. That's a feature motion picture. The final runtime was over 5 hours. That is 185% over scope. Of course, localization. How do we make sure that all of this material coming through at a super hot timeline gets into the game? I'd like to say we anticipated the inevitable revisions and embraced them for our opportunities for growth, but we didn't. We learned to, for sure. The key for our success at the end was our ability to be adaptable. We recognized that the team needed to become a little more compartmentalized, couldn't say that, than normal. We needed to dedicate a strike team to attack each aspect of our ballooning dialogue production, and that's exactly what we did and how we overcome. This is a little bit on like how we use the past to guide us, like how we learned lessons from other games and designed what we were going to do with the sound effects end of things. So let's talk sound design. We've made a lot of headway in improving our workflow process by transforming prior challenges into a better future. We used past games such as Ratchet & Clank's Rift It Apart and Marvel's Spider-Man's Miles Morales as a foundation. How we went about this is we collected feedback during productions through retrospectives, covering aspects such as what went well, the challenges, the ideas for improvement. So important to act on that feedback was just to not discourage the team, to bring it all out. From that feedback, we categorized each design, assigned it its ownership and priorities, formulated its next steps. This would help us turn the tide on training and moving and evolving in our process. Our biggest methodology shift was the underlying implementation of the mix, fixing provided to be one of the biggest wins. For examples, in the mix, we established loudness standards, voice priority standards, and attenuation curves. Now keep in mind, when I'm talking about the mix, there was over 500 channels of audio for Spider-Man 2. So this all resulted into a fairly hefty mix checklist, and that's what really helped us move the needle. And this is how we went about planning Spider-Man's 2. First step, of course, is listing out the new game systems and features that we will need for the game. Sound styles. These are a great exercise that would help us define the sonic character for each of the aspects of our game. So we kind of think of it as like defining a color palette. We established clear roles for our technical sound designers to help them bridge between our core gameplay team. This is the group that's like essentially doing all the runtime audio engine stuff. And then the tech team would work on things like propagation, which is like how sound plays out inside of a space. We used one-sheets to have a unified format for all designers, along with a goal-driven approach to each milestone. Greater production team switched into a pod format, each focusing on specific aspects of the game, such as this group of people would just do combats, this group would just do missions, other people would just focus only on accessibility. Each pod included members from every game discipline, so we'd have like an audio person, a designer, a VFX person, and they'd all collaborate on that aspect of the game, and that way there was nobody was out of the loop or had to wait till the end. Strike teams were more focused, such as the team fine-tuning the Scream boss battle. In the third part of the game, strike teams were also common only to be a few weeks long. So, we'd come together and we're saying, like, this is going to be a week that we're going to try to bring this thing up to quality, and then we just kind of grabbed a group of people from each discipline, and that's all they focused on. They kind of turned off the rest of the project for them. Across the project, we, of course, had many meetings and playthroughs and discussions. Enumerations were similar to the markups and deadlines of the film industry. This allowed us to capture moments of gameplay, list out suggestions that would be transformative, and then turn those into JIRA tasks and revised as we needed across departments. Here are some of the audio systems developed or refined. My favorite of all these was the rattle system. This was one and unique from the list. Most games, if you have a loud sound or an impact or an explosion, it would cause like cool echoes in the game and reflections. But from a sonic standpoint, that's about it. So Marvel Spider-Man 2, we had the rattle response system. So if there was a loud impact or explosion that happened, let's say in a warehouse, the chain link fences and boxes rattled based on the amplitude and proximity as they would in real life. A very detail-oriented thing, but a huge step up in immersion. And of course, like this game had so many massive power moves with like Lizard and Venom and whatnot. It was just that kind of I guess visceral experience. It even resonates through haptics and stuff. So it kind of gives you a more real life experience. We realized early the mix is going to be critical, not only to finish this game on time, but to hit the quality bar. The traditional way of mixing video games was not going to cut it. We should plan it as if we were in the film industry. We're going to bring all the aspects to a mix stage for a full mix down. Mix tracker was established to schedule out all phases of the mixing in a very, very high detailed way. We go in and we know each aspect of the game and when that element would actually go to the mix stage. Since Insomniac is a digital-first studio, meaning a significant amount of our audio team are working remotely across the United States, we use Sony's 360 virtual mixing environment tech to accurately sonically map to the mix stage in Burbank. This was done by impulses in a room, so we actually had to travel to Burbank. They put these things in your ear, and then they would play out all this stuff in the room. They would build a profile of like, here's what our mix suite sounds like. And then like, you still have the headphones on. They're like, okay, now we're gonna play these things again. And you're like, okay, that was the test. And they're like, no, that's the representation of it. And you're like, that sounds exactly like you're in that mix stage space. It's pretty phenomenal, a bit voodoo-ish for me. This was done with impulses, and the sound designer could put on a set of headphones in another state and experience 3D audio representation of how that game sounded in Burbank, and it was stunningly accurate. Here's a little example of our mix tracker. It was all color-coded, so we knew which phase of the mix we were in on what date. These were broken down into checklists to ensure that each sound designer understood what they were accountable for, propagation checks to ensure sounds behaved in each unique mix environment as designed. There was a pre-mix which were we would call the big brush strokes. System mixing ensured that everything got working, getting ready for the gold mix. And the gold mix, of course, was representative of the final form mix, and that's like the most detailed version of it. The final mix is actually where we sit there with game directors and whatnot, and we do the moment-to-moment mix styling, every little detail. And so, yeah, this pretty much represents it well. If you're a sound designer, you'd go, okay, here's like where your all technical side of things were going. You would go into your, which weeks you would actually have to like do any revisions coming from upstream teams or whatnot. It was a great visual way to get everybody on the same page. Each stage allowed us to have time to react if something didn't sound as originally hoped. So it was like if we were going down this project and let's say there's a production change and like the lizard level moved a couple weeks later, we could actually, move its project timeline over, bring up another mission, and focus that on the mix stage as well. So that was really cool. We could be dynamic. Here's a visual example, how we progressed through the months to final. So just as I said, we had a checklist. Propagation is mostly setting up room environments, boundaries, occlusion, all those kinds of things. When you're talking about something that's like a pretty much 1:1 scale version of New York City, that took a long time. It was like incredible. All right, and then here's an overview of our final success here. Having spec sheets really helped with all the prioritization, high quality bird's eye view of everything. Most audio features were active in alpha. We kept the game sounding good through most of production, so it was great for people to be able to make creative decisions on things. We had all high quality assets and solid functionality in by beta. We hit gold with less than a 1% burn down overage on everything. We hit patch and revision schedule at 100%. We minimized crunch and maintained well-being. Our audio team was recognized as a leading force for proper planning across departments. We ended up with a highly cinematic mix. We established a great methodology for future projects. And beyond that, among the 20 wins and 43 nominations for this video game, we won the MPSE Golden Reel for Outstanding Achievement in Sound Editing and Foley. And the cherry on top of that is that Marvel's Spider-Man 2 won Best Action Game of the Year at the DICE Awards and Outstanding Achievement in Audio Design. Cool. Right on. So that is my presentation. We do have a little bit of a giveaway to do right now. And then if y'all have questions, I'm going to be out in the lobby and I will be here for a while. So don't rush. It's all good. And I'll be happy to chat with you about this project.
Can you tell them about the giveaways while I tear
Oh, okay, yeah.
Everyone in the room has a raffle ticket. If you don't, please come up here. Let's get you a raffle ticket. Yep. Please come up so we can get you into the raffle for cool stuff. Not my hat. I'm keeping that one. But then we got to draw the raffle tickets out. All right, last chance, everybody.
Everybody got a raffle ticket?
Do it. He's going to tell them what they are first.
All right, so the very first thing to give away is The Art of Miles Morales, which is the game before. It has all the concept art in it. It has all kinds of insight from the art department of how everything was planned out, the character design and everything. It's an awesome book. Do you want to go ahead and pull a number, or are you still pulling tickets?
Tell them what the others are.
Okay, so that will be the first one, and then the second one, kind of all that in a bag of chips. This is the same thing, the whole art book for this project. Yeah, so it has all the character info, backstories, storyboards, all this stuff. Yeah, it's just pretty much everything, like how everything came together and was put design, how it was designed. And I do want you to know that if you don't win today, you can actually buy these books online. They are available. But I wanted to bring something special for everybody. So,
all right.
yeah.
We ready? We you're ready. All right.
So,
This
sure.
is for the Miles Morales? No, let's save that one because Joe wants it. Let's build the tension. Let's
All
start
right.
with the Art of Spider-Man 2.
All right, so we have B294316 for the Art of Spider-Man 2.
What are the last three on it?
4316.
Yay!
Make sure I'm asking that's the right one, right?
316. All right, you enjoy that.
Thank you.
This one Joe Cassavaugh wins. I mean,
he's like, come on, man. All right, the Art of Miles Morales, B294329.
Off by one! 28.
Is that you? Is that you? Oh my gosh. Yeah. You enjoy that. All right.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. I'll be out in the lobby if, I'll be out in the lobby if anybody wants to come and chat, or you can just have questions about the project, or just how to get in the game industry or anything like that. I'd be happy to help you out.
All right, everyone, stay tuned. We'll be back for our last panel at 4.
Jesse, how long have you been?
No questions in here.
Hello. 6 keys for designing game mechanics with low vision players in mind. Good afternoon. My name is Anatoly Lubarsky, and I am the founder and lead developer at X2Line, an indie game development studio. I have 24 years of development experience and have been an indie game developer since 2010. I'd like to thank the organizers of CIMFest for the opportunity to speak. X2Line is best known for our Baby Adopter franchise. It's a series of role-playing games where players take care of a virtual child. We also have other role-playing and puzzle games, including Match 3, Mahjong, and Nonogram puzzles. Our Baby Adopter franchise includes 5 games where players take care of a virtual child by feeding, dressing, and caring for them, and players can also decorate game locations, hunt for eggs, and play minigames. Our main title, Baby Adopter, has over 3 million downloads on the Apple Store and Google Play each. It has also reached over 15 million installs on Facebook Canvas in its HTML5 version, and over 30 million on all the now defunct social networks like MySpace and Orkut. Here, for example, is our primary title called Baby Adopter on Google Play. It has more than 3 million downloads. As you can see on Google Play, they list 1M+. 1M+ means that the game has between 1 and 5 million downloads. So the progression is 1, 5, 10, 50, and so on. So for example, game that is listed 10M+ on Google Play means that the game has anywhere from 10 to 50 million downloads. We have one more game above 1 million downloads, and a couple of more games in hundreds of thousands, close to 1 million downloads. And the numbers are similar for the Apple Store. I'll share insights on making games more accessible for low vision players, drawing from my experience in the field. And this talk builds on last year's talk I made, but it's now upgraded with hands-on code example and newer game screen recordings. Accessibility is about designing, creating content, and selecting features that make games playable for a wider audience. What's interesting is that accessibility features don't just help players with disabilities. They often end up being useful for everyone. With VoiceOver on iPhones and TalkBack on Android, blind and low vision people can do almost everything, from sending messages to taking selfies and sharing them on social media. The introduction of VoiceOver in iPhone 3 was a game changer, significantly improving the lives of people with the vision loss. And developers can integrate these accessibility features through APIs. However, very few games are fully optimized for VoiceOver, making those to be highly valued by blind and low vision players. These players tend to be more loyal and engaged, often showing higher retention rates than the average player. In this talk, I cover accessibility considerations for both players with color blindness and those with significant vision loss. The main focus, though, will be on adjusting game mechanics for blind and low vision players. These adjustments can enhance the experience of all players and ultimately make your game better. Some of these changes might be more challenging to implement, and not every approach will work for every game, but many are simple to add and well worth considering. About 12 million Americans are colorblind, and worldwide, 1 in 12 men and 1 in 200 women are colorblind. That works out to 360 million people who are colorblind around the world. According to US Census Bureau, about 7.5 million Americans have vision loss, and over 1 million are completely blind. These numbers only cover the United States, and 7.5 million is the size of a big American city. Let's go over the cover. Key number 1 is designing for color blindness. Key number 2 is about playing controls for PC and mobile. Key number 3 is audio assistance. Key number 4, adaptive difficulty. Key number 5, simplifying screen exploration. And key number 6, simplifying navigation. The last two are the most important. At the end, I'll also show a code example of implementing accessibility so that the game would become playable by blind and low vision players. People with color blindness have trouble distinguishing certain colors. So to make designs more accessible for them, here are some best practices. We need to use patterns, shapes, or other visual cues alongside color. This not only helps people with color blindness, but also makes things clearer for everyone by providing multiple ways to interpret information. It's especially useful for those with low vision or cognitive disorders. We also need to increase the size and contrast of colors and include a legend for tasks that rely on a color. When color identification is necessary, stick to widely recognized shades. For example, using uncommon color combinations like, for example, neon green with dark yellow or forest green with bright yellow can significantly increase errors. And we can test our designs with color vision deficiency simulators, CVD simulators, to see how they appear on different types of color blindness. Most importantly, consider the needs of colorblind users from the start of the design process. This helps prevent accessibility issues later and saves time on redesigns. This is 2 screenshots of Egg Formula, a match 3 puzzle game viewed through a color blindness filter on the right, and on the left is normal perception. Since the eggs here have distinct patterns in addition to different color, the game is easier to play for colorblind players. And also the colors are chosen with the colorblind people in mind. So there is not much difference between the left and the right. So you still can distinguish eggs on the right. Here's another example, a screenshot from a game called Clue Formula. It's also my game. It's a mahjong puzzle game, and it's viewed on the left side is normal play for sighted players, how sighted players view it, and on the right is through a color blindness filter, how they see it. The tiles have distinct shapes in addition to different colors. So also from the very beginning of the development of this game, colors were chosen with color blindness in mind, and as a result, the tiles remain distinguishable for most players with different types of color vision deficiencies. How can we determine if a game is accessible for colorblind players? To test accessibility for colorblind players, we can use tools like, for example, Google Chrome have dev tools, Photoshop has filters, and there are also online CVD simulators. CVD, it means color vision deficiency simulators. So simply searching for CVD simulator online will bring up many available options. These simulators help us see how our games appear to players with color vision deficiencies, ensuring they remain playable and accessible. In Google Chrome, we can open developer tools pressing F12, then choose accessibility, and then rendering, and then choose from the drop-down different types of colorblind, and Chrome will show the website viewed through the filter. It's mostly for the website or web games. There are also colorblind filters available in Photoshop. For example, here is a screenshot showing how to use Photoshop filters to test for colorblind accessibility. For example, if you can make a screenshot of your game and test it with Photoshop. So you go to View, Proof Setup, and select a color. Here, for example, it's a regional room, game location in a game, and here is how it is seen through color blindness filter in Photoshop. So you need to make sure that through color blindness filter, it's still playable and players can see the picture fully. Key number 2 is playing controls for PC and mobile. And starting with key number 2, I'll focus on players who are low vision or blind. For PC games, it's important to map controls to keyboard keys, not just the mouse. Many blind and low vision players use accessibility devices that are mapped to keyboard inputs rather than mouse movements. Additionally, low vision players generally prefer keyboard controls for easier navigation and gameplay. Typically is arrows or keys on the left side of the keyboard. When designing for players with vision loss, mobile games ideally should be playable with one hand. If your game currently requires two hands on mobile, consider redesigning it for one-handed use. Blind and low vision players often struggle to coordinate both hands because they must continuously scan the screen with one hand, and two-handed gameplay becomes more challenging. Optimizing for one-handed play isn't just beneficial for players with vision loss. It also helps people with other disabilities and helps children who need one hand to hold the device while playing. Key number 3 is audio assistance. All alerts, messages, and important in-game events should be narrated to the player. But don't stop at just narrating menus and actions. Also describe the game environments, character movements, and objects. Stereo sound helps players understand their surroundings, making it easier to navigate, for example, to the left or to the right using stereo, and identify key elements using only audio. This also isn't just useful for blind and low vision players, it improves the experience for everyone. Haptic feedback is another great feature to have. Use it to confirm interactions or warn players about nearby objects or threats. For blind and low vision players, this kind of tactile feedback provides clear, intuitive cues that improve immersion and reaction time. And just like audio cues, haptic feedback benefits all players by making games more engaging and responsive. Here is an illustration from Pulp Fiction. So this approach works well if you are designing, for instance, a hidden object game that's playable by low vision players. Hidden object games present unique challenges for blind and low vision players, and adding sound cues, like we've seen, and audio indicators for hidden objects can be extremely helpful, as these players can't swipe directly to locate them. Instead, they need to explore the game environment, the whole screen, to find them. Key number 4 is adaptive difficulty. Include adaptive difficulty levels that adjust automatically based on how the player interacts with the game. For low vision players, this could mean slowing down game speed, extending reaction times, or simplifying puzzles based on their performance. This approach keeps the game both challenging and accessible. You can either adjust difficulty automatically for all players, or detect if, for example, voiceover is enabled in the game through the API, and make specific adjustments such as modifying speeds, increasing timer durations, and simplifying puzzles. Key number 5 is exploring the screen. How do blind and low vision players explore the screen? On mobile devices, voiceover users don't need to tap randomly to find objects and spaces like we usually do. Instead, blind and low vision players explore by dragging and swiping their finger across the screen without lifting it until they discover something. So they basically move the finger, and then the focus changes from one element to the next. Continuous swipe gestures, either left to right or top to bottom allow them to move quickly and efficiently from one item to the next in the order they appear on the screen. To support this, objects on the screen must be focusable and highlightable. This ensures that players can navigate from one focusable object to the next simply by swiping right. They even don't, their finger don't touch the object. Instead, they just swipe right and the focus changes from one item to the next. From a voiceover player's perspective, the key factor that determines whether a game is playable for blind and low vision players is the ability to explore the screen through selectable and highlightable objects. This is what ultimately makes a game accessible for those with vision loss. Here is a short screen recording showing how voiceover works on a Mac while playing a Mahjong puzzle game. We enable voiceover, navigate the game through keyboard controls, and explore the screen as a blind or low vision player would. So it's recorded from Macintosh with enabled voiceover, and a player moves between objects using keyboard arrows.
Row 2, tile 24, tile 31, tile 30, tile 30, tile 30, tile 8, tile 8, tile 12, tile 7.
If you see, the focus changes from one tile to the next.
Tile 6, tile 34, tile 12, tile 30, tile 20, tile 15.
And the voice narrates the details of the tile. The number of the tile, its position on the screen, it's 3 dimensions, so it says layer, row, and column on the screen, and the number of the tile. So it doesn't describe the shape, but it says the number.
Layer 2, row 2, column 8, tile 21, tile 4, tile 8, tile 12, tile 20, tile 5, tile 1, tile.
And the user simply clicks the right arrow on the keyboard.
Tile 1, tile 9, tile 7, tile 30, tile 30, tile 20, tile.
And here is a short screen recording showing how voiceover works on an iPhone. It's the same game, but now on an iPhone while playing the same Mahjong puzzle game. We also enable voiceover, explore the screen by swiping and tapping, and see how the experience looks for blind and low vision players using an iPhone. So in previous screen, we have seen the player used an arrow key on the keyboard. Here, they will use a finger by swiping continuously without lifting a finger. Oh, sorry.
Column 7, button. Tile 24, layer 3, row 6. Column 9, button. Tile 16, layer 3, row 4. Column 9. Tap to restart the level. Tap to shuffle the tile. Tile 7, layer 2, row 4. Tap to open the game center and tile 7. Lay tile 34, tile 32, lay tile 20, lay tile 8, layer 1, row 9, column 19, button. Tile 22, layer 1, row 1, column 19, button. Tile 1, layer 0, row 0, column 20, button. Tile 6, layer 2, row 2, column 14, button. Tile 31, layer 2, row 4, tile 15, lay tile 22, layer 3, row 5, column 11, button.
So players can tap on the screen, but typically they will swipe continuously even on an empty place on the screen, and the voice will narrate the details of the. It's built in the iOS, but the game is using the API to make it possible and make it available. Key number 6 is moving and navigation. After screen exploration, movement and navigation are the most important gameplay mechanics. How do blind players move objects on the screen? While iOS and Android both support drag and drop actions in voiceover mode, blind and low vision players often find these mechanics difficult to use. A simpler and more effective approach is tap or click-based movement. Players can tap or select an object, then tap again to place it where they want. This method makes interaction smoother and more accessible. Tab-based movement works alongside drag and drop functionality, essentially duplicating it, but in a way that it is more accessible. So if you, for example, have drag and drop functionality, consider adding also functionality when the user taps source navigation and the object will move by itself without dragging. So here is a screen recording of a solitaire game being played with and without voiceover. On the left, you will see standard mechanics using drag and drop functionality. So here is a typical drag and drop games. For example, here is Mahjong. When you move eggs, here is a solitaire card game. When you need to drag and drop, it's on iPhone, to drag and drop cards and move it to different places. So on the right, the recording demonstrates continuous swiping to scan the board. It also demonstrates tab-based movement. It just left is continues to play. On the right, the recording demonstrates continuous swiping to scan the board. It also demonstrates tab-based movement, tapping a card and then tapping a destination to move it there. So on the right, the players move cards, and in between movements, I will show you, they always need to scan to assess the position of the cards on the screen. So on the right is the same game, but without using drag and drop. And this is how low vision players play this game. They also, after a few movements, they need to rescan the screen to see the new position.
Level 7. Level game number 38,000.
It also, since all elements here are focusable and highlightable, they can scan also the details, texts, and buttons.
168 moves, 0. Stopwatch, 0. 28. 1 heart, 3 diamond, 10 club, 11 diamond, 11 club, 12 heart, 11 spade, 8 spade, 9 heart, 8 club, 7.
So here user, it scans the position of the cards in the game.
7 diamond, 6 spade, 7 club, 10 spade, 4 spade, 7 heart, 5 heart, 2 club, 2 diamond.
It's possible because all cards, all tiles, all elements are made focusable and highlightable, and I'll show you in a while how to do that.
12 diamond, 1 club. Two spade. 2 spade. Free space 4. Free space.
And here was the movement without dragging and drop. Just the user selected a card and then tapped where it should go, and the card went there without using drag and drop.
4 club. 4 club. Free space 3. Free space 3. 3 club. 3 club. Free space 2. Free space 2. 0 spade. 0 spade. 0 heart. 4 heart. 2 heart.
It also, after a few movements, the user needs to rescan the game because it doesn't see the new position, because of vision disability.
4 heart. 0 heart. 0 spade. 0 spade. Card space spade. Card space spade. 0 heart. 0 heart. Card space heart. Card space heart.
And here is a screen recording of a match 3 game being played with voiceover. It demonstrates scanning the board using continuous swipes and moving eggs by tapping a source and then a destination instead of dragging. So it's the same but a different game, but same techniques. User uses tab-based movement, drag and drop to move objects, and then after a few movements, they need to rescan, or after even a single movement, they need to rescan the position.
Weather. Games, Google X2 line folder, X2 line folder, 11 apps. Opening X, baby adopter. Baby adopter, white smoke egg with blue dot, red egg, with dark dot, egg with light green, pink egg.
So if you see, it changes focus. The user scans the screen by moving the finger on the screen, and it moves from one to the next.
White smoke, egg with green and yellow stripes, egg with green and yellow stripe, red egg, with dark, red egg, with dark, egg with green and yellow stripes, white smoke egg with blue dots, pink egg, with light green egg with dark, pink egg, with 4 colored stripes, column 4, row 5, button, pink egg, with 4, white smoke egg with blue, white, 3 points, 3 eggs.
So here it was a movement without using drag and drop.
Light green egg with dark green dots, column, light green egg with dark green dots, red egg, with red egg, with dark dots, light green egg with dark green dots, column, light green egg with dark green dot, red egg, with red egg, with dark, light green egg with dark green dots, column 5, red egg, with red, 3 points, 3 eggs, red egg, with egg.
After I showed 6 keys for designing game mechanics, I'll show a hands-on code sample how to make a game accessible for players with vision loss. For example, this screen recording is showing the game it's a nonogram puzzle, and it shows like a regular gameplay. And then we will add a layer of accessibility, so the game will be playable by low vision and blind players. So here is a normal gameplay.
Your goal is to build
accelerated.
the grid correctly to move on
It's 20x accelerated.
to the next level. Tap cells to mark them black or cross them.
So if you are not familiar with nonogram puzzle, you need to fill the grid, all the cells in the grid. It's two-dimensional grid, by using hint numbers for each row and for each column.
Them out based on the hint numbers. Each new level will be more challenging. Good luck.
So this is just a normal gameplay, accelerated. You just need to fill the whole grid either with crossed out or filled tiles. The example, we will be adding an accessibility layer to make the game playable for blind and low vision players, and the example is for iOS and Mac OS with code written in Objective-C, but the approach applies to other platforms and programming languages as well. Essentially, what we will do, we'll duplicate all visual elements with transparent, accessible elements, which are invisible for a sighted player. This array of accessible elements will have the same screen coordinates as the visual elements, but will remain invisible to sighted players. However, blind and low vision players will be able to detect and interact with them. These elements are focusable, ensuring smooth navigation. And it's something that iOS is able to hook up. In this example, we have a grid of cells, hint numbers for each column and row, plus labels and buttons on the screen. And all of them will duplicate them into accessible elements. To make your game accessible with VoiceOver, you need to ensure that the grid, cells, and hint numbers are scannable and interactive. This is done by assigning the appropriate accessibility attributes and implementing the UI accessibility protocol. So this is for Apple, for iOS. So the step-by-step approach, we start by making the grid, the big grid, which containing the cells accessible. We simply say that it is accessibility element yes, and this allows VoiceOver to recognize it as a focusable component. Then we need to expose individual cells of the grid. Each cell in the grid should be individually accessible, and to achieve this, we override the accessibility grid view, which is an array. And then we will manage the accessibility elements in the grid view we add an accessibility elements array to grid view. Grid view is like the whole rectangle of the grid. And to manage child elements representing grid cells and hint numbers. This ensures that VoiceOver can navigate and interact with them properly. So this is the initialize method. We just populate the array of accessibility elements array with accessible elements for each cell. This just initialize. We have 2 loops and like columns and rows. And what we do in this loop, we duplicate the visual cells with accessible elements, and we add them to an array. And we also, if the grid structure changes, such as when resetting the puzzle or loading a new one, we need to call this method, initialize elements. This is Objective-C. It also similar, if you're familiar with Swift for iOS. If you write code for Apple, you write either on the Objective-C or on Swift. You can translate into one another, and this is Objective-C. But the approach is similar. You define an array of accessible elements that duplicate the visual elements. And you copy the position of the elements. So the accessible elements have the same position as visual elements. And you also copy their value. For example, if they have some value, you need to copy it to an accessible elements array. And VoiceOver player, they don't interact with visual elements, they interact with accessible elements. So this is the initialize method where you make a loop and you add these elements and you copy their position and their value. These are 2 helper methods where you copy them. These helper methods need to calculate the frame and current value of each cell. The frame, which includes the coordinates and size of each cell in the grid, should match the corresponding visual cell. The coordinates and frame rectangle are copied directly from the matching visual elements. Since the accessibility elements array is 2-dimensional, you'll need to account for this if your game uses a 3-dimensional data structure. In that case, the elements will be mapped into a 2-dimensional array. And after we initialize these accessible elements, we need to make sure that the cell state here in this, for example, nonogram puzzle is either the cell is filled or crossed out or empty. So to ensure that VoiceOver accurately reflects the state of each cell in your grid model, for example, empty, filled, or crossed out, you need to dynamically update the accessibility value of the corresponding UI accessibility element whenever the cell state changes. So in this game, we already have a method which called toggle cell state at column and row. We already have this method, but we use it only for visual changes. So when we add a piece of code at the bottom, for example, this part at the bottom is an added code. So we update accessibility values dynamically. Whenever a cell state changes in grid view, we update in the same method that already existed beforehand. We just go and update matching accessibility element. It's a, as I said, duplicate array, which duplicates our visual element, and we update their value. After we update the value of the visual cells, and so both arrays stay synchronized. So we modify this method, toggle cell state at column and row, and after toggling the cell state, we update the accessibility value of the relevant element. And so the VoiceOver is synchronized with the game state. And after this, to simplify it, actually you have to do additional work, but actually what you need to do, the basics is you initialize the array, you duplicate your visual elements into special accessibility elements array, and then after you need to make sure that these two arrays stay synchronized. So if you make changes on the visual array, you need also to make changes on accessibility array. And that's basically all. It makes the game playable by all other work is done by iOS operating system. And that's basically all. And we will see now in the screen recording with voiceover enabled after adding this code how this works for low vision player when she or he plays with voiceover.
Voiceover on system settings.
Yeah, and I forgot to say that you enable voiceover on Mac through settings, accessibility, and voiceover, and the same is on iPhone.
Voiceover, window, voiceover, minimize button.
And then voiceover just narrates everything you do on the screen.
Column 3, row 3, fill button.
And here, the exploring I do with mouse, and also it can do with array. If you can see the icon of a mouse, it's where the focus right now.
Column 4, row 3, crossed out button. Column 5, row 2, crossed out button.
So it just the player can know now each cell its value, if it's filled, if it's crossed out or empty, and also its position on the screen, column and row.
Column 13, row 2, fill button. Column 13, row 1, crossed out button. Column 11, row 10, fill button. Column 12, row 9, empty button. 2, 1, 1.
It's also hint numbers, so the player has to see the hint numbers. I didn't show the code for that, but it also done in a similar manner. So it can tell you what are the hint numbers for specific row
Column 17
or
hints.
column.
6, 3, 1, column 8 hints. 1, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, row 4 hints. Letterboards, image. Share image.
It also shows the buttons and labels. So beyond these tips, involving blind and low vision players in your testing process is essential. Their feedback plays a crucial role in identifying and removing barriers in your games. And consistently gathering feedback from the blind and low vision community throughout development ensures that your game doesn't just meet accessibility standards, it exceeds them. And features like screen exploration with continuous swipes, tab-based navigation, and making items selectable and highlightable not only benefit blind and low vision players, but also improves compatibility with other platforms, such as smart TVs and consoles, which rely on similar navigation techniques. In the end, designing with accessibility in mind is about empathy, fostering a loyal and engaged audience, and creating experiences that benefit everyone. You have the opportunity to innovate and make gaming more inclusive. And thank you, and I look forward to your thoughts and questions.
I have a question from YouTube. What would you recommend teachers include in their curriculum on teaching, when they're teaching coding, making it accessible for the visually impaired?
Yeah, I would recommend these techniques to at least students should know how, like low vision players, how they play, because it's not only vision players use these techniques. So using continuous swipes or using tab-based navigation, it also will help if you have, like, for example, only drag and drop, and your game rely on drag and drop. If you add, for example, tap source and tap destination functionality, it will also improve the experience for all players, not just for also people with cognitive disorders and people with Alzheimer's and so on, older people. It will improve experience for everyone.
Do you play test with players with vision loss?
I usually get feedback from them, usually very vocal, and they send me feedback. Usually it's like long emails, not just one sentence. They describe what they need and what they, for example, I didn't know that they use, it's like all what I did, it's from my experience, from getting feedback. For example, at first I did drag and drop, but they told me, and it took me a while to comprehend what they mean by that they're using continuous swipes and so on, from right to left and from left to right. And it's like a process. It took some time and it took a lot of back and forth feedback. And they usually, I get the feedback from them is very useful because if your game is playable by low vision players, you know that it's easy also to play for general audience.
Yes. I have a question.
Can you grab that mic over there?
So I guess I just wanted to point out on those coding examples that you showed, I'm trying to formulate this. So you didn't actually have to make any voice recordings or to tell the user, what cell they're on or what number or column.
Yeah,
or row. It's all automatic.
Yeah, it's automatic, done by operating system. Yes.
Gotcha.
I just need to hook up to make it possible to recognize.
Yes.
Yes.
So I know that the game that you showed was pretty complex in terms of, even for me, just looking at it from a person with sight.
Yeah.
So I guess a person with a vision disability would really have to concentrate in their mind to think of all that stuff and remember it as they're going through it.
Yeah, they don't usually remember. What I showed, it's like this specific game is on Macintosh. It's like a very big grid, and it takes long time to play. But for example, on iPhone, it's just much smaller, and it's like easier to play because it has less cells and less rows. And most of these users play on iPhones, but they typically, yes, they are more capable of having it in their mind, the picture, but also they don't have to. What they do, they make a few movements. It depends on the game. Sometimes you need one movement. And then they need to rescan the game, rescan the changes. So they need to also, after one movement, they need to explore the screen to see again what changed, what to see, what on the right side, what on the left side, again to check, for example, for this game, the hint numbers and so on. For cards, it's a little bit different because they know, it's like for solitaire game, you have less and less cards to work on, so it becomes easier and easier, so they don't have to. But the start of the game, for example, solitaire game, when you need to move cards to complete like decks, the start of the game is challenging, but what they do, after each movement, they rescan the position.
I see. So is there a step further that you could go by actually writing a game with the person with the disabilities in mind, like with the, what's it called, haptics, with the rumble or the vibration on the phone?
Yeah.
And then like different tones to help them out. So an actual game that has that capability in it versus coding for the auditory assist, the built-in feature.
Yeah, I mentioned haptic. yes, it's also available on API to do different haptic. For example, for iPhone, if you tap on the screen, you can do like feedback, so it vibrates. Yeah, it's for not sure about these puzzles, but it can be beneficial for many games. Even if you implement this, it becomes easier for players with vision loss, but also sometimes for your general audience, it becomes beneficial. And also, I mentioned stereo, for example, if something on the left side of the screen and they look for something, the left side of the stereo can become louder, or the right side can become less louder. You can also hook up to these features. Yes.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I was more or less wondering if maybe with the resources you have, maybe in the future you want to develop your own voice software that can, properly tell the player what they're doing inside the game instead of using a built-in feature from the iPhone.
Yes, yes. I also made it in key number 3 audio assistance that you can also you can hook up to this operating system voiceover just to tell them to tell certain text. If, for example, you have a certain text, you tell him, and this voice will narrate this text. Just you can describe surroundings, backgrounds, actions, and it will narrate. Also, it goes through every alert because the players with low vision loss, they don't see certain alerts or messages, and I can tell the voiceover to narrate a certain text. Or I can make my own, but if it's also built in, it's easier to use something that is built in.
Yeah, but I'm more or less wondering, like, I noticed that when it comes to the voiceovers, they describe everything that it did, including like the numbers and everything, but at the same time, it can get a few things wrong, like how for the time, it can tell you that it's 0.25 seconds, but those seconds are already gone by, and it's out 0.30, and I was more or less wondering if there's like, is there's going to be more of a reactionary type of voiceover, like where instead of it saying, this egg is a green egg with 3 black dots, instead it says it's green egg, so that way it can get faster, more appropriate reactions from the player.
Yeah, and usually when you, yeah, you're right. It always can be improved in these terms. And also, I want to mention that when you enable voiceover on Mac, on iOS, and also it goes on Android, it's called TalkBack. It's similar features. You also set the speed of the voice. So usually these players, low vision players, they set the speed to be very fast, so it narrates very quickly, much faster than we used to. But they are used to it, so it goes faster, like 2 times faster than normal, at least. And also this way, they can explore the screen fast, and they can play fast.
I have one more question. Do you think, well, first of all, obviously, selling to a larger audience helps with your placement in the Google and Apple stores. But do they ever highlight games that allow alternate accessibility, or do you think it ever helps your placement in those stores?
I've never seen they highlighted, but I know that these players, like, they are much more loyal and engaged. Like, they can play not only low vision, but players with disabilities. They typically much more engaged, and they can play for years the same game. improves your rankings. If you have a more engaged audience, then if they do check like I don't know the internals of the algorithm, but I know that if the game has higher retention rates, for example, users come back to the game more and more, and this improves your average engagement, and this improves your rankings this way.
We talked about this with the Steam store that the reviews make a big impact, and I assume that these dedicated players are more likely to give you reviews and positive reviews as well.
Yes, and these players, they tend to write like lengthy reviews and lengthy feedback. Yes, reviews. I think I don't know the algorithm, but I think the reviews improve your position in the rankings, and how engaged your audience is, how much people spend on the game time, how much time they spend on the game, and so on. And this improves your rankings.
All right, last chance for questions. All right, 6 keys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that was CIMFest. Thanks to all of you. We'll see you next year. Actually, we'll see you first April 15th at SCAD Atlanta for our Best in Georgia Awards. And if you're not there, you can tune in online for our Game Developer Conference report back. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of you. Happy CIMFest.